Harper Teen and Harper Audio present Before We Disappear by Shaun David Hutchinson. Performed by Andre Santana and Mark Sanderlin.
Jack. Paris, France. Le Théâtre d'Enfer. Friday, October 9th, 1908. The Enchantress stood under the proscenium arch, holding her willowy arms aloft as if she were preparing to conduct an orchestra, wearing a gauzy mauve gown that moved like morning fog and dared the audience not to love her. None could resist. The Enchantress had taken me into her care after my mother had died nearly 10 years ago, and I loved her, even when I hated her. Slowly, the Enchantress turned from the audience, revealing the drape of her gown around her shoulders that exposed the smooth skin of her back. Her costume would have been considered indecent in London or New York or Chicago, but it barely raised an eyebrow in Paris, especially among the colorful crowd of the Montmartre Theater where the Enchantress had performed to a full house for the past 4 weeks. The electric lights cast a flickering, ethereal glow across the stage. The Enchantress bent backward, curving like a gentle hill until she could press her palms against the stage and face the audience again. "Come," she said in a husky, gravelly voice. "See for yourself that there are no wires. Touch everything." Holding her arched shape, the Enchantress waited, appearing bored, while a few brave souls climbed the steps to the stage to peer through the space made by the Enchantress's body, to examine the air around her, to search for a platform or any type of mechanical apparatus. A brutish hired man remained nearby to discourage anyone foolish enough from taking the Enchantress's invitation to touch too literally. I stood in the shadows of the wings waiting, chewing my nails to the quick. This part always made me nervous. If anything went wrong, it would shatter the illusion, and this particular illusion was why most had purchased a ticket and crowded into the theater. La Complainte de la Sirène. The Lament of the Mermaid. The first night the Enchantress had performed it was the last night there'd been any empty seats in the theater. Word had spread like cholera of the Enchantress and her beautiful magic. Le Théâtre d'Enfer was no Odéon, but the stagehands were generally sober, the audience generally was not, and the proprietor hardly cheated us on the receipts. Throughout her act, the Enchantress wore an expression of disinterest bordering on disdain, as if she were doing the audience a favor by deigning to appear and might leave if they disappointed her. No one wanted to disappoint her. The Enchantress mesmerized the audience from the moment the curtain rose until the second it fell. She held them captive as she performed one illusion after another, each more wondrous than the last, and following their release, they were never the same. Unlike some magicians, she earned her nom de théâtre every night. Like I said before, I loved the Enchantress, though we'd spent so long together that I'd grown inured to her glamour. Even the Mona Lisa begins to look a bit plain Jane and no-nonsense when you pass her every day. Yet I understood the longing the Enchantress inspired in all who laid eyes upon her. I sympathized with the hearts she broke in each city we swept through. The Enchantress was a force of nature, and most were simply caught in her wake, trying to not drown. As the audience members who'd climbed on stage returned to their seats, I nodded to the stagehands that we were ready to begin. The Enchantress, still bowed backward, lifted her right leg, followed by her left arm. She was taller than most realized, with long limbs that she moved so gracefully that they didn't seem to bend at the joints so much as curve. Sometimes she seemed more ballerina than magician. Their collective breaths held, The audience watched the Enchantress balance impossibly on one leg and one arm upside down, holding the pose with a preternatural ease. When the Enchantress was certain she had their full and unwavering attention, she raised her left leg. Only her right palm remained in contact with the stage. The rest of her body defied Newton's laws, hanging suspended like an inverted hook. It should not have been possible. It frustrated the senses. And yet the audience couldn't deny what they saw with their own eyes. The Enchantress knew exactly how long to let the anticipation build. She possessed a natural gift for prolonging the audience's ecstasy and anxiety as they waited, gripping each other's hands tightly in the dark for what came next. She guided them to the edge of their seats, forcing them to balance over the chasm, and then, with no warning, the Enchantress rose into the air as if drawn upward by a line attached to her torso. Audience members gasped. One frightened person bit off a scream. The Enchantress floated nearly 2 yards off the stage. Her pale hair drifted around her head like seaweed, and her arms and legs moved languidly, as if the space around her had been transmuted into water. The Enchantress was beautiful and dreadful and tragic. Her body told the story of the mermaid with the broken heart who could breathe underwater and yet had still drowned. She drifted over the stage, allowing all to watch and to grieve for her lost soul. "Thief! She is a thief!" A man's nasal voice sliced through the thoracic silence. And what he actually said was, "Voleuse! C'est une voleuse!" But it'll save some time if I translate his words directly to English. "What the devil is going on?" Lucia D'Alessi appeared beside me. She was my age, small, with a stormy complexion and a perpetual scowl. Like me, she was an orphan who had been taken in by the Enchantress. We could never pass for actual siblings. I was as pale as an egg, while she had the darker skin of her native Italy, and neither of us looked enough like Evangeline to convince anyone we were her biological children. Still, I loved her like a friend, and hated her in the way only siblings could. Feelings that I assumed were mutual. I peeked around the curtain, searching for the source of the interruption. Most of the audience was still watching the Enchantress, who had given no sign that she'd noticed anything was amiss, but a few had turned to the man at the rear of the theater. "She is a thief and a saboteur!" "Chabrol," I said, and swore under my breath. Lucia gripped the silver end of her cane. "How many times did I say we should leave Paris before incorporating Chabrol's illusion into the act?" "Many times." Henri Chabrol was a talented magician with absolutely no flair for the dramatic. His greatest trick was how quickly he could put his audience to sleep. His second greatest was an illusion unimaginatively called La Femme Flottante, during which Chabrol's young assistant lay on a table, floated up, remained suspended in the air for a count of 10, and then drifted back down. I had seen Chabrol perform it a dozen times, and it had rarely elicited more than tepid applause from the audience. Henri Chabrol had designed an illusion that had never been seen before, one that should have made him a legend, yet few outside of Paris knew he existed, and the few inside who did hardly cared. The Enchantress immediately understood the illusion's true potential and sent me to discover how it worked, which I did. There was no magic trick I could not unravel, no secret I could not discover. I also possessed other dubious skills, such as picking locks and pockets and scaling buildings. I was a good magician's assistant, but I was a better burglar. When I returned to the Enchantress with the designs for La Femme Flottante, Lucia built the apparatus that made the illusion possible, while the Enchantress added the spectacle people would pay to see. Shortly thereafter, the Enchantress introduced The Lament of the Mermaid to Paris, and it was hailed as a marvel. The money flowed in, and we lived in the manner to which we had grown accustomed and felt we rightfully deserved. Yet Lucia was correct. We should have taken the illusion to London or Frankfurt or Rome. Stealing from Chabrol and then remaining in Paris to perform it had been courting disaster. And disaster had arrived, though fashionably late. "Did you really sabotage his equipment?" Lucia asked. "Only a little." "Jack!" At the back of the theater, 2 police had entered to stand beside Chabrol. He continued to accuse the Enchantress, loudly, of being a thief, and the audience was beginning to pay attention. Through the commotion, the Enchantress maintained her illusion. She remained suspended in the air, never acknowledging the disruption, never so much as twitching a muscle in a manner that wasn't rehearsed. As far as she was concerned, the show would go on until the curtain fell. We were cooked. I doubted Chabrol could prove his accusations, but proof was rarely a barrier when the accuser was a man like Chabrol, and the accused was a woman like the Enchantress. I turned to Lucia. "It's time for a fire escape." Lucia leaned heavily on her cane. "Do we have to?" "Sorry, Lou." With little more than a sigh, Lucia disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, shouts of "Fire!" began. The word spread through the audience, their terrified cries drowning out Chabrol. They became an ocean wave surging toward the exits in a panic to flee, and Chabrol couldn't fight them. I lowered the Enchantress and helped her out of the harness that had held her aloft. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't know what else to do." Lucia was already directing the confused stagehands, gathering what we could easily carry with us as we retreated. "You did adequately, Jack," she said, offering an insouciant shrug. "I've grown bored of Paris anyway." Jack. Paris, France, 12th Arrondissement. Friday, October 9th, 1908. I kissed Thierry in the shadows in the alley behind his parents' fromagerie. He smelled of Roquefort and Layol, and he tasted of boucheron and figs. "Take me with you," Thierry whispered into my ear. His lips were warm, and his hands were consumed with wanderlust, respecting no borders. A low chuckle rumbled in my chest. Evangeline would never allow it. Evangeline Dubois was the name the Enchantress wore when she wasn't performing on a stage. It wasn't the name of her birth, or even the name she'd gone by when she'd first taken me in. Back then, she'd been Victoria Harcourt, and I'd known her by other names still, but she'd been Evangeline Dubois the longest. Thierry raked his fingers through my hair. "You owe her nothing." I caught Thierry's wrist and pulled back to peer into his eyes. "I owe her everything." Thierry's lip trembled. He was a soft, gentle boy, easily bruised. He hadn't taken the news well that I was leaving, especially after I'd explained the circumstances under which we were being forced to flee. Lucia and Evangeline were at the hotel packing, and I had slipped out unnoticed to say goodbye to Thierry. "She doesn't care about you, Jack. Not the way I do." "I'd be dead without Evangeline. She took me in after my mother died, and—" I stroked Thierry's cheek with my thumb. "Traveling with her, I've seen more of the world than most will ever see. I've dined in the company of royalty." "But does she love you?" "Of course." Thierry's eyes softened with pity. "No, Jack. I love you. She uses you." He wrapped his arms around my waist and pressed his body against mine. "I would love you for the rest of my life if you stay with me." I laughed until I realized he wasn't joking. Thierry's sincerity gutted me. I had been charmed from the first moment I met him, by the sunset hue of his eyes, his long lashes, and the way his front teeth pushed his lips slightly open. But it was his naked earnestness that had captured some small part of my heart and made me briefly consider his offer. I doubt your parents would approve." "Then we'll run away," he said. "To where, little mouse?" "Anywhere." I sighed and leaned my head against his chest. "I'm only 15. You're just 17. What would we do for work? Where would we live?" Thierry tried to answer, but I pressed my finger to his lips. "Your place is here, and mine is—" I paused and looked toward the end of the alley. "Not here." "My place is wherever you are." Thierry squeezed me tightly, as if unwilling to let go. "I would live in the sewers and steal food if necessary to stay with you." And I had no doubt he would. But while Thierry's family wasn't wealthy, he had grown up well-fed and loved. His life had been free of true hardship. He was generous and kind, and had never been exposed to the cruelties of the world, while I knew them all too intimately and would do anything to avoid them. "Evangeline and Lucia are my family," I said. "I can't leave them." "But I love you, Jack Nevin. I'll never love anyone else." Thierry lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. For a moment, my conviction wavered. I considered the life we might lead together, a life of poverty and hardship, a life of pain that might harden our hearts toward one another as resentment reminded us of the lives we'd left behind to be together. With Evangeline, I ate the finest food, slept in a soft bed in my own room. The day she had pulled me out of the gutter, she'd promised me I would never know hunger again. And she'd kept her word. In the end, the choice to stay or go was no choice at all. "I know," I said. "Goodbye." Jack. Paris, France. Saturday, October 10th, 1908. Paris vanished behind us like a dream as the train picked up speed. Already the city and Thierry were fading from my memory as I looked eagerly ahead to the next adventure. Life with Evangeline was many things, but it was never dull. Since Evangeline had taken me in, we hadn't remained in one city longer than a few months. We traveled across Europe, performing for rough crowds and royalty, honing our skills on and off the stage, meeting the most fascinating people, and often stealing everything they owned. We were a motley family with an unconventional life that I loved. Yet I couldn't help wondering, if only for a moment, what it might have been like to stay in Paris, to attempt to put down roots and build a future. I wasn't sure I was suited to that kind of life, not after all I'd done and seen with Evangeline. But still, I wondered. Evangeline Dubois was seated across from me in the roomy train compartment. Out of the costume of the Enchantress, Evangeline was still beautiful and beguiling. On stage or off, she commanded every room. Beside me, Lucia drew in her sketchbook. She had been quiet since leaving Paris, but that was hardly unusual. Lucia was introspective, always dreaming up a new illusion or contraption with that gifted mind of hers. When she began chasing some idea or another, she could get so caught up in it that she forgot to eat or sleep. "It's a pity we had to leave," Evangeline said. I hung my head. "I'm sorry. Henri Chabrol brought the police, and—" Evangeline waved me quiet. "You did the right thing. Though you must have been careless in his workshop for him to have found us." I hoped Lucia would bring up that Chabrol had found us because we'd performed the illusion we'd stolen from him in his own city, but she remained silent. "Must have been," I mumbled. "I'll be more careful." "See that you are." My cheeks grew hot and my ears burned. It wasn't fair that I was taking the blame, but experience had taught me that it was no use arguing with Evangeline. There were consequences to challenging her. and I had no interest in starting a fuss on the train. I was grateful when Lucia asked, "Where should we go next?" drawing Evangeline's ephemeral attention away from me. After a pause, Evangeline said, "I've had a letter from Mr. Gleason about a potential opportunity in America." Alistair Gleason, Evangeline's booking agent, managed to keep us employed, despite the dubious circumstances under which we were often forced to flee. America? I'd been born in New York City. When Evangeline had found me on the streets there, I was a scrawny, starving orphan of 7, who likely wouldn't have survived the winter. She had lured me in with warm soup and clean clothes, and had promised to show me the world. We'd left New York for London shortly after that, and I hadn't been back to America in the 8 years since. I wasn't sure how I felt about returning. It wasn't my home, not really. But then, I didn't know where home was. I had no idea where I belonged, except with Evangeline and Lucia. "I've never been." Lucia's eyes were back on her sketchbook, and her hand moved deftly over the page. Lucia was the genius behind the majority of Evangeline's tricks. Evangeline had added Lucia to our family while in Florence 5 years ago, and Lucia had quickly proven her worth, though it was difficult to tell that by the way Evangeline treated her. Evangeline continued as if neither Lucia nor I had spoken. "There's an opportunity on the West Coast, in the state of Washington, a city called Seattle." Though I knew little of the geography of America west of the Mississippi, I'd heard of Seattle, primarily because of its importance to the prospectors mining for gold in Alaska and the Yukon. The flood of wealth into Seattle had quickly transformed it from a frontier town into a thriving city in only a few short years. "Seattle is preparing for a World's Fair that will span 4 months and is expected to attract millions of attendees." Evangeline paused to let her words sink in. "They would like to book the Enchantress to perform for the entirety of the exposition." "America," I said again, testing the weight of the word, which felt strange on my tongue. Part of me had thought I'd never go back, like I'd been exiled, and I'd grown used to the notion, but the idea of returning home intrigued me. "The opportunities for enrichment are endless," Evangeline said. "All those visitors with deep pockets passing through, ripe for someone with quick fingers to relieve them of their wealth. In the evenings, the Enchantress could beguile the crowded theater, and during the day, Jacqueline Anastas could beguile the wealthy men of the city." Jacqueline Anastas was one of Evangeline's many personas, though far from my favorite. Lucia grinned. "And what investment opportunity will Jacqueline have for these men?" "A new type of light bulb?" I offered. "An unsinkable ocean liner?" Lucia said. Evangeline shrugged. "We'll discuss the details later." I had read about the World's Fair being held in Seattle, and my mind reeled with the possibilities. If we were careful, we could live like royalty and leave with wealth the likes of which we'd only dreamed of before. We wouldn't need to travel the world. The world would come to us. "I read an article that said the exposition will be free of alcohol," I said. "Something to do with it being held on university grounds." "And?" Evangeline said. "And it sounds like an opportunity we should explore." Evangeline's smile was instantaneous, and it eased the last of the guilt I felt for failing her earlier. "That's my good boy." Lucia cleared her throat. "I could assist you on stage," she said, "if Jack is too busy." Evangeline burst into laughter. Each chortle caused Lucia to flinch and curl deeper into herself. "Not with that face, child." I tried to press my arm against Lucia to offer her comfort, but she scooted away from me. "Well," Evangeline asked, What do you say? Shall we travel to America? My opinion didn't matter, and neither did Lucia's. It wouldn't have surprised me to learn that Evangeline had already accepted the booking. Yet that didn't dampen my enthusiasm. We would return to America and conquer a new city. We would make our fortunes in Seattle. The future was boundless, and the possibilities for wealth and fame were limitless. Lucia was already nodding when I said, "Count me in." "Then it's settled," Evangeline said. "We're going to Seattle."
Wilhelm. Beesontown, Pennsylvania. Beesontown First National Bank. Monday, November 2, 1908. I appeared in the bank's basement like an epiphany and disappeared like an errant thought. A moment later, I returned with Teddy. The air smelled like a lightning strike during a summer storm, but all was quiet. Teddy glanced at me and pressed his finger to his lips. Somewhere above, a guard stood watch. He was likely asleep. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, after all. Assuming no one right in the mind would attempt to rob the Beesontown First National Bank. One sound could betray our presence, resulting in an undesirable outcome. Teddy moved toward the vault door and pointed at it. I touched the metal and flinched. "I can't," I whispered. Teddy shoved me toward the vault. As I stumbled forward, I shut my eyes and imagined the vault as it had been when I'd stood inside of it earlier that day with the bank manager who'd given me and Teddy a tour. The shelves stacked with cash and bars of gold, the lockboxes filled with the belongings the bank's patrons believed were safe from people like Teddy. The vault door, brand new, was made of steel and concrete. It scraped at me as I passed through it, tearing at my body and threatening to scatter my atoms across the room. But it was over in an instant, and I fell the final couple of steps into the far wall before I caught myself. My breath came in ragged jags as if I'd sprinted a mile. My stomach cramped and my hands shook. Outside the vault, Teddy would be pacing back and forth, tracking the second hand on his watch as it ticked slowly around. No matter how quickly I performed the tasks I was given, I was always too slow for him. Along the back wall stood 20 safe deposit boxes, each secured with a dual combination dial. I scanned them, searching for box 12, which held the object of Teddy's most recent desire, and then began to work. I shut my eyes until I found the between, the space that connected here and there. The between was an actual place that I crossed through when I used my talent to travel. Usually, I passed through it so quickly that I didn't notice it, but sometimes it was useful to linger there. From within the between, my senses were heightened and altered. I could see and taste sounds. I could feel colors. The lingering scent of my arrival whispered across my ears, and the rhythmic beat of my heart appeared to swing before me like Foucault's famous pendulum. I touched the top dial, carefully turning the combination lock. Each measured rotation looked to my ears like mist until, finally, one crackled. I repeated the process, turning the dial the opposite direction, then again a third time, before attempting the second dial. My heart beat wildly, and I let go of my hold on the between. The walls became solid again, and sound lost all color. I preferred the between to the real world most times. I opened the box and peered inside. Stacks of paper money lined the bottom, more money than I would ever hope to possess in my life, along with documents that were probably important, plus a revolver and a flat velvet case. My eyes lingered on the revolver. For a moment, I envisioned taking it and tucking it into the back of my pants. The look of surprise on Teddy's face when I'd pull it on him. I let my fingers graze the barrel before I sighed and took the velvet case instead. From within my suit pocket, I retrieved a delicate, folded paper spider, left it where the velvet case had been, and then shut the safe door. Teddy grabbed my ear the moment I reappeared in the basement and twisted. Surprised by the unexpected pain and exhausted from moving through the vault door, I cried out. Teddy twisted harder. I clamped my hand over my mouth to stifle further noise. Now that we had what he'd come for, Teddy might not have cared if he alerted the guard upstairs, but I did. Teddy swiped the velvet case from my hand and opened it. He sighed, as if finally able to reach a persistent itch between his shoulder blades that had troubled him for days. Inside the case lay a necklace more beautiful than any I had ever seen. A ring of sapphires, each about the size of my pinky fingernail, with a sapphire in the center the size of a peach pit. Teddy held it up, letting the stones drip across the palm of his hand. It was breathtaking and precious. Light hit the stones as someone called, "Who's down there?" Teddy grabbed my arm, squeezing hard enough to leave a bruise, and we were gone before the guard descended a single step, leaving nothing behind but the smell of new rain. I lit the lamps in the small house we were staying in on the outskirts of town. I didn't know what had happened to the owner, nor did I want to. I dug cold chicken left over from dinner from the icebox and sat at the table to eat while Teddy fawned over the necklace. I felt like a sinkhole had opened under my ribs, and I couldn't get the chicken into my mouth fast enough. "This once belonged to a Russian czarina," Teddy said. "Did it?" I asked. It likely wasn't true, but that didn't matter to Teddy. The truth was whatever he believed it to be. Teddy returned the necklace to its case and shut the lid before shifting his attention to me. "What happened to you in the basement?" "What do you mean?" I asked, feigning ignorance. You hesitated. I tore off a strip of the chicken. I'd eaten it almost down to the bones, and I could have easily eaten another. The steel door had a higher concentration of iron in it than I'm used to. I paused, expecting him to understand. "It hurts." His hand shot out like a viper, and he grabbed my jaw, squeezing it painfully. "You don't say no to me," he said. "Not ever. When I tell you to do something, you do it. Are we understood?" I fought back hot tears as I said, "Yes, sir." Teddy held my gaze before he let me go. "Time to get some sleep. We need to leave town early tomorrow." As quickly as I could, I shoved the last scraps of chicken into my mouth and then followed Teddy to the bedroom. There was only one bed in the house, so I slept on a pile of blankets on the floor. I stripped down to my underthings while Teddy washed his face in the basin. "I don't know why you insist on defying me, Wilhelm," he said. "You know what happens when you disobey me." "I'm sorry, sir," I said. "I'll try harder to be good." I lay down as Teddy stood over me. When I was settled, he pulled the iron manacle out from under the bed. One end was attached to the bed's frame, the other he held open. He paused to examine the band of blistered, scabbed skin around my right ankle and locked the manacle around my left instead. The iron itched where it touched my skin, but I dared not complain. "Sweet dreams, Wilhelm." Wilhelm. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Hotel Continental. Friday, November 6, 1908. Sleeping in a bed was a luxury. Yet, if I remained asleep too long, Teddy would eventually wake me in a way I wouldn't enjoy. My bones ached from being on the road, and my stomach cramped from the hunger that arose as a result of using my talent too often. Not that Teddy had given me a choice. The first night we'd arrived in Pittsburgh, we'd cleared 6 houses of most of their valuables. The ill-gotten wealth was the reason Teddy could afford such a luxurious suite of rooms at the Continental, and that I had my own bed. Teddy rarely stole for the money alone. Instead, he craved the recognition and notoriety. He broke into impenetrable vaults. He liberated valuables from under the watchful eyes of their owners. He walked into the most secure buildings and then walked back out, whistling tunelessly as he did so. Each crime was more audacious than the last, and he left behind a folded paper animal in an attempt to create a name for himself that had, thus far, failed. For the most part, Teddy considered stealing items simply for their monetary value banal, but he would do it when necessary. As I lay in bed, drifting in and out of dreams, I heard my mother humming softly to herself as she baked bread in the morning. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder and saw the pride on his face when he looked at me. I could see them so clearly in my dreams. I could hear their voices and feel their love, but I couldn't remember where I had come from. I couldn't remember my home. Not that remembering would have changed my situation. I could only travel about 100 feet, approximately the distance between home plate and first base on a baseball field. Less if I was carrying another person or some burden, and I couldn't travel through iron. I had to be able to visualize my destination. However, even were I capable of remembering my home, and even were I able to travel there, I could not have left. The iron cuff around my ankle served to remind me that I belonged to Teddy just as surely as the sapphire necklace we had stolen from the Beesontown Bank vault. Eventually, my fear of punishment drove me from bed. I washed up before joining Teddy in the sitting room where breakfast was arrayed on the table before him. I was chained to the heating pipe that ran along the wall to the radiator and could move between the rooms without being unshackled, but I couldn't quite reach the exit. Teddy would have to free my ankle long enough for me to dress properly later, but he rarely concerned himself with my appearance unless we were out in public. Theodore Barnes was tall and broad across the shoulders. He had a long nose that shaded a bushy, drab mustache over a thin-lipped mouth. He was plain, forgettable even, but I had seen too many people underestimate him to make that mistake myself. Teddy was a monster. "Take your medicine, Wilhelm." It was the first thing Teddy said to me every morning when I awoke. Each day, for as long as I could remember, I took the round, pink pill Teddy gave me and swallowed it down. The medicine left a sugary taste on my tongue. "Have you read about this World's Fair being held in Seattle?" Teddy poked the newspaper spread out on the table before him. "The Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition, they're calling it." Teddy left me little to occupy the hours I spent alone other than books and newspapers. Reading was my one joy. It was my keyhole to the rest of the world, and I'd been intrigued by Seattle's World's Fair, which, unlike most of the World's Fairs I'd read about, seemed as interested in celebrating the future of America as it did in exploring its past. "I have," I said cautiously. It was impossible to know where Teddy's thoughts might take him, forcing me to tread carefully. "We should attend," he said. It might have sounded like Teddy was asking my opinion, but he wasn't. I took a couple of the apple slices Teddy had cut for me and some cheese. It was difficult for me to eat immediately upon waking, but I tried to force what I could into my stomach because I never knew if I'd have the chance later. "I'd like that," I said, and it was the truth. If the stories were to be believed, the eyes of the world would be on Seattle during that fair. The exhibits alone were sure to be worth the cost of admission, but I doubted the fair's educational value was what had caught Teddy's attention. If he was considering going, it was because there was something he wanted to steal. Not as visitors, Teddy said. I think it's time we try something new. New, sir? Over the years, we've robbed banks, stolen priceless works of art, and swindled the wealthy of all but the clothes they were wearing. He sipped his tea but couldn't help wetting the ends of his mustache. Hasn't it grown a bit boring? My heart fluttered. If there was a chance, no matter how small, that Teddy might be contemplating quitting our villainous life, then I had to encourage him. But I had to do so without sounding too eager. I suppose it has, sir. Teddy glared at me, flaring his nostrils. Don't pretend you don't hate what we do. I'm not a fool, Wilhelm. Of course you're not, sir. Then, when I ask for your opinion, give it to me truthfully or not at all. His frown smoothed into something approaching a sympathetic smile. I would never punish you for honesty. The truth is that I despise stealing, and I'd give almost anything to quit. Teddy smacked the table. That's my boy. Have you a new career in mind? In fact, I do. Teddy cleared his throat as if he were waiting for the attention of an entire audience rather than just one captive boy. How would you like to be a magician's assistant? I couldn't hide my confusion, and I was too bewildered to remember to try. Who would be the magician, sir? Teddy scoffed. I would, of course. He stroked the narrow end of his mustache, and his eyes seemed to lose focus, as if he could already picture himself on stage. But why? I blurted out the question before thinking it through, and it was the bucket of water that dampened the flame of Teddy's excitement. Why? He asked, his voice catching an edge. Why? Because I said so, that's why. Teddy was on his feet in an instant. He swept the small plate I was eating from to the floor and smacked the side of my head hard enough to cause my eyes to tear. I wasn't questioning you, sir, I said. I'm sorry, I only meant to ask what interest you have in becoming a magician. Teddy's rages were like a sneeze, a burst of fury without warning but quickly gone. Not just a magician, he said. The greatest magician the country has ever seen. I want people to know my name. I want the whole world to know who I am. Then they will, sir. I suppose Teddy could have believed that he could earn more recognition being a legitimate stage magician than he had as a thief, but I suspected there was more to his plan than he was telling me. However, I couldn't press him further without incurring more wrath, so I put on my smile and became the agreeable, biddable young man he wished me to be. Where should we begin? I don't know anything about magic. The first thing I'll need, Teddy said, is a name.
Jack. Seattle, Washington. Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Tuesday, June 1st, 1909. I was good at a number of things. Learning new languages, reading, slipping restraints, picking locks, lying. You get the idea. But I was best at two things: stealing and running. The first was an innate talent I'd discovered after my mother died, and I found myself homeless and hungry. The second was a skill I'd developed out of necessity, because even the best thief gets caught with his hand in the wrong pocket every once in a while. Which was exactly what had happened and why I was running. I dashed across the walkway in front of the government building and tore down along the Cascades to the honor circle, dodging and pivoting around the eager folks who'd turned out for the exposition's opening day. Nearly 90,000 of them. Gentlemen in suits and hats, ladies in gowns, parasols shielding them from the sun. Children and young people and every sort imaginable crowded and mixed together. They strolled along the paths lined with rose bushes and pansies, explosions of rhododendrons and scarlet geraniums. There were 100 acres of gardens and swaths of green lawns, watched over by magnificent fir trees and the towering presence of Mount Rainier. Impressive buildings in various architectural styles boasted a variety of exhibits to educate and inspire. I was surrounded by a million wonders I was desperate to explore, but I sprinted right past them all. "Stop!" A balding man in a crisp uniform, who was startlingly athletic, yelled at me from 100 feet behind. But he was bananas if he thought I was actually going to slow down. A thief who gets caught isn't much of a thief. I tried to lose him in the throngs of attendees, ducking low and weaving in and out of larger groups before peeling off toward the Pay Streak, the amusements area of the exposition, which was likely to be even more congested and offered my best chance to hide. "Stop! Thief!" Pumping my legs as hard as I could as I raced along the thoroughfare, I put on a burst of speed, running through the Chinese village, past the squawking spielers desperate to draw attention to the attractions they were being paid to advertise, toward the streets of Cairo, narrowly avoiding running into a surly camel. There was no way the exposition guard could have kept up with me, which was a good thing because I was out of breath and sweating. I did my best to blend into the working-class crowd while still keeping my eyes peeled. Evangeline would strangle me with her trick handkerchief if I got myself arrested before our first performance. I'd been on my way to meet Lucia at the Beacon, the theater where the Enchantress would perform, to help her inventory the equipment and make sure everything had arrived and was in working order. Our first show was that night, and nothing could be allowed to go wrong. But instead of heading straight to the Beacon, I'd been lured to the opening of the Alaska-Yukon Pacific Exposition. President Taft himself kicked off the day by sending a telegraph signal all the way from Washington, D.C. The rest had been little more than tedious men giving tedious speeches, and I'd gotten bored. My hands tend to wander when I get bored, and they'd wandered into the pocket of a man just as he was also reaching in. The nerve! He could have waited until I was done. He'd stared at me in shock before shouting for the exposition security officers. That's when the running began. Damn! I spotted the exposition guard, flanked by 2 others, making his way through the crowd. They hadn't seen me yet, but there were few places to hide. I spied a narrow alley and moved toward it slowly, trying to remain inconspicuous. "I wouldn't go that way," said a voice from behind me. "It's a dead end, and they'll nab you for sure." I searched frantically for the speaker and discovered a young woman poking her head out of a door that I hadn't noticed before. Not like I got much choice. She pursed her lips and then opened the door wider. "Well, come on in then." Without hesitation, I slipped inside the building. I had no idea who the woman was or why she was helping me, and I didn't have the luxury of asking. I kept the door cracked, watching the guards look this way and that, bewildered. A few moments later, when the guards finally headed off in another direction, I let out a relieved sigh. My savior turned out to be a young black woman wearing a revealing costume commonly worn by danseuses, who specialized in the coochie-coochie, the dance appropriated by Westerners and used to scandalize the faint of heart. She was curvy and thick, with brassy hair and a wonderfully devious smile. "What did I save you from? And better yet, were you worth saving?" Being that I didn't know this young woman, I was cautious of how much to tell her. But she could have left me to the officers if she'd wanted to, so I figured she might be okay. As to the first question, it was just a little misunderstanding. And the second? I shrugged. Guess you'll have to decide that for yourself. I held out my hand. Jack Nevin. I'm the Enchantress's assistant. The illusionist playing the beacon? The very same. She took my hand, though cautiously, and shook it. Ruth, I'm a dancer at the Bohemia. She gave her hips an enthusiastic wiggle. No offense or nothing, but you don't sound like you're from Cairo. Ruth seemed to find that funny. A little nothing town called Timberville in Mississippi, she said. None of the girls are actually from Cairo. She tapped her chin. I don't even think Madame O could locate it on a map. I couldn't tell whether Ruth was joking or not, so I laughed and hoped she didn't take offense. How'd you get from Mississippi to here? Fell in love with a girl who wanted to be an actress. Ruth narrowed her eyes and stared as if daring me to comment. She left me heartbroken and penniless in Philadelphia. That's where I met Madame Oblonsky. She saw me dance and offered me the opportunity to join her troupe. I took it. Better than having to go back home to farm sweet potatoes. Ruth folded her hands across her chest. Now you. I was born in New York, I said. Mother died when I was 6. I got caught trying to pick the pocket of a magician when I was 7. Instead of turning me in, she trained me as her assistant. We've been traveling the world ever since. How old are you? Ruth asked. You look barely 14. 16. I didn't mention I'd only turned 16 on the train a few days before arriving in Seattle. How old are you? 18. Liar. Ruth's lips twitched like she couldn't decide whether to sneer or smile. In November. We stared at each other for a moment. I wasn't sure what to do. I really needed to get to the theater, but I also didn't want to seem ungrateful. Why'd you save me from the security officers? You remind me of my little brother, she said. I wouldn't go picking pockets around here, though. Chief Wappenstein might look like a clown, but he's no fool. I produced a half-eagle, shiny and gold, between my fingers and rolled it across the backs of my knuckles a couple of times before making it disappear again. Thanks for the warning, but don't worry about me. I'm an excellent thief. Ruth arched one eyebrow. The guards chasing you say otherwise. Okay, so she had me there. You're not going to turn me in, are you? Ruth sat on a crate and tapped her chin like she was seriously debating the question. I'm still not sure. For the first time, I took a good look around the room Ruth had let me into. It was a cramped storeroom, and there were crates stacked against the wall. One was open, and I spied a bottle inside. Why are you smiling? Ruth asked. Because you're definitely not turning me in. Oh, yeah? What makes you say that? I picked up a bottle from an open crate and turned it over to read the label. Whiskey? Don't you know selling liquor on Exposition grounds is illegal? Girls gotta make a living somehow. I thought you were a dancer. Ruth snorted. I'm that too, but bootlegging pays better. She frowned at the bottles. Or it would if I could get it through the gates. Trouble sneaking it in? Folks here are serious about keeping it out, she said. There's a stand-in reward for turning in smugglers, and the guards check everything that comes into the fair. She tapped the nearest crate. I barely got these in. If I get caught, I'll get banned from the Exposition, and I'll lose my job dancing. An idea began to take shape. Evangeline, Lucia, and I had been in Seattle for a couple of weeks, and I hadn't done much other than rehearse for the show and explore the city. I'd been looking for something to keep me busy, and Ruth might have dropped it in my lap. You know, magicians are incredibly secretive. Ruth rolled her eyes. Good for them. Every day, most of the equipment the Enchantress uses in her show is transported to and from the theater, and no one is allowed to look inside. It's in her contract. A wary but carefully curious expression replaced her scowl. "Are you offering what I think you're offering? You need someone to transport your booze, and I can guarantee no one will open the crates we bring in." I tried not to seem too eager, but this was exactly the kind of opportunity I'd hoped to find. Ruth's smile turned serious. "And how much are you planning on extorting from me for moving the liquor?" 20% of sales, I said. "Hardly anything at all." Laughter ripped out of her. 20? I was thinking more like 5. 15 for sure. I did save you from being arrested. Which is why I started with 20 instead of 30, I said. Ruth gave me a good long stare before slipping her arm through mine and pulling me toward the door. "Buy me a root beer and I'll consider 8%. I think I like you, Ruth. Gross. Now it's 7. Ruth had walked me to the theater after lunch. She was sarcastic and hilarious, and seemed to have a story for every situation. I wasn't glad I'd nearly gotten caught stealing, but I was sure happy I'd met Ruth. Going into business with her might make the next 4 months more fun and more profitable. Of course, Lucia had yelled at me for a good 10 minutes for showing up late, after which she'd stormed off and told me I could finish checking the equipment on my own. I didn't mind, though. I should have been on time, and Lucia had every right to be angry. Besides, I didn't think anything could ruin my mood. "You work for the Lady Magician, don't you?" A brutish boy with bristly blonde hair, a face full of freckles, and a neck nearly as thick as his thigh stood uncomfortably close to me as I knelt inspecting the delicate apparatus for the lament of the mermaid. I rose slowly to my feet, blocking the boy's view of the equipment with my body. "I work with Mistress Dubois," I said. "You may also call her the Enchantress." He stuck out his hand. "George McElroy." He said his name like he expected me to recognize it. "Jack Nevin," I said, but left his hand unshaken. "If you don't mind, I have a lot of work to finish before tonight's show." George didn't seem to take offense to my obvious snub. "Just wanted to say I saw you with Ruth Jackson." I didn't know what he was hinting at, but I didn't like his tone. There was something about him that made my skin crawl. "Okay." "You'll want to keep away from that one." George's tone flattened, his voice dropped an octave. "She's spoken for." I've known her for all of an hour, but I got the impression she's capable of speaking for herself. I didn't feel the need to tell George that I wasn't interested in Ruth the way he was implying, though it likely would have saved me some trouble in the long run. I'd known boys and men like George, the type who believed they were entitled to whatever they wanted, and I had no use for them. George inched closer. The sour, musky smell of him was offensive, but I mimicked the cool indifference I'd seen Evangeline deploy so effectively. "You're not too bright, are you?" he said. I straightened my back and squared my shoulders. George might have been bigger than me, but I was taller, and I used that to look down on him. "I don't want any trouble." "Then stay away from Ruth. That's all I'm asking." "But," I said, finishing my thought, "I only take orders from one person, and you're not her." George's pinched lips tightened, and he stared violence at me, exhaling a cloud that reeked of onions and rancid meat. I was sure he was going to take a swing at me by the way he was clenching his fists, but he eventually just huffed and stormed away. That one was going to cause problems, but I couldn't worry about him at the moment. I had a show to prepare for.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Beacon Theater. Tuesday, June 1, 1909. The AYP Exposition was loud and bright. People jostled me from every side, and I fought to keep sight of Teddy in front of me. Children younger than me tried to lure fairgoers to see the arena or the Igorot village or the Temple of Mirth as we passed them on the pace streak. There were signs for the Fairy Gorge Tickler and for an exhibit showcasing babies kept alive inside incubators alongside a cafe where you could have a snack and watch them. Camels roamed the street and jugglers vied for our attention. We could visit Prince Albert, the educated horse, for 10 cents, and one of the spielers tried to convince us that we had to see the girls from Mars. I doubted they were actually from Mars. The sights and sounds and smells of the exposition overwhelmed me, but it was still magical. People from every part of the world had come to the city to stroll through the future of America. But Teddy had a specific destination in mind, and he refused to be diverted. We had arrived in Seattle by train a week earlier, and Teddy had found us a house to rent in an area near Denny Hill that looked out across Elliott Bay. Since leaving Pittsburgh, we had learned everything there was to know about magic. I had read a number of illuminating books, we had watched several illusionists perform, and we had even crafted our own illusions. It had been the most challenging and yet most rewarding time that I had spent with Teddy. I almost began to enjoy myself, and Teddy's moods had definitely brightened. Today, however, Teddy seemed uneasy. He'd been looking forward to the opening of the exposition. The entire city of Seattle had talked of nothing else since we'd arrived. But from the moment I awoke, he'd been snappish and mean, shouting at me for every perceived shortcoming. I was too slow, dressed too sloppily, too quiet, too loud. Nothing I did pleased him. I had been thrilled to leave the house, hoping the fair would alleviate what vexed him, but he barely acknowledged my existence as he stalked through the crowds. We finally came to stand at the entrance of the Beacon Theater. It was magnificent and reminded me of pictures that I'd seen of the Parthenon. The massive Doric columns and the frieze decorated with bas-relief depicting Orpheus playing his harp as he attempted to stroll from the underworld. Enough dawdling. Teddy grabbed my sleeve and pulled me toward the doors. As soon as I saw the signs for the Enchantress, I understood Teddy's nervous urgency, and I didn't speak again until we had taken our seats. We were near enough to the stage that we could see well, but the theater was filling so quickly that if we'd arrived 5 minutes later, we might not have found seats at all. "The exposition is fantastic," I said, trying to draw Teddy out. His bad moods nearly always became my problem eventually. "Did you see the lights? I can't imagine what it's going to look like after sunset." Teddy looked around the theater and wrinkled his nose. "It's nice, I suppose, but the fair organizers should be more selective with the types of people they allow inside." He glanced meaningfully at a black couple 3 rows in front of us. Seattle was certainly different from many of the other cities we had traveled through, especially those in the South. According to a local newspaper, everyone was welcome to work at and attend the AYPE, and black visitors were reportedly treated exactly the same as white. I wasn't certain how true that was in reality, seeing as Teddy wasn't the only person glowering at the black couple in the theater, but they wouldn't have been allowed through the doors if we'd been in a city like Knoxville or Wilmington, where Jim Crow laws were punishing black communities for the crime of simply existing. The Alaska-Yukon Pacific Exposition had promised attendees a glimpse into the future, and so far I felt cautiously optimistic about what I'd seen. "Watch this performance carefully, Wilhelm," Teddy said. "The Enchantress is our competition. Whatever she does, we must do better. Not that I think that will be much trouble." Teddy had as little regard for women as he did for anyone who didn't look like him. He had sneered at the idea of a woman receiving top billing at the Beacon. I thought it was dangerous to disregard her, but the fact remained that it was unlikely the Enchantress, or any stage magician, could perform the magic tricks Teddy had devised. The primary reason was that they relied on my talent. With my ability to transport people and objects instantaneously from one place to another, Teddy could dream up illusions unlike anything the world had ever seen. Additionally, Teddy seemed to possess a natural flair for dramatics, and so with my talent and his theatricality, anything felt possible. I caught Teddy watching me curiously. "You've done well these past few weeks," he said. "At times, you almost seemed happy." I have been. I still wasn't certain what Teddy's ultimate goal was, but I had truly enjoyed learning the art of magic and illusion. I had nearly been able to fool myself into believing that he was a magician and I was his assistant and that this was our life. But that, too, was an illusion. A family, a mother and father with 2 young children, took seats nearby. The 2 girls were polite and quiet, yet their excitement bubbled just under the surface, barely contained by their manners. Their parents doted on them, smiling with boundless love. "Do you still think about them?" "Pardon?" I'd heard Teddy's question, but my attention had been on the family, and so it took a moment for me to realize what he had said. "Do you think they still remember you?" Teddy asked. I caught Teddy's eye and held it. "Even if they do," I said, "you are my family now." "You're a good boy, Wilhelm." Teddy patted my leg as the lights in the audience dimmed. The curtain slowly pulled back to reveal a woman with ringlets of gold cascading to her shoulders standing in the center of the stage. Behind her, a plain white backdrop remained. It looked like a mistake, like one of the stagehands had forgotten to pull it up, but I got the sense that nothing happened during the Enchantress's shows by mistake. Dressed in a pale violet gown, the Enchantress looked around, pretending as though the theater was empty. Spotlights cast her shadow against the backdrop. Quietly at first, but gently rising, a waltz played on a violin began to fill the theater. I searched for its source, but the orchestra pit was empty, and the Enchantress was alone on the stage. As the song played on, the Enchantress grew more forlorn. "Look!" shouted someone from the audience. I didn't understand at first, but then I saw it. A second shadow had joined the shadow of the Enchantress, yet she remained alone on stage. I turned in my seat to see if it was some trick with the spotlight, but there was nothing between the light and the stage. The second shadow bowed to the Enchantress and offered her its hand. The Enchantress hesitated, but her shadow did not. While the Enchantress stood motionless, her shadow took her shadow partner's hand, and they began to dance across the backdrop. The shadow dancers moved with grace and were not bound by gravity. They danced through the air and across the backdrop. I was enraptured by the magic. I had never seen anything quite like it. As the song reached its end, the Enchantress's shadow returned to its mistress, while the other bowed and left the stage. Without uttering a single word, the Enchantress had taken us hostage, and without realizing it, we were glad to be held captive. The applause as the Enchantress moved to center stage and curtsied was thunderous. The front curtain closed behind her. "Welcome to the Beacon and to the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition," she said. "The world has come to Seattle, but tonight, in this theater, I'm going to show you magic from beyond this world." The Enchantress spoke with a husky breathlessness that seemed barely a whisper, but was loud enough that her voice reached to the theater's farthest corners. The curtain rose again, and the Enchantress stepped back. Atop a low platform stood a young man with auburn curls and freckles scattered across his fair skin, wearing a black suit and a devious smile, as if he knew a secret that he was desperate to tell. Though he wasn't doing anything other than standing still as a marble statue, I couldn't stop watching him. "Next, for your amusement," the Enchantress said, "I'm going to remove from my lovely assistant his still beating heart." She was wonderful. Teddy raised his wineglass into the air, sloshing a bit over the side as we sat at the dinner table in our rented home. Miss Valentine, the young woman Teddy had hired to take care of the house and prepare our meals, had left us broiled steak and asparagus on toast for dinner, and a pineapple upside-down cake for dessert. "The Enchantress?" I asked. "Of course, the Enchantress. Who else would I be talking about?" "She was quite good," I said. "So was her assistant." Teddy snorted. All he had to do was stand there and look pretty while she did the work. It seemed to me that Teddy and I had watched two entirely different performances, because the Enchantress's assistant seemed as involved in many of her illusions as she was. "Does that worry you?" I asked. Teddy reached across the table and served himself a slice of cake. "Your abilities are real magic," he said. "No one can compete with that, not even the Enchantress." With my talent, I could transport any object onto or off of the stage, including small animals and other people, though I could only move people by traveling with or by trading places with them. But at least thus far, I had never known or heard of anyone capable of similar feats. The challenge had been how to disguise my talent as stage magic. Our performances needed to thrill the audience without arousing their suspicions. "What do you think of Miss Valentine as my other assistant?" "I think she'll do well." Miss Valentine was only a couple of years older than me, and she was beautiful and kind. The first thing she'd noticed had been my books, most of which she knew of or had already read. "Excellent," he said. "I've already asked her. She'll begin rehearsing with us tomorrow." I nearly dropped my fork. "Did you tell her about my talent?" Teddy laughed. "Of course not. We'll tell her she doesn't need to know how the illusion works." "But when she disappears from one place and ends up in another," "I'll tell her the trick involves mesmerism and is too complicated for her to grasp." Teddy licked cream off the side of his fork. "She's a sweet girl, excellent cook, but not too bright." I hadn't known Miss Valentine long, but I knew well enough that Teddy was underestimating her. What if she figures it out, though? The smile vanished from Teddy's lips. "You know exactly what will happen to her." My dinner turned to lead in my stomach. I couldn't let any harm come to Miss Valentine. "I'll make certain she doesn't learn the truth." "Good," Teddy said. Slowly, he continued eating his cake, but I remained still until he spoke again. "Tomorrow, you'll go to the Exposition and look for locations suitable for our needs." "Alone?" Teddy nodded. "I'd like to think I can trust you to do that one small thing." "You can," I said, trying not to sound too eager. "I hope so." Teddy's smile returned. "I know you wouldn't attempt to betray me again." "Yes, sir." As Teddy chewed, he tilted his head thoughtfully. "Do you think young Philip recovered from his burns? It was really quite dreadful. Even if he survived, he's unlikely to ever be the same." It had been a few years since the fire, but I could still hear Philip's screams as the cottage burned around him like it had happened yesterday. I could still see his twisted, charred hands, and the way the skin on his left side had melted like candle wax. "I'll find the perfect location for our first performance," I promised. "And then I'll return straight here." "Excellent." Teddy rubbed his hands together. "Because next week, we introduce the world to Laszlo."
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Wednesday, June 2nd, 1909. Ruth brought the horse cart to a stop in front of the entrance gate to the exposition and folded her hands in her lap. An older gentleman with vacant eyes and an easy smile wandered over to my side and tipped his hat, while a second guard stood near the rear of the cart. "Morning, Mr. Clarkson," Ruth said, with a breezy familiarity. She seemed to know everyone at the exposition. "A little early, ain't it?" Clarkson said. "Sun was up at 4 this morning, and I was up with the sun, so don't blame me." Ruth gave him a wink and a grin. She was laying it on thick, but the guard seemed to be buying it. "What have you got back here?" called the second guard. I slipped out of the cart to get a better look at him. He was thick and squat, with the swagger of a man who carried a badge. The guard rested his hand on the nearest crate, and it took immense restraint not to yell at him to back away. "Have you met Jack Nevin yet?" Ruth said to Clarkson. "He's the assistant to the Enchantress who's performing at the Beacon." "And these crates are her property," I added, "just like it says on the side." Mr. Clarkson seemed impressed, but the other guard definitely wasn't. "Good for her, but I didn't ask who they belonged to. I asked what was in them." "Come on, Mr. Gibaldi. You can't ask a magician to reveal her secrets," Ruth said. If she was nervous, she sure didn't show it. This was the first time we were smuggling alcohol in, and it would be a disaster if we got caught. Clarkson would have let us through already, I was sure of it. But Gibaldi was going to be trouble if I didn't do something. I held up my hand and a card appeared. The Jack of Spades danced from one hand to the other, appearing and disappearing quicker than the guards could follow. It turned into a coin that I rolled across my knuckles, and then back into a playing card. Finally, the card multiplied and transformed into 2 tickets, which I held out to the guards. "If you want to know how the Enchantress's illusions work, you'll have to come see the show and work it out for yourselves." Clarkson snatched the tickets from me so fast that he must have feared I might change my mind. But Gibaldi folded his arms across his chest and leveled a baleful stare at me. "Nothing comes through here without being inspected." "Or," I countered, "we could send someone to wake Mr. Henry Dosh so that you can explain to him why you're harassing the Enchantress's assistant, who's only trying to do his job. I'm certain he'd be thrilled to educate you on the reasons why you're not entitled to paw through equipment belonging to the Enchantress. Or he might simply show you the exit. He doesn't seem like the type of man who takes kindly to having his time wasted before breakfast." The guard scowled at me, but let his hand fall from the crate. He finally nodded at Clarkson, who opened the gate to let us pass. "Thank you kindly." I produced another pair of tickets and slipped them into his shirt pocket before climbing back into the carriage and holding on, while Ruth drove the horse forward. When we were out of earshot, I said, "That was close. If he'd moved his hand a little to the right, he would have realized just how fresh that paint was." Ruth had met me that morning at the building in Wallingford that Evangeline had rented to use as a workshop and rehearsal space. We'd painted "Property of the Enchantress" on the crates containing the booze before driving to the exposition grounds. "Do you really know Henry Dosh?" Ruth asked. I snorted. "Heck no. I saw his picture in a souvenir guidebook." My snort turned into a chuckle, but Ruth wasn't laughing along. "What's wrong?" You weren't scared of them even a little, were you?" "What was there to be scared of?" I asked. Ruth finally did laugh, but it was tinged with bitterness. "It must be nice to be you." Of course, I'd been anxious about getting caught with the alcohol, but those guards hadn't been much of a threat. They were just a couple of men with a little bit of authority who thought they could push people around. "Come on," Ruth said when we reached the back of the beacon. "Let's unload these cases, and then I'll give you the real tour of the exposition." While I'd gotten to explore the fair a little on my first day, most of what I'd seen had been glimpsed while I was running from the exposition guards, so I hadn't really had the time to stop and absorb it all. Ruth took it upon herself to remedy that. She introduced me to Madame Zelda at the Temple of Palmistry, who told me that I would lead a tragically short life but would find a great love. We rode the Fairy Gorge Tickler and Aladdin's Magic Swing, and she told me to avoid Dixieland, which seemed like a good idea. We toured an upside-down house and rode Shetland ponies. Ruth seemed to know everyone, the ticket takers and the spielers, the young woman selling grape juice and the older man selling Heyer's root beer and German rose cake. It seemed to me that they all had a smile for her. I had stood in the Sistine Chapel and stared up at that magnificent ceiling painted by Michelangelo, overwhelmed with awe. I had touched the walls of the Colosseum in Rome and had felt the blood and history soaked into the stones speak to me. But the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition was something else entirely. It was the magic of the future and the past, of nature and technology, married in this one fleeting place for the world to visit. And in 137 frantic days, it would be gone. All of us visiting and working at the exposition were living in a bubble that would eventually burst and take this strange and wonderful world along with it. Ruth led me into the Alaska building with the promise of an exhibit that I had to see to believe. Despite the early hour and the heat, bodies pressed against mine as we moved through the room, and I had to keep my hands in my own pockets to prevent them from wandering into someone else's. "Here." Ruth took my sleeve and pulled me the rest of the way through the crowd, ignoring the dirty looks people gave her for pushing to the front. We stood before an iron cage, inside of which rested a pedestal covered with gold in a glass case. Gold bars, gold nuggets. More gold than I had ever seen in one place in my entire life. With that much money, I could buy one of Ford's new Model T automobiles. Heck, I could buy 10. I didn't know what I'd do with 10 cars, but they'd still be mine. "Can you believe those rocks are worth over $1 million?" Ruth said. My fingers itched, and I reflexively checked out the lock to see how secure the cage protecting the gold really was. Did this gold really come from Alaska? The lock was impressive, though I bet I could crack it if given enough time. Ruth nodded. "Imagine going out there with nothing and coming back with more money than you could spend in a lifetime." "Hardly seems possible." "What would you do with that much money?" I asked. Ruth hardly paused before answering. "Pay back Madame O, quit dancing, get out of Seattle, and go to college." "Sounds like you got it all planned." "Pretty much," Ruth said. "But what do you owe Madame O for? I thought she was supposed to pay you." "Sure, but after food and lodging and travel, the girls who dance for her always end up owing more than they earn." She sighed. "That's why I'm risking my neck sneaking booze into the fair." I eyed the gold. "Maybe there's a way—" "Don't even think about it," Ruth said. She motioned at the guards. There were 4 positioned nearby. "They're always watching." "People are easily distracted." "There's the lock on the gate," she went on, "and the glass case has an alarm on it. Anyone touches it and it goes off." A challenge, sure, but still possible. "At night, the case lowers into a vault that's guarded at all times. Besides, how would you even get it out? Those bars are heavy. That's almost 1,000 pounds of gold right there. Ruth patted my back. I don't care how good you think you are. No one could steal that. We stood in front of the iron cage until the press of people behind us became too much, and we retreated outside to sit by the cascades. Water flowed gracefully down the successive terraces to Geyser Basin at the bottom. It was different here than along the pay streak. People wandering around the Court of Honor were better dressed, and they didn't hardly try to hide the contemptuous side-eye they kept throwing me and Ruth, like they were better than us. Which was silly, because they didn't have a single thing that I couldn't take if I wanted it badly enough. "I met your friend George," I said. Ruth raised an eyebrow. "George is no friend of mine." "He implied he was more than a friend." "I bet he did. Tried to threaten me and said I'd better stay away from you." A young man with thick brown hair and bright blue eyes was standing in the shadow of a column at the entrance of the government building. I felt like he was watching me and Ruth, but the moment I looked in his direction, he turned away. "Is that all he said?" Ruth asked. "He made a lot of grunting sounds," I said, which made Ruth laugh. "What's George's problem?" "His problem's that he doesn't know the meaning of no." I'd seen a number of men like that chase after Evangeline over the years. They hardly saw her as a person. In their eyes, she was theirs to claim, and she had no say in the matter. Sometimes Evangeline played along, but she wasn't the type to belong to anyone. Those men eventually got what was coming to them. "Do you want me to handle him for you?" I asked. Ruth was shaking her head before I'd finished. "Stay out of it, Jack. I know a few ways to guarantee he won't bother you anymore." "I'm serious," she said. "George McElroy isn't your problem. He's mine, and I'll take care of him my own way." I held up my hands in surrender. "Fine, but if you change your mind, Evangeline has some excellent methods for dealing with men like George McElroy that I'm sure she'd be delighted to share with you." Ruth answered, but I didn't hear what she said because I felt like I was being watched again. The young man from earlier was standing under a shade tree this time. He looked away when I caught him. "Do you know him?" I asked, but when I pointed toward the tree, the boy was gone. "Who?" Ruth asked. I furrowed my brow in confusion. "He was right there." "Still waiting for you to tell me who." "He was—" I shrugged. "I don't know who he was." "Maybe you're seeing things. Are you feeling okay?" Embarrassment crept into my cheeks. "I'm not seeing things." "Well, there's no one there now," Ruth said. "And people don't just disappear." I shook my head. "You're right. I'm probably just tired." Ruth bumped my shoulder and smiled. "Well, wake up. I still have to show you the baby incubators." "The what?" Ruth fired off a laugh and grabbed my hand. "Come on, you just have to see them for yourself." Lucia was working at the shop in Wallingford when I stopped by to tidy up the mess I'd left that morning. She wore a man's trousers and shirt while she pored over a drawing on the drafting table. At first, when Lucia had joined our strange family, I'd worried that Evangeline intended her to replace me. But Lucia and I were nothing alike. Lucia read machines the way I read locks and pockets. I could hand her the diagram for an illusion, and she could build it with one hand bound. We'd grown closer over the years, but I still felt a distance between us. She loved me, but would never fully trust me. I didn't think she would ever trust anyone. Lucia rubbed her right thigh and stood, leaning on the edge of the table for support. I retrieved her cane from where she'd left it by the door and brought it to her, startling her in the process. "When did you get here?" Lucia looked as exhausted as I felt. "Only a few minutes ago," I said. "I didn't want to bother you." "What are you doing here?" Lucia's intelligence was only matched by her lack of tact. I pointed toward the table where I'd left the paint can and brush. I didn't have time to clean up before I left this morning. I told her about Ruth and our partnership. "Have you been to the Exposition yet?" I asked. "You wouldn't believe what I saw. They have these machines for keeping babies alive. I bet you could build something like them, but better." Lucia sat on a low chair and massaged her leg. In all our years together, she'd never told me what had happened. I'd seen the scars that looked like someone had scooped out a handful of her thigh, but she'd never offered to explain, and I'd never asked. "I'm waiting for the crowds to thin out," Lucia said. "Too many people don't pay attention to where they're walking." She wasn't wrong. I tried to imagine her navigating yesterday's crowds. She could have done it, but it would have been dangerous, both for her and for the people who got in her way. I took a peek at the drawing Lucia had been working on, but I couldn't make heads or tails of it. "New illusion?" Lucia nodded. "If I can ever make it work. I call it the Phoenix." "Sounds dangerous." Most illusions were dangerous if they weren't performed properly. Evangeline hated work, but even she refused to go on stage with an illusion that we hadn't rehearsed until it was perfect. "Not for me," Lucia said. "Not if Evangeline never lets me on stage." Weariness hit me hard, and I collapsed into a seat across from Lucia. "Why do you want to go on stage so badly anyway?" Evangeline refused to let Lucia rehearse with us, but I'd caught Lucia practicing in secret and knew that she could perform nearly our entire roster of illusions at least as well as Evangeline and I could. "Do you know what people see when they look at me?" she asked. "A vicious troll with unkempt hair?" "Jack!" Lucia touched her hair, which was less unkempt than it was simply untamable. "A goblin with stinking breath and a massive bulbous nose?" My laughter filled the room, joined shortly after by Lucia's. But when the sound faded, Lucia was still sitting with her hands folded on the table. "Okay, Lou, what do you think people see?" "Nothing," she said. "They don't see me at all." Her answer felt like she'd socked me in the gut, and it took me a moment to catch my breath. "People see you. I see you." "No, you don't," she said. "You don't even see yourself." I didn't know what she meant by that, but before I could ask, she went on. "But on stage, people would have to see me. They'd see me the way they see Evangeline, the way they see you." "But the Enchantress isn't real." Lucia smiled and patted my hand like I was a child. "You think the Enchantress is who she is while she's performing, and that Evangeline, or whatever name she's using at the time, is who she really is. But it's the other way around." I rolled my eyes and said, "That's silly." But something about what Lucia said made sense in a way that I wasn't entirely certain I understood. "Do you ever think about leaving her, Jack?" "Leaving Evangeline?" I asked. "Why would I? We have everything." "Maybe." "You're not going to leave, are you?" I asked, even though the idea was ridiculous. Where would Lucia go? How would she survive without us? "Of course not." Lucia stood and turned back to her drafting table. "I'll see you for dinner tonight." Lucia might have said she wasn't considering leaving. I'd heard her say the words, but I'd also heard her hesitate. And I didn't know what to make of that.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Monday, June 7, 1909. Jessamy Valentine looked stunning as she twirled. Her gown caught the afternoon sunlight and shimmered, casting reflections on the walls of the home Teddy had rented for us in Seattle. "This is the most gorgeous thing I've ever owned." "Teddy had it made especially for this evening, Miss Valentine," I said. "Tonight, Our first performance. Teddy had chosen one of the locations I'd scouted, finally deciding on the courtyard in front of the Formosa tea house. It was inside the pay streak where we were sure to attract attention. It met all of Teddy's requirements, and it was near the Beacon Theater, but not too near. He planned for us to begin our performance as the Enchantress's audience was leaving her show, timing it so that they would be sure to see us. With a light-hearted laugh, she said, "How many times do I have to ask you to call me Jessamy? Miss Valentine makes me feel like an old maid, and we're practically the same age for Pete's sake." "I'm sorry." She had asked repeatedly, but my mind had been occupied with our upcoming show. We had worked hard to ensure our success, but so much of it depended on me and my talent. Not only was I afraid of what would happen if I failed, I was scared of what would happen if it all went right. I'd never used my talent so publicly before, and there was no telling what the consequences might be if someone discovered the truth. "You look a little green, Wilhelm," Jessamy said. "You're not nervous, are you? Your tricks are positively mystifying." Jessamy had proven a willing assistant, and what she lacked in theatrical talent, she more than made up for in enthusiasm. She also seemed to have accepted Teddy's explanation regarding the illusions she was involved in, but I suspected she knew he wasn't being honest with her. Either way, I couldn't discuss the real reason for my anxiousness without putting her life in danger. "If you'd seen the Enchantress's act, you'd be nervous too." Jessamy shrugged. "Between taking care of my mother and working for Mr. Barnes, I haven't had time for the exposition." I looked at her with surprise. "You haven't seen any of it?" Jessamy shook her head. "Is it as wonderful as they say in the papers?" "Better. It's like having the whole world in one place. There's a family of acrobats you should see. At night, the fair is lit up like heaven, and there are fireworks. Surely you've seen the fireworks. The entire exposition is like something out of a dream." "Then I'll definitely have to see as much of it as I can," Jessamy said. "It might be my only chance to see the world." Jessamy's exuberance had faded, replaced by a wistfulness that didn't suit her. "Why is that?" Jessamy glanced up, and a weak smile reappeared. "There's not much chance I'll ever get to leave Seattle." "I'm sure that's not true." Jessamy flopped down in a chair at the table and let out an explosive sigh. "You just don't know, Wilhelm," she said. "The world doesn't expect much from girls like me except for us to look pretty, marry well, and have a few children. I had to quit school to look after my mother, and I took the job working for Mr. Barnes because we needed the money. Do you think my mother thanked me for that? No. All she wanted to know was when I thought I might find a husband." "That sounds terribly unfair," I said. "It is. Maybe I'd like to marry one day when I'm older, but there are so many other things I'd like to do first." "Like what?" A dreamy expression settled over Jessamy. "I'd like to travel across the ocean, explore the world, and write about my adventures for the girls like me who can't escape their lives. I could be a journalist, maybe, or I could be a detective, like Sherlock Holmes. Did you know the Pinkertons hire women?" I hadn't, and I said so. "You could do those things. Last week you were looking after us, and today you're a magician's assistant. Anything is possible." Jessamy pursed her lips like she was considering what I'd said and wasn't certain if she believed it. "How did you come to travel with Mr. Barnes?" she asked. "I know you can't be his son." This statement took me so by surprise that I could barely manage to mumble more than a few unintelligible sounds before Jessamy went on. "He's old enough to be a father, but you don't look much alike." Not that that proves anything definitively. I've got a cousin with the most beautiful black hair whose parents are both blonde as a wheat field. I finally found my voice and said, "Then how did you know?" Jessamy smiled, seeming pleased with herself. "It's the way you act toward each other. You're respectful of him, but you don't respect him. You're eager to please him, but you don't love him. And he treats you more like a prize-winning pony than a son." I was right that Teddy had underestimated her, but so had I. In a week, Jessamy Valentine had come dangerously close to seeing the truth about my relationship with Teddy. The one thing she hadn't gleaned was how dangerous he was. It was a miracle that she had voiced her hypothesis to me instead of him, and it had probably saved her life. I wished I could tell her the truth, but it wouldn't have been fair of me to burden her with problems she couldn't help solve but would doubtless want to try. Instead, I told her the story Teddy had fabricated. Teddy was a friend of my family's. My mother and father died in an accident, and Teddy was kind enough to take me in, even though he never wanted children. "That's awful," Jessamy said. "How old were you?" 4. "And you and he have been together since then?" I didn't have to fake the grief that haunted my eyes. "We have. Teddy takes care of me, even with my illness." "If anyone should marry, it should be Mr. Barnes," Jessamy said. "You deserve a proper family and a home." The thought of staying in one place, of having a home, sounded as improbable to me as the idea of leaving Seattle did to Jessamy. I belonged to Teddy, and he would never let me go. I cleared my throat and offered Jessamy my arm. "We should make our way to the trolley stop. We have a magic show to put on, and Teddy will be furious if we're late."
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Beacon Theater. Monday, June 7th, 1909. I stood off stage while Evangeline basked in the enthusiastic applause of the audience. She wore a gown the color of sunrise and a slender tiara that she'd worked into her hair. She looked like a queen soaking up the adoration of her subjects, and there was no doubt that they loved her. We'd been performing at the Beacon for a week, and we'd never played to anything less than a full house. In fact, we'd already been warned that we'd packed too many people in and had become a fire hazard. When the curtain finally closed, I met Evangeline at her dressing room door with a glass of her favorite champagne and 3 sealed envelopes. She took the glass, but wrinkled her nose at the letters. "More invitations, I suppose?" Evangeline glided past me into her dressing room and sat on the chaise longue. She wasn't the only performer who used the theater, but she'd still demanded, and had received, her own dressing room. "Mr. Harper," I said, "again. But these new ones are from Mr. Rockport. That man is old enough to be my father. And Miss Chevalier." Evangeline snatched that letter from me. "Eustace Chevalier is someone I wouldn't mind becoming acquainted with." The letters began after the first performance. Poetry, invitations, missives promising enduring love and devotion. Evangeline ignored them all, and I only brought to her attention the ones I thought might interest her. There were a dozen more each night that I disposed of. Evangeline only cared about the attention. The entire city of Seattle, the state of Washington, and much of the country were talking about the Alaska-Yukon Pacific Exposition, and they rarely spoke of it without mentioning the Enchantress. No one who was anyone came to the fair without buying a ticket to see her perform. "Did you hear the applause, Jack? It was louder than last night's." "They love you," I said. "There was another article about you in today's Star." Evangeline waved it off as if it were meaningless. "Didn't I promise you this would be better than Paris?" "You did." "When was the last time you even thought about your fragrant cheese boy?" she asked. "What was his name? Timothy?" Thierry. And she was right. I hadn't thought about Thierry since arriving in Seattle. And even as she brought him up, the trivial discomfort I'd felt at leaving him had all but vanished. "I never doubted you." Evangeline sniffed and wrinkled her nose. "I wish your sister felt the same." While Evangeline and I had rehearsed and performed, Lucia had hardly left the workshop. I'd even tried to cajole her into spending time at the fair with me and Ruth, but Lucia was stubborn. "She does," I said. "Then she might try to show a little more appreciation for all that I've done." Evangeline set her champagne flute down and turned her attention to me. It was like having the sun decide you were the only person on the planet deserving of its warmth. "Promise me you won't ever leave me, Jack." "Leave you?" I asked. "Why would I leave you?" Evangeline waved her hand non-committally in the air, but watched me pointedly, still waiting for my answer. "I'm not going anywhere, I promise." Evangeline relaxed. "You're a good boy, Jack. Run along now. I know you must have better things to do this evening. I certainly do." I backed out of the room as Evangeline dismissed me and ran into George McElroy. "Watch out," I said. "Where are you off to in a hurry?" he asked. "Going to see Ruth?" I tugged on my coat to straighten it and scowled at George. "That's none of your business. And what exactly are you doing skulking around Evangeline's dressing room?" "I wasn't skulking." "You don't belong back here, and you know it." George clenched his fists, but a smile quickly replaced his frown. "See you around, Jack." Ruth and I walked arm in arm along the pay streak as the sun began to set. All around us, crowds of people drunk on excitement ran and chattered. They were life, and I drew energy from them. Their exhilaration was my own. Ruth and I watched folks board the scenic railway, stopped by the baby incubators to peek in on the little squallers, avoided Dixieland, and waved at Princess Lala and her asp. Seattle wasn't my home any more than London or Paris or Rome had been, but Seattle was the first place that felt like it could be home. There was a charm here, a sense of adventure. It was infectious in its way. I felt like I could see my future spread out before me, boundless and free. I didn't understand how Lucia and I could be in the same city, and yet I was happy, while she greeted each new day with profanity and a frown. Evangeline's comment about Lucia was still on my mind, and I brought it up with Ruth. "Evangeline's always been harder on Lucia," I said, after telling her about our conversation at the Beacon. "Why?" Ruth asked. "Don't know. Never thought about it." Ruth rolled her eyes at me. "Didn't you say Lucia wants to perform? Maybe Evangeline could let her." I shook my head. "Evangeline hardly lets Lucia help with anything but designing and building the equipment we use in the show." "Maybe that's the problem." "But it's what Lucia's good at." Honestly, I thought Lucia could probably be good at whatever she set her mind to, but when it came to the apparatuses she built, I'd never met anyone more brilliant. "Could be she's tired of being told what to do," Ruth said. "Could be that she's ready to be out on her own." "She's 16. I was 16 when I left home." I glanced at Ruth. "And you really don't regret it, do you?" Ruth shook her head. "Not one bit." "You weren't scared?" "Of course I was scared." Ruth smacked my arm like I was a fool for suggesting otherwise. "But if I let that stop me from taking chances, I'd never get to do anything fun." I admired Ruth. She was as fearless as Lucia was brilliant. And she was determined, too. I didn't think there was anything that could stand in her way once she'd set her mind to doing something. She'd said she was going to college and then to medical school, and I believed she would get there no matter what obstacles folks tried to throw up in her way. "Maybe you and Lucia could start your own magic show," Ruth said. "Me and Lucia?" "Sure. You don't really plan on staying with Evangeline forever, do you?" "Why wouldn't I?" I asked. "I've got everything I need." "Do you now?" Ruth raised an eyebrow at me. I wasn't sure what Ruth meant, and I was going to ask her to explain, but I noticed a crowd gathered in front of the Formosa tea house, and it pulled me toward it like iron filings to a magnet. Ruth and I managed to make our way to the front, where a man wearing a fine black evening suit stood surrounded on all sides by an audience. It only took me a moment to recognize a fellow magician. The man had a well-groomed mustache, a narrow patrician nose, and a weak chin. His costume would have looked at home on the stage of the Beacon, but it looked out of place amongst the crowds of the Pay Streak. "Who is he?" Ruth asked. I was going to tell her I didn't know, but a woman beside Ruth said, "He said his name is Laszlo. Isn't he wonderful?" I didn't see anything terribly wonderful about him, but he'd attracted quite an audience, and I figured I might as well stay. The golden light from the setting sun cast its glow on the magician, giving him an otherworldly radiance. "Is this your card, young woman?" Laszlo held the Queen of Spades out and up high for everyone to see. He spoke with a gentle accent that I couldn't place. The young woman standing in front of him giggled and said, "No, sir." Laszlo frowned. Deep creases lined his brow. "Are you quite certain?" The young woman nodded, unsure whether she should be embarrassed by or for the magician. Others were beginning to laugh at seeing Laszlo outwitted by a child, though I suspected their reaction was premature. Laszlo pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Then I don't know." He paused. His eyes lit up. Laszlo had a deep, smooth-speaking voice, and he performed with a practiced ease that I couldn't help but admire. He snapped his fingers. "May I assume this is your father?" The girl nodded as the man standing next to her said, "I am." "Your hat, sir," Laszlo said, "if you don't mind." The man removed his well-worn cap, looking a bit bewildered, and handed it to the magician. "The card must have leaped from your daughter's mind to yours." Laszlo reached into the hat and removed a card, this time the ace of clubs. "Now, young woman, is this your card?" The girl beamed and clapped. "It is!" But before her applause could spread, Laszlo tilted the cap upside down, and more cards began to spill from within, each one an ace of clubs. When the flow finally stopped, Laszlo tapped the cap, freeing the last of the cards, and then returned it to the girl's father with a cheeky bow. The illusion was an easy one, though I couldn't deny that Laszlo carried it off with a pleasingly breezy panache. Where the Enchantress performed for the audience, this Laszlo seemed to perform with them. "And now," Laszlo said, "if you wouldn't mind providing me with a bit more room." The crowd backed up, forming a circle around the magician. Allowing himself to be surrounded was a challenging way to perform. It increased the danger that someone might spy the secret of a trick. He was either supremely confident or a fool. While Laszlo spoke, elaborating on the difficulty of an illusion such as the one he was about to perform, a young man entered the circle. He was tall, with thick brown hair and sky-blue eyes framed by heavy brows. He was dressed in a suit that was so deeply scarlet that it was nearly black, and he moved delicately, as if fearful of making a sound. There was something familiar about him. I'd seen him before, I was sure of it, but I couldn't remember where. I was so captivated by the young man that I nearly missed when Laszlo began. I call this illusion the butterfly. From within his coat, Laszlo produced a silk square of many colors that was the size of a handkerchief. Laszlo unfolded it, and each time he did, the square grew implausibly larger. The fabric itself seemed to catch the dying light like the skin of a bubble. Laszlo continued unfolding the fabric until it was as large as a bedsheet. What stands before you is a caterpillar. Laszlo motioned to the young man, his assistant. A poor, unfortunate, ugly thing. I didn't know if the young man was poor or unfortunate, but he was most certainly not ugly. He might not have been the most conventionally attractive boy I had ever seen, but like Bernini's Apollo and Daphne, he was intriguing, each new angle with a story to tell. Luckily for us, every caterpillar is destined to become something else through the magnificent power of metamorphosis. As Laszlo continued speaking, he began to wrap the young man tightly in the silk sheet. When nature demands, the lowly caterpillar will form a chrysalis. I could no longer see the young man, wrapped entirely as he was in the colorful cocoon, but he was clearly still inside. During this time of transformation, the caterpillar will shed its homely design, and later eclose as a creature far more beautiful, far more graceful. The caterpillar will emerge as... Laszlo dropped the silk cloth to reveal not the boy he had wrapped up, but a stunning young woman in a magnificent, sparkling gown. She stepped over the cloth and raised her arms, revealing intricately beaded wings designed to catch the light. A butterfly! I blinked. The audience gasped. Where had the boy gone? He had been wrapped up too tightly to have changed inside the cocoon, and there was no trapdoor for him to have traded places with the woman who'd emerged. For the first time in as long as I could remember, I had no idea how an illusion had been accomplished. I was as baffled and ignorant as the people around me. It was the greatest trick I had ever seen. The stunned silence lasted until Laszlo and the young woman joined hands and bowed. The applause that erupted lasted for a full minute. The crowd began to close in around them. People clamored to know how he had accomplished the feat. Laszlo and his butterfly made their escape, leaving the audience with nothing but amazement and awe, and leaving me with not a single clue how the illusion had been performed. I had missed something, clearly, but I didn't know what. Now that was a magic trick, Ruth said. But where did the boy go? I asked, not expecting an answer. There was nowhere for him to go. It was like he just disappeared. Got me, but forget studying medicine, Ruth said. I'm thinking I need to become a lepidopterist. I have to see the illusion again. Count me in, Ruth said. And while I suspected that Ruth, like most people who'd seen the trick, was eager for another peek at the butterfly, I was desperate to know how the caterpillar had disappeared.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Tuesday, June 15, 1909. He was there again. The Enchantress's assistant. I recognized him the first moment I saw him walking arm in arm with a beautiful young woman near the Cascades a week ago. I thought I saw him during our first show, though I was too nervous to do anything other than concentrate on the butterfly, so I couldn't be certain. Now, he had shown up again, though alone this time. He was among the first to arrive as Teddy donned the persona of Laszlo and began our performance in the wooded space in front of the hoo-hoo house. I don't know how he found us so quickly. Teddy insisted that we should perform in a different location each evening, but his cheeks were ruddy and he was breathing hard. Teddy was executing a simple illusion with a silver dollar where he passed it from hand to hand for a time and then asked someone from the audience to guess which hand it was in. He loved this portion of the show and took pride in his ability to carry out these straightforward sleights of hand without my help. Common legerdemain was not the reason people flocked to see Laszlo. It was merely the warm-up that provided the opportunity for word to spread that Laszlo had arrived. The butterfly was the actual reason for Laszlo's popularity. The simplicity and beauty of the illusion had been written about numerous times in the local newspapers. Some journalists had even attempted to speculate how Laszlo transformed me into Jessamy Valentine, though none had yet come close to the true explanation. Regardless, Teddy was starting to receive the recognition he sought. "You, young man, what's your name?" I looked up to see who Teddy had focused his attention on, and I was mortified to discover that he'd singled out the Enchantress's assistant. Either Teddy didn't recognize him, or he had, and was tempting fate. "Jack Nevin," he said. I was hidden at the edge of the crowd, but Jack still found me and offered the barest hint of a smile, as if daring me to interfere. "Well, Jack," Teddy said, "I want you to watch the coin. Watch it as it moves between my hands as if by magic. Watch closely." Jack's grin spread wider. "Oh, I will." Teddy began shuffling the coin between his hands, rolling it across his knuckles and flipping it through his fingers so quickly that even I had trouble following. But no matter how fast Teddy moved, there never seemed a moment when Jack didn't know exactly where the coin was. Finally, Teddy held his fists out, the coin tucked safely in his left hand. Jack pursed his lips and furrowed his brow, pointing hesitantly from one fist to the other. Most in the audience shouted for Jack to choose the right hand, because that's where they were meant to believe it was. A couple of people called for the left, and a suspicious young woman near the front suggested Jack should check Laszlo's pockets, which earned a round of laughter. But Jack's vacillation was for show. "The right?" Jack called. "You think the right?" His question was met with approval, and he turned back to Teddy. "Then I think the right..." He stopped, shook his head, and said, "No, I'm gonna go with the left." Teddy stiffened. "The left? Are you certain?" Jack shrugged, feigning indecision. It was a ruse that I could see through even if Teddy could not. "My gut says left, though that could be the Frankfurter sandwich I had earlier." He was slowly stealing the show. If Teddy opened his hand and proved Jack correct, Laszlo would be a laughingstock. Instead of stories in the Seattle Star about the master magician Laszlo and his beautiful butterfly, they would write stories about the incompetent illusionist who had been humiliated by a young man from the audience. Whatever Teddy's game was here, it would be over. Impulsively, I shifted the coin from Teddy's left hand to his right, and the only evidence that he had noticed was a slight twitch of his shoulders. "Let's see what we have." Teddy opened his left hand and showed that it was empty, immediately followed by his right hand, which held the dollar. "Sorry, Jack. Maybe next time." As Teddy moved on, Jack stood motionless, poleaxed. He stared at the space where Teddy's hand had been as if he couldn't believe what he'd seen. Guilt blossomed within me, its thorns piercing my heart for what I'd done to Jack Nevin. His brain simply couldn't process that the coin hadn't been in Teddy's left hand, where it should have been, and nothing could explain its absence. But that was because Jack didn't know about me and my talent. I felt Jack's eyes on me a moment later, watching me when he should have been watching Teddy. I avoided his gaze, hoping he'd lose interest, but when Teddy announced the butterfly, Jack was still fixed upon me. His eyes bored through the silk that Teddy wrapped me in. It was a relief when I entered the between and prepared to switch places with Jessamy, who was hiding around the corner of the hoo-hoo house, out of sight of the audience. From the between, the exposition sounded like the creation of the universe and smelled like humanity's boundless ingenuity. The World's Fair was filled with magic, and I was part of that. Small and insignificant, but still a part. But while I saw the winged souls of every person surrounding Teddy as time slowed and he prepared to unveil his butterfly, one burned more brightly than any other. It was a soul that seemed too big for its body, a soul so bright that it seared an afterimage into my vision that lingered for an hour. There was only one person in the audience to whom it could belong. A butterfly! The silk began to fall, and I was still inside. Faster than the arrival of the end of a perfect day, I changed places with Miss Valentine. I had nearly ruined the entire performance, yet I touched my lips and found myself smiling.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Hotel Sorrento. Tuesday, June 15th, 1909. Evangeline entered the sitting room wearing a dowdy, high-necked gown in the muted, neutral colors that were currently in fashion. Her brunette hair, a wig but an exceptional one, was pinned up and off her shoulders. The dress and makeup gave her the air of a matronly woman off to a meeting of the local temperance league. I had to look hard to find either Evangeline or the Enchantress in that costume. "You look like a woman on a mission," I said diplomatically. Evangeline picked at the fabric as if it were no better than bedding for sewer rats, when I knew that, in fact, it had cost Evangeline more than my entire wardrobe combined. "I look like my grandmother." "Then she must be quite a beauty." "She's dead, Jack." I was lucky Evangeline was in a fairly cheerful mood. The Enchantress continued to sell out every show and was the talk of the city. Offers were already coming in for opportunities after the close of the Exposition, and Evangeline, playing the part of the wealthy widow Jacqueline Anastas, had caught the attention of Herbert Kellerman, an entrepreneur who'd made his fortune in the shipping industry during the gold rush, and who was looking for a new business opportunity in which to invest, as well as a wife. "Well, you'll be happy to know that my side business is going well," I said. "While other outfits are scratching their heads trying to find new ways to sneak alcohol into the fair, Ruth and I roll it right through the gates." Evangeline turned in front of the floor-length mirror, looking for flaws that I would never see. "And what is our percentage again?" 11, I said, grimacing. I'd considered myself lucky to get that. Ruth was a fierce negotiator. But Evangeline clearly thought I'd been swindled, and she might have been right. "I'm not sure why you need that dancing girl at all," Evangeline said. "You should find out who her supplier is and deal with them directly." "Folks around the fair trust Ruth," I said. "I'm not sure how easy it'd be to push her out. Her customers might not want to do business with me if she's not around." Evangeline waved my concerns away. "Those are merely obstacles to overcome, and I have faith in you." Even if that were true, I couldn't stomach the idea of betraying Ruth. I'd only known Ruth a couple of weeks, but I'd been spending more time with her than with Evangeline or Lucia, a fair bit of which, lately, was devoted to chasing after Laszlo, and I'd come to admire and respect her. She'd introduced me to everyone worth knowing who worked at the fair, and I knew how much the money we were making meant to her. Turning on her would have been easy, but I wasn't sure I wanted to be the kind of person capable of doing it. I must have let my discomfort show on my face, because Evangeline said, "What is it, Jack?" "Ruth's my friend." "No, she's not." As I tried to argue, Evangeline cut me off. You might think she's your friend, but friendship is an illusion we use to cover the fact that we're all just using one another. When you've nothing left to offer her, she'll leave you. It was a variation of the rule Evangeline lived by for performing. Leave them while they love you. She never overstayed her welcome on the stage. Yet I wasn't sure it applied here. Ruth and I had a mutually beneficial business arrangement, but I thought we still would have been friends even without that. "Trust me, Jack," Evangeline said. "Everyone leaves sooner or later. Even your own mother is proof of that." It wasn't often that I thought about my mother. She hadn't left. Death had stolen her from me. Still, for nearly 10 years, Evangeline had been the one constant in my life. I didn't want to think about where I would have been without her, and I couldn't just dismiss her suggestion, no matter how uneasy it made me. "I'll think about it," I said. "Good boy." Evangeline's smile lit up the room and filled my heart. "In the meantime, I've been meaning to tell you and Lucia to begin preparing the drowned duet." "So soon?" Evangeline motioned at a newspaper that was folded on the table beside the sofa. "We have competition." I knew what I was going to read before I picked up the paper, but I was surprised to find the story on the front page. Mystery Magician Mesmerizes. For the second week, the enigmatic illusionist known only as Laszlo, along with his young assistant, has beguiled onlookers with surprise evening performances. So far, the magician has yet to appear in the same location twice, having been spotted in front of the Hoo Hoo House, at the base of the Alaska Monument, and on the pay streak at the Alaska Theater of Sensations. In addition to the standard repertoire of tricks, Laszlo performs an illusion he calls the butterfly, which must be seen to be believed. I read the article twice, hoping each time to learn the name of Laszlo's assistant, but it offered me nothing I hadn't already discovered during one of the many times Ruth and I had watched the show. "Have you seen this Laszlo perform?" Evangeline asked as she walked into the other room. Her suite in the Sorrento was far larger and more nicely appointed than mine, but I wasn't about to complain. "I have," I said, loudly enough for her to hear me. "And? What do you think of him?" I'd hardly thought of anything other than Laszlo and his performance since seeing it that first time, though most of my daydreams had centered on his silent assistant. When I looked up, Evangeline was standing in the doorway watching me impatiently. I said, clearing my throat. "He's good." "Better than me?" "Heck no." I waited for Evangeline to smile before continuing. "But he did a simple trick palming a coin, and I know it was in his left hand. I followed it the entire time, but it wasn't." Evangeline paused and lifted her eyebrow. "He fooled you?" I shook my head, recalling that evening with perfect clarity. "You don't understand. The coin was in his left hand. When I chose it, that's where the coin was. But when he opened his fists, it was in his right." "You were wrong, Jack. It does happen." "But I wasn't," I said. "The coin left an imprint from being held so tightly in his fist. His right hand had no imprint. Somehow, when I guessed that it was in his left hand, he switched it. And I'll be damned if I know how." "Maybe you should give this Laszlo a visit," Evangeline said. "If he's as good as you say, you might learn something interesting at his home." "No one knows who he really is or where he's staying." Evangeline flung a chilly look at me. "If you can't do as I ask, Jack, then I'm not sure what good you are." Her disappointment settled into my bones like freezing rain. "I didn't say I wouldn't. Of course I'll find him. Obviously." "Excellent. Every word they waste writing about him is a word they could be writing about me." She held out her gloved hand. Now, tell me I look beautiful, and make certain I believe it. Jack. Seattle, Washington, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Wednesday, June 16th, 1909. The exposition was crowded, and the day was cool and overcast. Ruth and I carried small cardboard boxes marked with the label for Carboline Hair Restorer that were bound for the ladies' hairdressing station where one of Ruth's customers worked. If anyone had opened the boxes, they would have found bottles inside bearing the same label. The only way for us to get caught with the alcohol was for someone to open a bottle and take a swig. Most of the people I'd known who made money in the gray areas of the law were always on the lookout for the next job and a bigger payday. Like Evangeline. She wasn't content to simply perform at the Beacon and rake in money from ticket sales. She wanted more. She was never satisfied. But Ruth treated bootlegging like it was just another job. She took it seriously and worked efficiently. She wasn't angling for a bigger opportunity. Bigger for Ruth meant something else entirely, and that got me curious. "Why medicine?" I asked. We'd stopped at Geyser Basin to catch our breath and watch the crowds. They'd come from all over, and the wonder of it never ceased to be amazing. Ruth frowned at me like I'd spoken French. "Why do you want to go to school for it? Seems like a lot of work to me." "I like fixing things," Ruth said. "Ever since I was little, I couldn't see something broken without trying to fix it." "There are other professions that fix broken things." Ruth shrugged. "But mending broken people is more interesting than mending a ripped shirt." I had expected a story about how she'd watched a sick family member die and had felt helpless, which had made her declare she would never feel that way again. I was honestly surprised that her desire to help people had such a simple origin. "So you want to spend however long it takes to become a doctor because you're curious?" "Wasn't aware I needed a better reason," Ruth said. Everything I learned about Ruth made me want to know more. The girl kept surprising me. We carried the boxes to the hairdressing station, where Dorothy Hughes took them from us and stored them in the back. She was a young black woman, maybe a year or two older than Ruth, with a smile as welcoming as the exposition itself. "You ought to let me do your hair, Ruth," Dorothy was saying. Ruth touched her curls. "Not if you paid me." The women both laughed. "You bringing your fellow here to church?" Dorothy asked. "I'm not really religious," I said. "Evangeline hates competition." Dorothy and Ruth both snickered. "He's not my fellow." Ruth pursed her lips. "She's trying to catch a butterfly," I said, "though I'm not sure she's got a big enough net." Dorothy flashed a sly smile. "A butterfly, huh? Then you finally got that boy to stop bothering you? What was his name? George?" The shy blush that had crept into Ruth's cheeks vanished, replaced by revulsion. "He's right up front almost every time I dance. Hardly misses a show." "Well, if you want Floyd to talk to him—" "I'll handle George McElroy," Ruth said in a tone even I understood. Shortly after, we left, walking back toward the theater. I hadn't brought up George since the last time, and I got the feeling that it wasn't a good idea to bring him up now either. Dorothy didn't mean actual church, did she? "It's the Bohemia after the fair shuts down. Some of us who work here get together. You're welcome to tag along any time." "Maybe I will." "There's dancing." "I can dance," I said defensively. "Sure you can." "I can." "I'll believe it when I see it." Ruth took my hand and pulled me toward the pay streak. "Come on, let's go find Laszlo. I have a feeling he's going to be near the tickler today." As it turned out, Laszlo set up his performance in the circle in front of the forestry building. When we arrived, sweating and out of breath, Laszlo was already wrapping his assistant in the silk cocoon. Of course, the only part of the show Ruth cared for was the end, and her whole face brightened when Laszlo said, "A butterfly," and revealed the young woman in her winged gown. As the crowds dispersed, Ruth tried to pull me away, but I let go of her hand. "There's something I have to do," I said. Ruth raised an eyebrow. "Do I want to know?" "Evangeline wants me to peek around Laszlo's workshop, and the fastest way to do that is to follow him home from the Exposition." I kept my eye on Laszlo. He was changing his coat and hat to something less conspicuous. "Looks like the boys are leaving without their butterfly," Ruth said. "Have fun following them. I think I'll see where she's heading." Laszlo and his assistant had already left, and I had to jog to catch up. Still, following them was easy. I kept far enough away that they wouldn't notice me, but stayed near enough to not lose them. As we walked along Pacific Avenue toward Rainier Circle, I wondered who the boy was to Laszlo. They didn't look related. It was possible that Laszlo had rescued his assistant the way Evangeline had rescued me and Lucia, though that would have been an awfully big coincidence. While my mind was off wandering, I got sloppy and hadn't noticed that the boy had turned around to look at me until it was too late. I tried to act casual, but the pair began walking faster. They seemed to be heading for the south exit, so I gave them a little more space. There was always the chance they could double back and head to the main entrance, but I couldn't afford to get caught. The consequences for failing Evangeline were never pleasant. Laszlo looked over his shoulder, but I dropped back to make sure I wouldn't be spotted again. He grabbed his assistant by the collar and shook him before they turned sharply and dashed behind the Japanese building. I fought the urge to follow them because there was nowhere for them to go. I waited at a cautious distance for them to come around one side or the other. It didn't matter which direction they went. I'd see them when they emerged from behind the building. When a couple of minutes passed and they hadn't reappeared, I strolled toward the building casually. I expected to find them hiding in the shadows, but there was no one there. I ran around to the other side, but Laszlo and his assistant weren't there either. There was no place for them to hide. Nearly bowling over a couple of gentlemen, I sprinted toward the trolley stop at the south exit. Laszlo and his assistant were already seated aboard the streetcar near the back. Laszlo caught sight of me, grinned, and tipped his hat as the trolley pulled away.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Thursday, June 17, 1909. I was lost in Northanger Abbey, swept up in Jane Austen's words, when I felt someone watching me. Teddy stood in my doorway, peering at me with a demon behind his eyes. I looked at him, expecting him to speak, but he didn't. He simply continued to stare until my skin itched. "Do you need me, sir?" I asked, trying to sound as meek as possible. "How was the cake?" The cake, chocolate, left by Jessamy, had been delicious. I glanced at the empty plate sitting on the nightstand by my bed. "I thought you said you didn't like—" There I am, sitting at the table, and right before my very eyes the last slice of cake vanishes. His tone was calm and even, but he was a seething pit of rage. Now, I knew where it had gone, but what if I hadn't been alone? What if Miss Valentine had been there? "I'm sorry." Teddy sprung like a coil and crossed the room. He snatched up the manacle and snapped it shut around my ankle, catching a bit of skin between the metal. I yelped in pain. "The other day, you moved the coin from my hand." His voice was as cool and unyielding as the iron restraint. I huddled on my bed in the corner and pulled my knees to my chest. "It was the Enchantress's assistant," I said. I recognized him from the night you took me to see her show." Teddy sneered at me. "And you didn't think that I had also recognized him?" "Of course you did, sir." "I saw him there, acting smug. He was with that girl." Teddy sneered. "She shouldn't have been allowed through the gates. This city's too welcoming for my taste. If we were in Mississippi, surely she wouldn't—" "I panicked," I said, heading off another of Teddy's odious tirades. "I thought he was going to find the coin." I had serious doubts about Teddy's claim that he had recognized Jack, but I didn't dare voice them aloud. It was only the day before that Jack had attempted to follow us from the fair after our show, and Teddy had forced me to risk traveling where people could have witnessed it. We were well hidden behind the Japanese building, and we only traveled far enough to escape, but it had still been dangerous. Teddy paced my small room. There was little in it besides a wash basin, a pot since I couldn't reach the toilet while chained to the bed, and a few books Teddy had brought me to pass the time. "You mustn't use your talent without my express permission." "I know, but—" "No excuses, Wilhelm." Teddy whirled on me, his hand drawn back. I flinched, awaiting the blow that never came. When I opened my eyes, his face had softened, almost as if he felt bad for yelling. "I don't know why you insist on disobeying me when I'm only trying to help you." "I'm sorry, sir." Teddy sat on the edge of the bed. The frame was wrought iron and heavy, and the mattress was thin. "My plan is working, Wilhelm. Tonight, I'm meeting with some very influential men who might invite Laszlo to formally join the Exposition. We could play at the Beacon right alongside the Enchantress and the Campbell sisters and that man with the ludicrous talking puppet." Since arriving in Seattle, I'd waited for Teddy to reveal that he had some nefarious purpose for bringing me here. But he'd thrown himself into the role of Laszlo, body and soul. Though it seemed implausible, Teddy appeared to enjoy performing simply for the joy of it. Maybe the attention he received as Laszlo could be enough for Teddy, and we wouldn't need to return to our lives of thievery. I doubted it, but I hoped nonetheless. "I want that for you," I said. Teddy patted my leg. "For us, Wilhelm. This is for us." "I won't do it again, sir." "You won't do what?" he asked. "Use my talent without your permission?" Teddy sighed as he looked into my eyes. "The day you say that and I believe you is the day you won't have to sleep chained to the bed." He pulled a bottle filled with round pink pills from his pocket, emptied one into his hand, and handed it to me. "Take your medicine." I swallowed the pill down, and my stomach clenched. I had to fight the nausea that washed over me in waves. Despite the medicine, my condition seemed to be worsening. Teddy stood in the doorway. "Try not to get into any trouble while I'm gone. I might not be back before morning." He shut the door behind him. I wasn't certain what kind of trouble Teddy expected I was going to get into, chained to the bed, but I wasn't going anywhere. Even if I could unlock the manacle around my ankle, I couldn't travel far, and Teddy had other means of ensuring I wouldn't attempt to escape. I grabbed Northanger Abbey and paged through the book until I found where I'd left off. I delighted in Catherine Morland's story and in her overactive imagination, but I couldn't help mourning the life I might have had if I'd never met Theodore Barnes. I couldn't help wondering whether I would have been preparing even now to attend a university or if I would have worked with my father instead. I couldn't help wondering if my parents would recognize me or if I would recognize them. My mother and father could have been somewhere in Seattle, arrived recently to see the Exposition, They could have watched me and Laszlo perform, and we might not have known each other. When I dreamed of returning home, it was to my parents that my imagination took me. But what if I no longer had a home to return to? What if Teddy was all I had left? The worst part was that I possessed a power like nothing else that existed, like nothing I'd read about in any book, and yet I was powerless. The space between the dreaming and waking worlds was similar to the between when I traveled, and I floated there with Northanger Abbey pressed against my chest. Errant noises drifted in and out of my consciousness, the echoes of nothing that often preceded sleep. The sound of the door opening pulled me from my slumber. Teddy must have returned, so I kept my eyes shut to avoid having to speak to him. Something felt wrong, however. Teddy wasn't careful. He wasn't quiet. I opened my eyes, and a bright light momentarily blinded me. I cried out once. Before I could do so a second time, a hand clamped across my mouth, and a body pinned me to the bed.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Thursday, June 17th, 1909. Seattle was a new city, barely older than me. It was only 20 years earlier that a tipped-over glue pot had caused a fire that destroyed 24 blocks, including the entire business district. Instead of picking up and moving, and why would they, the fire had all but eliminated the city's rodent problem. They rebuilt right on top of the rubble. The Seattle I walked through was a modern garden of tall stone and brick buildings, and the streets were lit by ornamental lamps that had replaced the older arc lights still used in many places. Seattle was a city standing on the cusp of the future, and the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition was its rallying cry to the world. I dodged a carriage as I strolled toward Elliott Bay, wearing clothes that fit in among the rougher class of people who lived in this area of the city. I was as comfortable dressed this way as I was in one of the handsome suits I wore to assist Evangeline on stage. Evangeline might have given me a taste for the finer things, but I'd never lost my appreciation for the life I'd left behind. My disguise was only a precaution. It was past midnight, and most folks were fast asleep, so I wasn't worried about being spotted as I made my way to the address that Ruth had given me. I still had no idea how Laszlo had gotten away from me. I'd gone back to the Japanese building and had circled it a dozen times, but the only way Laszlo and his assistant could have escaped without me seeing was if they'd sprouted wings and learned to fly. Luckily, Ruth had fared better with the butterfly, whose name was Jessamy Valentine. She'd learned that Jessamy had started out doing house cleaning and cooking for the magician before being asked to assist him in the show. Ruth even managed to find out where Laszlo lived. Ruth had told me the whole story while wearing the biggest grin I'd ever seen. I had a feeling Ruth and I had both gotten something we'd wanted. The building at the address Ruth had given me didn't look like much. Brick, 2 floors, with evenly spaced windows on each story. There was nothing to announce that a magician worked there. Not that I expected there would be. Laszlo had clearly made an effort to conceal his true identity. I stood in the shadows for an hour, watching for anyone entering or leaving. Ideally, I would have observed the building for a couple of nights to become familiar with Laszlo's schedule, but Evangeline was impatient. She'd told me to take a look around his workshop, and she wouldn't be happy with any delays. Thankfully, the windows were dark, and I hadn't seen movement within the building or around it. Relatively sure it was safe, I crept across the street and hugged the brick wall. I considered scaling the side and slipping in through a window, but instead I made my way to the back of the building, where I found a door with a pathetic lock that kept me entertained for less than a minute. I shut the door quietly behind me and then waited, listening for the telltale sounds that might indicate I wasn't alone. I heard nothing. The house was as quiet as an empty theater. From within my coat, I withdrew my pocket light and switched it on, shielding it with my hand. It had been a gift from Evangeline on my 13th birthday and was one of my most useful possessions. I crept through the kitchen, which was neat and tidy, and made my way around the house. It was smaller inside than it appeared, and sparsely decorated. That wasn't what bothered me, however. I found nothing to indicate that an illusionist lived or rehearsed there. As I sneaked about the ground floor, opening closets and shining my light into every dark corner, I found nothing but dust. No plans for future illusions. None of the apparatuses necessary to perform any type of magic trick. I began to wonder if I was in the wrong house altogether. It was possible that Ruth had been duped by Jessamy Valentine, provided with a false address to waste my time, or that they rehearsed somewhere else. But I was already there, and figured it couldn't hurt to finish searching, so I made my way toward the stairs. I crept up the steps, careful to keep as much of my weight off of them as I could. At the top of the staircase, a hallway led to 2 rooms. The door to one was open, the other was shut. I started with the open room since it was the closest. It was a bedroom with a sagging bed and a wardrobe in the corner. A quick look inside the wardrobe did little to help. I found a couple of black suits that looked similar to the type Laszlo wore, but they were a common style and could have belonged to any man. On a shelf above the suits, I discovered an unloaded revolver. I had never liked guns and left it alone. Sitting beside a wash basin, I found 2 decks of well-worn playing cards that looked promising. Beside them were also a pack of matches and a leather-bound journal. I reached for that first and opened the cover. The name Theodore Barnes was written in a pretty script inside. That didn't surprise me. I had always suspected Laszlo was a stage name. I flipped forward a few pages. "Damn," I muttered. I didn't know whether the journal contained the secrets to Laszlo's illusions, the story of his life, or a recipe for the perfect apple pie, because it was written in a cipher, which was both good news and bad. It was good because it meant I was probably in the right place. Few people had good reason to conceal their thoughts, and magicians were notorious for going to great lengths to protect their secrets. But it was bad because it meant I still knew nothing more than I had when I'd broken in. I considered taking the journal and giving it to Lucia. She was excellent at solving puzzles. But we had only been performing at the Exposition for 2 weeks, and we still had 4 months to go. Laszlo would surely notice it was missing, and we couldn't afford a repeat of Henri Chabrol. I paged through the journal a bit more, hoping to find something I could read, but it remained impenetrable. The only room left was the one at the end of the hall, though I held out little hope I'd find anything more useful behind that door than I'd found elsewhere in the house. Evangeline was going to be annoyed when I returned empty-handed, but I could at least tell her that I'd left no door unopened. Before turning the knob, I peeked through the keyhole. The room was dark. Even had the night not been cloudy, the new moon would have offered no light to speak of. I hated entering a room without knowing what I might find inside, but I gritted my teeth and went in. I shone my light around the room, illuminating a stack of books on a small stool, a wardrobe, and a piss pot. As I brought the light around, it landed on a bed. On a boy in the bed with a book on his chest. I froze. I should have shut off the light and run, but this was Laszlo's assistant, the unassuming caterpillar. I couldn't stop looking at him, at the way his chest rose and fell, at his hands splayed across the cover of the book he'd fallen asleep reading. As my senses returned and I realized I was being a fool, the boy opened his eyes, and his hand instinctively rose to shield them from the light. He spied me and cried out. My first instinct was to stop his shouting, so I crossed the room to the bed and tried to clamp my hand over his mouth. He was stronger than I expected, but I overpowered and quieted him. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said, hoping he believed me. I didn't know what to do next. If I released him, he might yell for help. If I ran, he might chase me. If he'd recognized me, he could tell the police. In trying to salvage the situation, I'd mucked it up worse. I didn't want to hurt him. I was considering what few options I had when I noticed a heavy chain running from the bed frame to a metal cuff around his ankle. What the devil? Well, at least I knew he couldn't chase me. Again, I should have retreated, and again I didn't. I'd stumbled on something that didn't sit right with me. My curiosity overrode my good sense. "If I take my hand away, do you promise not to yell?" Eyes wide, he nodded. The moment I removed my hand, he said, "You have to leave. He could come back any moment." "Who?" I asked. "Laszlo?" "Please, just go." I folded my arms across my chest, shone my handlight from his ankle to his face, and said, "Tell me why you're chained to the bed, or the only place I'm going is to fetch the police."
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Thursday, June 17, 1909. I lit the lamp beside my bed as Jack shifted a stack of books from a stool to the floor so that he could sit. He was dressed like a workman, and his hair was askew. His eyes darted from me to the chain and back. I couldn't tell what he was feeling, but it took me 3 attempts to strike the match to light the lamp, and I managed to burn my fingers on the second try. We sat across from one another, quietly taking each other's measure. I knew nothing about him other than that he was persistent and apparently had no qualms about entering another person's house without permission. "My name's Jack, by the way." "Wilhelm," I replied. "Wilhelm Gessler." "You're Laszlo's assistant." I nodded. "And you're the Enchantress's?" "How did Laszlo do that coin trick?" Jack asked. "I know you saw me there the other day, and I know the coin was in his left hand when I guessed it. How'd he move it to his right?" I had been preparing an answer for how we had escaped him when he'd followed us the other day, or for why I was chained to the bed, and his question left me speechless with my mouth agape. He could have asked anything, but that was what he wanted to know. "And don't tell me I'm wrong either, because I saw the imprint of the coin's edge in his left palm when he opened his hands." Jack was even more observant than I'd given him credit for, which made him a danger both to us and to himself. "Do you do this often?" I asked. "Do what?" "Break into another magician's home and demand they reveal their secrets?" I hoped he took the quavering in my voice as nerves left over from being startled awake to find a stranger looming over my bed. Jack pursed his lips. "I prefer to break into magicians' homes when they're empty." He motioned at me. Finding you here was a surprise. Teddy could return at any moment, and I wasn't certain what he'd do to Jack if he discovered him, but I knew what he was capable of. "You have to leave," I said. "Teddy will—" "Teddy? Laszlo. Laszlo's real name is Teddy?" Jack stared at me incredulously. "Theodore Barnes," I said, "and he's more dangerous than you know." Jack scoffed as if the world had nothing to offer that could truly frighten him. "Why has he got you chained to the bed?" Jack produced a worn leather case and from within that pulled a slender bit of wire. "I can have you out of that quicker than you can say, 'Thank you, Jack, you've saved my life and I don't know how I'll ever repay you.'" I jerked my leg away from him and scooted against the wall. "You mustn't." "I don't know what's going on here, but Laszlo or Teddy or whatever his name is hasn't got the right to keep you prisoner." "I'm not a prisoner." Jack raised his eyebrows. You're here by choice? Well, no. Then you are his prisoner. The Enchantress's assistant had broken into our house to steal Teddy's secrets, and he'd robbed me of my wits instead. He was quite literally the last person I expected to find in my bedroom. Every time I opened my mouth, the wrong words spilled out. "Please, just leave," I said. "Teddy will return soon, and I don't want him to hurt you." That finally seemed to give him pause. A smile graced his lips. "I'm touched by your concern for my well-being, but you still haven't told me why you're locked up." "And I can't," I said, "but you have to believe that it's for the best. Please." I waited for Jack to decide, unsure what he'd do. For his own safety, I prayed he would make the prudent choice and leave, but I also wanted him to stay. Possibly more than I'd wanted anything for myself in a long time. "Can I come back?" Jack asked. That was a question I hadn't expected. "What?" Jack looked around the room. "You've got a bed, books, clothes. You're clearly not in immediate danger. But I don't like whatever's going on here. Not one bit. So if you want me to leave now, you'll have to agree to let me return. Maybe eventually you'll trust me enough to tell me why you're in chains. Is that okay?" I was too stunned to speak, so I simply nodded. Jack stood. "Okay then. Tomorrow night?" Yes? I mean, no." I scrambled to make sense of my thoughts. Teddy might be home tomorrow evening, but Saturday night he has an engagement. Jack's face fell. "Saturday's no good. Evangeline and I are, well, I'm busy." The dim light of hope began to fade entirely. "Then, I don't know." Jack snapped his fingers. "I've got it. Leave me a note at the theater when it's safe for me to come, and I'll be here." "How will I do that?" His self-assured shrug hardly answered the question. "You made that coin jump hands without me seeing it, and you slipped past me the other day when I'm dead certain there was nowhere you could have gone. I'm sure you can find a way to get me a message." If only it were that easy. But I nodded my agreement. Jack paused at the door and turned back to me. "And Will?" "Yes?" "If I don't hear from you in a week, I'm going to the police." He disappeared into the hall and down the stairs, leaving me to stare at the ghost of him that lingered.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Saturday, June 19th, 1909. Nearly 3 weeks had passed since the start of the fair, and something new managed to surprise me every day. My eyes were big as saucers as I stood in a stuffy tent watching Madame Shell stick her head inside a lion's mouth. Madame Shell was tiny and the lion was enormous, but she treated the great beast like it was no more dangerous than a kitten, earning applause from the meager early morning crowd. Ruth sidled up beside me and nudged me with her shoulder. "I said meet me outside, Madame Shell's." I shrugged off the playful rebuke. "I got bored. If you'd waited, I could have gotten you in for free." "Who says I paid?" "Ivan." I assumed she meant the man outside the tent with a face that looked like one of Madame Shell's lions had chewed on it. "All right," I said. "I paid, but I didn't use my money." Ruth sighed for the heavens and shook her head. "You're incorrigible. Look, if God hadn't meant for me to pick pockets, he wouldn't have given me such nimble fingers. He could have intended for you to play the piano. I don't think that pays quite as well." Ruth grabbed my wrist and pulled me outside. We'd already brought in a couple of crates of liquor and unloaded them at the theater to deliver later, Lucia was holed up in the workshop and had thrown a shoe at me when I'd interrupted her, and Evangeline was spending the day in bed, still feeling delicate from overindulging the previous evening, so I had the entire day to do with as I pleased. "Where to first?" I asked. "How about that wireless telephone? I heard it can send a signal 200 feet. Or we could take a ride on the scenic railway." Ruth snorted. "I hate that train." I slipped my arm through hers. "What's that? You love the train? Then let's go." I dragged Ruth a few steps before falling into laughter. Older fairgoers wrinkled their noses at our display and moved around us as if we were surrounded by a bubble. "Why don't we see if Bud can get his dirigible off the ground today?" Ruth said. A shiver ran through me, but I let Ruth lead the way. "It's not right," I said. "People aren't meant to fly." Ruth laughed. "How's a burglar scared of heights?" I bristled at the accusation. "I'm not scared of heights, but those flying machines are unnatural. What's keeping them up?" "Science, Jack." "More like magic." "That's hilarious coming from a magician," Ruth said. "Okay, but I can explain how every illusion we perform is carried off." As Ruth opened her mouth to speak, I added, "I'm not going to, but I could. And I'm sure Bud could tell you how that dirigible of his stays in the air." "Maybe." The airship's pilot, J.C. Bud Mars, had gotten friendly with one of the dancers at the Bohemia where Ruth danced, and he spent a lot of time hanging around when he wasn't in his big balloon, so Ruth would know better than me what he could and couldn't explain. But I wasn't sure anyone could convince me that contraption was safe. Thankfully, I wasn't the one flying it. "Anything can be dangerous." Ruth pointed at a lamp along the path we were taking to the stadium where Mars would launch from. "Opening night, a single wire from one of these lights electrified the lawn outside the Symphony Hall and gave a handful of folks trying to get out of the rain quite a shock." The joke was terrible, but I laughed anyway. "Okay, but electricity's useful. What good is flying?" Ruth answered by way of a long-suffering sigh, and we walked together in quiet for a while, strolling through the gardens, even though the blooming flowers made my nose itch and my skull feel full of cotton. That was one of the nice things about spending time with Ruth. We could talk about anything, or nothing at all, and it never felt uncomfortable. I had to admit that my silence that day had more to do with Wilhelm. My thoughts had been circling him since the night I'd broken into his workshop, and I still didn't know what to make of what I'd seen. Each day, I went to the theater and searched every corner, hoping to find a letter from him telling me to come by, but I always left disappointed and empty-handed. "You listening?" Ruth asked. "Sure," I said, even though I hadn't been. Ruth frowned at me, clearly seeing through the lie. "I asked if you want to come with me to church tonight." "Can't," I said. "Evangeline and I have an engagement." "Sounds fancy." "It's, a business opportunity." Ruth hummed and then said, "Sounds like a con, but if you don't want to go with me, you can just say so." "I do," I said. "I swear I've got to work with Evangeline. Why don't you take Jessamy Valentine?" Aside from giving me the address to Laszlo's rented house, Ruth had been uncharacteristically tight-lipped regarding her conversation with the butterfly, but she blushed every time I said the young woman's name. "You never did tell me what you found the other night," Ruth said, avoiding my question. I'd been debating whether to tell Ruth about Wilhelm. He felt like a secret I wanted to keep to myself, but she might be able to shine a light on something I'd missed. "When I checked out Laszlo's house?" "You mean when you broke in?" "It sounds so crude when you put it like that." Ruth snorted. "You're a thief, Jack. No reason to beat around the bush about it." Shouldn't we be focused on how I discovered his assistant chained to a bed? What? Ruth and I found a quiet place to sit outside of the stadium. The day was cooler than I'd expected it to be, but the sun was out and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I explained everything that had happened from the moment I reached Laszlo's address until the moment I left. "So he didn't tell you why he was locked up?" she asked when I'd finished. I shook my head. "And he didn't seem like he was hurt?" "He didn't look especially happy to be a prisoner, but he also appeared terrified by my offer to free him." "That's not right, Jack," she said. "You have to do something." "Like what?" "Tell the police." Wilhelm asked me not to. I liked saying his name. I enjoyed the way it felt on my tongue. He said he'd explain, and I gave him a week. Ruth was shaking her head. "I don't like this, Jack." "Neither do I said. "But what if helping him puts him in greater danger?" When Ruth didn't answer, I thought it was because she was thinking, but her eyes were on something off in the distance. "Damn," she said. "What?" I followed her gaze until I spied George McElroy standing under a shade tree back the way we'd come. He was watching us and not even trying to hide it. "Do you think he followed us?" I asked. "He must have." Ruth clenched her jaw and the muscles in her neck twitched. "Madame Oblonsky caught him waiting outside the boarding house for me 2 mornings ago. She ran him off, but he's starting to be a real problem." I tried to pretend George wasn't there, but he was difficult to ignore. "My offer to help stands." Ruth shook her head. "I can handle George," she said. "Besides, you've got enough troubles of your own." I wished I could argue, but she wasn't wrong.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Beacon Theater. Wednesday, June 23, 1909. I stood on the stage of the Beacon Theater and looked out across the sea of empty seats that would soon be filled by people from every part of the country who had paid to see Laszlo. They would never know my name, and after seeing Jessamy, they probably wouldn't remember my face, but at least for a time they would see me. Teddy threw his arm around my shoulders. "Isn't it grand, Wilhelm? We're playing 3 shows per week. They're during the afternoons, but once we prove our worth, we might get to take over the Enchantress's showtimes." I had my doubts about that. Our act was good, but I'd seen the Enchantress and I didn't think anything could top her. Not even real magic. Laszlo had lacked the name recognition to secure a spot playing the Exposition, so our surprise performances had been designed to win the attention of the fair's organizers. And it had worked. We were officially part of the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. I only wished I believed this was Teddy's endgame, but I suspected it was merely his opening gambit. Unfortunately, I had no idea what Teddy's true intentions were. For the time being, I was determined to enjoy our success while it lasted. "We'll need Miss Valentine, of course," Teddy was saying. He'd been speaking while I'd been daydreaming. "And I have a spectacular idea to improve the butterfly." "Why does it need improving?" Teddy smiled at me and patted my cheek. "The people have seen it, Wilhelm. We have to give them something new, something they haven't seen before." We had spent months preparing the butterfly. I wasn't sure it was a good idea to change the trick that had helped us win our spot at the Exposition, with our opening at the Beacon less than a week away. But Teddy hadn't asked my opinion. A short, portly man entered the theater from the back and waved. "Ah, there's Mr. Cooper," Teddy said. "Why don't you look around while I discuss some things with our new stage manager?" I wandered backstage, taking it all in. It went far deeper than it seemed from the audience. I felt like I could wander in and lose myself forever in a world of curtains and ropes and backdrops. This was the same theater where the Enchantress performed. And Jack. I'd thought about him nearly every moment since waking to find him in my room. Sometimes I wished I could forget him entirely. His presence complicated my life in a way that I couldn't afford. At the same time, I longed to sit across from Jack and hear his voice. I wanted to see him, to talk to him. I wanted to feel like a normal boy, if only for a night. I reached into my pocket and touched the note I'd written to Jack, asking him to meet me the following evening. Teddy had told me he would be away, and when I learned we were coming to the theater, I hoped I'd find an opportunity to leave the letter for Jack. I didn't know where to hide it that he might find it, but more than that, I didn't know if I should. I considered his threat, but thought it unlikely that a thief would willingly involve the police. Just as it wasn't fair of me to draw Jessamy into my dangerous life, it wasn't fair to involve Jack. Yet I wondered, if I found a way to leave him this note, would he come? "What are you doing back here?" I turned to find a man my age but with a bully scowl and blonde hair setting a crate down in the hall. I'm Laszlo's assistant," I said. "Wilhelm, we'll be performing here." The brute cut me off and pointed at the door I was standing in front of. "That dressing room's off limits, belongs to the Enchantress, and she's not real keen on anyone else going in." "The Enchantress?" I asked. The boy misread my curiosity and puffed out his chest. "I know her, you know. I even help her with some of her act." He shoved his hand at me. "George McElroy." I accepted his hand, and he squeezed hard as we shook. "If you help the Enchantress, you must know Jack, her assistant?" I thought I saw his lip curl slightly, but it might have been my imagination, because George quickly smiled and said, "Me and Jack are old pals. He's friends with my girl Ruth." I couldn't believe my good fortune. Running into a friend of Jack's was surely a sign from above that I was meant to leave the letter. It felt like fate guiding my hand. "Would you give something to Jack for me?" I reached into my pocket. "Wilhelm?" Teddy's voice carried through the theater, echoing off the walls and making it difficult to tell how near he might be. "Well, I don't know." I shoved the envelope into George's hand. "Please," I said. "It's important that he gets this and that no one else knows." As Teddy turned the corner, I pleaded with George with my eyes, hoping that he had the sense to keep my secret. "There you are," Teddy said. "Didn't you hear me calling you?" I began to respond, but George said, "My fault. I've been talking his ear off." He stuck out his hand the way he had to me. "I'm George McElroy. I work here. You're Laszlo, aren't you?" Without giving Teddy the chance to answer, George barreled ahead. "It's a great honor to meet you. I saw you do that trick in front of the tickler, and I gotta tell you, that butterfly of yours is a real beauty." The only thing Teddy loved more than taking something that didn't belong to him was praise, and he soaked up George's words like he was a bee and they were nectar. I let out a sigh of relief. Jack would get my letter. Now I just had to wait another night until I could see him again. If he came.
Jack. Seattle, Washington. Beacon Theater. Wednesday, June 23rd, 1909. I ran through the back door, nearly bowling over a couple of the stagehands, and skidded to a stop beside Lucia, who was standing in the wings watching the Enchantress perform some simple tricks to warm up the audience. Lucia frowned at me without taking her eyes off the Enchantress. "You're late," she whispered. The streetcar to the Exposition was late, I countered. I just happened to be on it. Lucia eyed me critically and then handed me her cane to hold while she adjusted my tie and brushed imaginary dirt off my jacket. You're getting sloppy. At least I'm here. I hadn't exactly meant for it to come out sounding like an accusation, but it had, and Lucia bristled. I've been busy, Lucia said. I'm working on a new illusion unlike anything we've ever attempted. Who'd we steal it from? Lucia shook her head. This one is mine, and it's the illusion that's going to make me famous. Make Evangeline famous, you mean, I said, if you can convince her to perform it. It didn't matter that Lucia was the most talented engineer I'd ever known. Evangeline was reluctant to perform new illusions, and when she did, she took the credit for inventing them. The drowned duet had been one of Lucia's originals, but Evangeline told people that she had spontaneously come up with the idea for it during a performance of Verdi's Falstaff at La Scala. She'll perform it. Laszlo will ensure she does. Laszlo? I asked. What's he got to do with anything? He's playing the Beacon now, 3 days a week. Lucia's grin never failed to remind me of a hyena. And, Lucia said, as if she were explaining herself to a child. The pressure of competing with him will make her desperate for an illusion better than anything we currently possess. You know she can't share the stage. It was true. Evangeline would go to any lengths to ensure she was the focus of attention. She wouldn't have agreed to perform at the Exposition if she hadn't been the only illusionist. And when it came to competition, she would do anything to win, including cheat. A few magicians who'd dared to challenge her had learned that lesson the hard way. Maybe you can talk her into staging this new trick, but she'll never give you credit for it. Lucia appeared unruffled. She will if she hasn't got another choice. No credit, no illusion. Lucia was playing a dangerous game, and one I wasn't sure she could win. I hoped, for her sake, she knew what she was doing. Let's say you managed to persuade Evangeline to see things your way. Even if we began rehearsing tomorrow, we couldn't hope to have your new illusion perfected before the end of the Exposition. It had taken us months to master the drowned duet, and it was still dangerous. Don't you trust me, Jack? Lucia asked, playing the ingenue. Only when you're sleeping. A stagehand brought over a cage with 2 white doves in it, and Lucia shoved them at me as she pushed me onto the stage. The rest of the show went well, not that I'd expected differently. A magician who trusted luck wasn't much of a magician. When the Enchantress was on stage, there was no room for chance, no forgiveness for errors, which was why I was surprised that Lucia expected she'd be able to design a new illusion for us to perform during the Exposition. I'd been joking when I said I only trusted Lucia when she was sleeping. The truth was that I only fully trusted 2 people in the world, and she was one of them. But that didn't mean I would willingly do whatever she told me to. I hadn't survived as long as I had by being a fool. Jack Nevin. I was backstage checking the equipment after the performance when George McElroy stepped out from behind a curtain into my path. I stopped short to avoid running into him. George. He had the kind of face even his own mother probably wanted to punch. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Is that so? George nodded. It's just, Ruth makes my brain go fuzzy. The world only makes sense when she's around. You've spent enough time with her to know what I'm talking about. I told you I'm not interested in Ruth that way. I was losing my temper. And you better stop following us. Next time I see you... Look, I know you think I'm not real bright, seeing as I'm chasing a girl who keeps running from me. But the thing you gotta understand about girls is that some of them like being chased." "I don't think that's true," I said, "especially not of Ruth." George held up his hands. "Just trust me on this. When it comes to girls, no one knows more than me." "That's a depressing thought," I muttered. "I have places to be, George, so—" "Right," he said. "It's just I was thinking we could help each other out." "Doubtful you have anything I want." George pulled a letter from his back pocket. It was stained with his dirty fingerprints and a bit rumpled. "Your friend, Wilhelm, left this for you." The suggestive way he said "friend" turned my stomach. I reached for the letter, but George pulled it out of my grasp. "I just figured if I'm going to help you and Wilhelm out, you might be inclined to help me. I mean, I wouldn't dream of telling Miss Evangeline or Laszlo that their assistants are trading letters, but I'm worried something might slip, and that'd be a real shame." The sick lump in the pit of my stomach turned to molten anger. "I don't know what you think's going on, George, but that letter's important, and you better give it here." George managed to look both innocent and sinister at the same time. "And I will, if you help me talk to Ruth. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Just help me talk to her. Maybe convince her I'm a good guy. She's never gonna find any man better than me, so I don't know who she thinks she's holding out for, but you could just—" I wanted that letter badly, but I wouldn't have helped George get within 10 feet of Ruth. Not for the letter, not for $1,000,000. "Sorry," I said. "No deal." "You sure?" George held up the letter. When I folded my arms across my chest, he tucked it in his back pocket again. I hope whatever he had to say wasn't important. "Ruth isn't interested in you," I said. "Why don't you just leave her alone?" "She's interested. She just doesn't know it." I flared my nostrils. "You got a jelly bag for brains? You must if you can't see what's in front of your face." The muscles in George's neck flexed, and he clenched his fists. "Shut up." "That's it, isn't it? You got baubles for brains and cucumbers clogging your ears." George launched himself at me, catching me across the chin. My mouth snapped shut, and my teeth clacked together so hard it radiated through my entire face. I hit the floor and rolled to the side, but George was faster than he looked and knelt on my leg. My knee popped as my body kept turning, but it didn't. I screamed in pain. I was sure I'd gone too far and that George was about to beat me unrecognizable, but Lucia's voice slashed through the air. "What is going on?" She cracked George across the back with her cane, and he got off of me, unsure which of us was the bigger threat. I used the distraction to scramble to my feet. My knee couldn't take the weight, and I stumbled, grabbing at George to keep my balance. "Jack!" Lucia yelled. "Enough!" George pushed me off and backed away. He looked like he was going to say something, glanced at Lucia, and thought better of it. He took off out the back door nearly at a run. Lucia poked me in the chest with her cane. She offered to help me stand, but I used the wall instead. I gingerly put weight on my right knee. Pain spread up my leg, but it held this time. "You're showing up late to shows, fighting with the stagehands?" Lucia banged her cane on the floor, and it sounded like a gavel. "Well, are you going to tell me what that was about or not?" I reached behind my back and held Wilhelm's letter out for her to see. He had something that belonged to me. "You better know what you're doing," Lucia said. "He's not some bully you can shame into leaving you alone." I shrugged off her concerns. "I can handle George. Besides, you don't know anything about him." Lucia looked in the direction George had gone and shook her head. "The last thing we need is trouble. and that boy is definitely trouble.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Thursday, June 24, 1909. Teddy stood in my doorway wearing a handsome fitted evening suit with a heavy swallowtail coat. He held a top hat in one hand and a walking stick with a silver wolf's head on the end in the other. His hair was brushed back and shiny. I set down the book I was reading, Frankenstein. Normally a terrible story to read before bed, but I didn't want to fall asleep that night, and nodded my head in Teddy's direction. "You look dashing." "Don't you think?" he asked. "I'm meeting the most intriguing woman. She's a widowed heiress, or some such." The only times I'd ever known Teddy to show interest in a woman was when she possessed something valuable he thought he could relieve her of. Money, jewelry, an estate in Louisiana that Teddy was now the owner of, even though he had never once visited it. I thought Teddy was finally going to tell me the truth about his sudden interest in becoming a magician. Is this woman the real reason we came to Seattle? The reason? It took Teddy a moment to unravel what I meant. "Oh, you think..." He shook his head. "I am not after her money, Wilhelm. This woman is like no woman I've ever met. Sweet and funny, challenging and intelligent, yet content with her station in life. Like me, she understands that there is a proper order to the world, and she knows where in that order she belongs." I knew exactly where Teddy thought anyone who wasn't him belonged, and that he wasn't alone in that regard, but arguing with Teddy would do me no good. Besides, if Teddy's attentions were focused on this new woman, then they would not be focused on me. "If you're happy, sir, then I am happy for you." Teddy made an elaborate show of bowing to me. "Wilhelm, this World's Fair has given us so much already, and this is only the beginning." "Then you do have an ulterior motive for performing as Laszlo." I spoke hastily and too boldly, my careless words the result of being caught up in Teddy's enthusiasm. "I will tell you what you need to know when you need to know it," Teddy snapped. "You must learn to trust me." "Of course, sir." "You're like my own son." Teddy knelt beside my bed. "And I hope you will eventually come to view me as your father." "I do." Teddy struck my temple with the end of his cane. "You duplicitous, wretched child. How many times must I warn you to not tell lies?" He hit me a second time, and though not as hard, it still sent pain radiating through my skull. I touched the side of my head and winced. My eyes watered. I felt like a tower bell. "I'm sorry, sir." "You should be grateful that your parents don't have to see what a disappointment you've grown into." Teddy clamped the manacle around my ankle and stalked out of the room, leaving the door open behind him. A few moments later, the door downstairs opened and then slammed shut. Instinctively, I attempted to travel. Somewhere. Anywhere. My body shuddered and flickered, but I remained firmly fixed in place. Freedom lay frustratingly near, tantalizing me, taunting me, yet I couldn't reach it, bound as I was to the bed. Hot, fat tears rolled down my cheeks in earnest, and I was unable to stop them. Great sobs racked my body so that I could scarcely breathe. "What's this?" Jack Nevin stood in my doorway again, but this time he was armed with a basket instead of a handlight. His smile hung like a crooked frame, and his hair was wilder than an untamed stallion. I tried to hastily clean myself up, but all I had at hand were my sleeves. "You're bleeding." Jack moved toward me slowly, with a bit of a limp, but I leaped from the bed and rushed past him to reach the wash basin, where I splashed water on my face and dabbed at the cut with a damp cloth. I caught sight of myself in the mirror and was horrified by my appearance. The gash on my temple was shallow, but it was already beginning to bruise, and washing my face had only made my eyes more red. I feared there was nothing I could do to make myself presentable. "Did Laszlo hurt you?" I forced myself to smile. "You got my letter. I feared your friend might not find you in time." I crossed back to my bed and sat down. The sound of the chain scraping across the floor sounded like metal gears grinding. Jack's brow dipped in the middle, and he was frowning. I hoped he wasn't going to press me further about my injury. I didn't know if I had the will to resist him. "George McElroy isn't my friend." "He said he was." "Do you believe everything people tell you?" I sat up straighter, feeling defensive. "Of course not, but he gave me no reason to doubt him." Jack waved the matter away. "I'm only fooling with you, but not about George. Avoid him if you can." He looked around the room and eventually set the basket on the floor before pulling the stool over to sit across from me. "Well, I'm here." "You are." I rubbed my hands together nervously. Teddy had unbalanced me, and I wished I'd had the chance to steady myself before seeing Jack, especially since he also made me feel out of sorts, but in an entirely different way. My brain forgot every word I knew. My tongue forgot how to speak them. I could do nothing but stare at him, stare into the depthless sky of his eyes. "You were going to tell me what that is about." Jack eyed the manacle around my ankle pointedly. I was. That had been what I'd said in my letter. "Meet me tomorrow night. I'll tell you everything." A hastily made promise, but still a promise. "What's in the basket?" Jack pursed his lips, giving me a look like he knew I was attempting to stall our inevitable conversation. Thankfully, he played along. He reached for the basket and dug around inside. "I didn't know what you liked, but I found the best bakery in the city. The pâtissière immigrated from Nantes, so these are as close to true French pastries as you're likely to find in Seattle." I craned my neck to get a better look inside. Jules Verne was born in Nantes. It felt like a ridiculous thing to say, but was all that came to mind. "So he was," Jack said. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is my favorite, though Journey to the Center of the Earth is a close second. I couldn't stop the smile that lit up my face. Teddy allowed me books but didn't himself read. He considered it a waste of time. I wondered what other books Jack had read and what his favorite might be. I had so many questions I wanted to ask him that the decision overwhelmed me. I sat slack-jawed instead. Jack caught my eye. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought everything. Lemon tartlets, eclairs, macarons, a variety of cakes and meringues." "You shouldn't have," I said. "This must have cost you a fortune." "I wanted to. Besides, I have access to deep pockets." I didn't understand what he meant, but he passed me a chocolate eclair and it ceased to matter. The rich smell of the chocolate stirred within me tantalizing memories of home that were as out of reach to me as the between. "Must be good." Jack was grinning when I opened my eyes. "You've got a little..." He pointed at his mouth, and I reached up to find a blob of custard perched on my lip. "Thank you," I said. "Try a tartlet." Jack and I sat together sampling the pastries from within his basket. Each new thing I tasted became my favorite. For the first time in longer than I could remember, I felt like I'd eaten my fill and my stomach didn't hurt. We spoke of idle things while we ate, ignoring weightier topics. Eventually, our conversation drifted to books. You can't possibly believe Frankenstein is better than Dracula. I scoffed. I can and do. Don't get me wrong, Jack said. Mary Shelley's book is a heck of a read, but I couldn't sleep for a week after reading Dracula. You don't strike me as someone who's easily frightened. One night after reading it, Lucia sneaked into my room to borrow something, and I woke up and thought she was there to suck my blood. So I started screaming, and she started screaming, and we woke up most of the guests on the floor of the hotel. Jack collapsed into a fit of laughter that was infectious. Lucia is, I asked when I'd regained some semblance of composure. My sister, Jack said. Sort of. Adopted. Again, sort of. He seemed to struggle to answer. Well, Evangeline didn't really adopt either of us, but she took us both in. Me first, Lucia a couple of years later. Evangeline must love you very much to have given you a home. Love's a strong word, Jack said. Evangeline takes care of us. She's given me opportunities I never could have dreamed of. I know she doesn't do it out of the goodness of her heart, and she can be demanding, but my life could have turned out far worse. Do you love her? Jack's brow furrowed as he considered his reply. I respect her, and sometimes I'm a little scared of her. She's jealous and volatile and selfish, but I admire her, you know? She takes what she wants without apology. She never lets anything or anyone stand in her way. I envied Jack. In a way, Evangeline sounded similar to Teddy, yet it was clear to me that Jack did care for her and that she cared for him. Teddy might have said he loved me and that he viewed me as a son, but I was little more than a tool to him, and he would discard me the moment I ceased to be useful. So Will. Jack fixed me with a serious stare, and I knew what was coming. You promised you'd tell me what was going on, and I think it's time to get to it. My joy drained away, and I sighed in resignation. There was no point in trying to lie to Jack. He would see through it, and I couldn't come up with any other ways to deflect his curiosity. I was going to have to tell Jack the truth, and then deal with the consequences. Theodore Barnes isn't my guardian, and I am more than simply his assistant. Teddy is my captor, I am his prisoner, and if I disobey him or attempt to escape, he will kill me.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Thursday, June 24th, 1909. I hardly remembered anything that happened to me between lifting the letter off George and showing up at Wilhelm's in time to see Laszlo leave with a swing in his step, dressed for a fancy evening. I kept telling myself that the only reason I was there was to make sure Wilhelm was all right. But good liars are good at spotting liars, and I saw my reasoning for what it was. I'd hoped to spend time getting to know Wilhelm and find out why he was chained to a bed, but I knew something was wrong the moment I walked in the door. It took an awful lot of willpower to keep from chasing after Laszlo and strangling him, but by the time Wilhelm finally got around to the truth, I made him repeat it, because I couldn't believe what I'd heard. Theodore Barnes isn't my guardian, and I am more than simply his assistant. Teddy is my captor. I am his prisoner, and if I disobey him or attempt to escape, he will kill me, or Miss Valentine, or anyone else he believes I care about. Are you serious? Wilhelm nodded solemnly, and I didn't catch a whiff of a lie coming from him. Did he kidnap you? Where are you from? Tears welled up in Wilhelm's eyes, and his bottom lip trembled. Teddy stole me from my home 12 years ago. I just celebrated my 4th birthday. I can't remember where I'm from." The tears fell, and I hated being the cause, even if only indirectly. "You can't remember where you lived?" Wilhelm shook his head. "I can smell the kitchen in the house where I grew up. I can hear the sound of my mother's voice singing me to sleep, but hardly anything else." I couldn't tell if Will's cheeks were red from embarrassment or crying. "It's okay," I said. "You were so young. It's not your fault you don't remember." Wilhelm sniffled, and I handed him a handkerchief. He balked at taking it until I shoved it into his hand. "Okay, so Laszlo kidnapped you. Why would he do that?" I pointed at the chain. "I'm guessing he does this to keep you from running off while he's out?" "He's afraid I'll escape." Wilhelm touched his wrists absently. "Since kidnapping me, he's traveled the country with me and forced me to burgle homes, rob banks, and commit all manner of crimes. He threatened that if I tell anyone, try to ask for help or run away, he'll murder me or anyone I know. You would be safer if you left now and never thought of me again." Robbing a bank or picking a pocket were one thing, but taking someone's life was just evil, and few people had that kind of darkness in them. I'm sure it was just a threat. Laszlo wouldn't actually do it. "He would," Wilhelm said. "He has." The fear of that man was etched onto Wilhelm's bones. That much was clear. But I still had my doubts that Laszlo was capable of murder. Wilhelm must have sensed my uncertainty because he said, "I had a tutor for a while when I was 10, Mrs. Gallagher. She was the kindest, most intelligent woman I have ever known. She was the one who inspired in me my love of literature, and she taught me as much of the world as she could. One day, I asked her for help. I told her that I had been kidnapped and that Teddy was holding me prisoner. I begged her to go to the police, but she confronted Teddy first." Tears flowed down Wilhelm's cheeks, and I wanted to comfort him. Though we were both orphans in a sense, we had lived very different lives, and I considered myself lucky. But I also needed to hear the rest of the story. "What did he do, Wilhelm?" "He has a revolver," Wilhelm said. "Laszlo shot her?" Wilhelm shook his head. "He beat her with it until she stopped moving." I wished I could tell him it was okay, because I could see him reliving the memory as he spoke. But I had to know who I was dealing with. "And when she was dead, Teddy made me dig the hole he buried her in. He told me it was my fault she was dead, that he'd only killed her because I'd told her the truth, and that the same fate would befall anyone who discovered the truth." Wilhelm sniffled and wiped his nose with the back of his sleeve. "And he kept that promise. There was a boy, Philip. Teddy set him on fire." Will broke down, unable to continue speaking. I didn't care how risky it might be. I'd made up my mind. "I'm not leaving you here." I produced my lockpicks and selected a thin wire that I thought would work on that cuff. "You can come back with me to the Sorrento. We'll ask Evangeline for help." I thought about that for a moment and then said, "Or Lucia. Probably Lucia is a better idea." Wilhelm pushed my hands away as I moved toward the keyhole. "Are you not listening?" His voice rose and cracked. "Teddy will kill you. Then he'll kill the Enchantress and your sister, and possibly the young woman I've seen accompanying you at our performances. He'll have to catch me first, and no one's ever done that. It's too dangerous." "What am I supposed to do?" I threw up my hands. "You tell me you were kidnapped. You tell me that you're a prisoner. You tell me that Laszlo is a murderer, yet you won't let me help you." Wilhelm had regained his composure. I want you to leave, Jack. It would have been easy. Get up, walk out the door, and pretend I'd never learned any of this. It's what Evangeline would have advised me to do. We don't invite trouble to dinner, she always said, because then it will expect to stay for dessert. But how could I leave? How could I shut my eyes at night and pretend Wilhelm wasn't being held captive by a murderer? Please let me help you, I said. You don't have to worry about Laszlo. I can look after myself. Wilhelm tilted his head to the side. Why do you care? What do you mean? You don't know me, so why insist on helping me? It was a fair question, and I said the first thing that came to mind. I don't want you to get hurt. As long as I do what Teddy says, I'll be fine. I pointed at the crusty gash on his temple. That doesn't look fine to me. Wilhelm's jaw clenched, like he was about to throw up another argument, and I wanted to head it off, so I said, I don't know why I want to help you, but I do. Isn't that enough? A shy, tentative smile touched Will's lips, and his muscles relaxed slightly. You're a kind and generous person. I grimaced. Don't tell anyone. Wilhelm touched his chest. Your secret is safe with me, Jack, but I still can't go with you. I felt like we were at an impasse. Wilhelm was too scared of Laszlo to let me help him escape, and I was too stubborn to walk away. Is there anything I can say to make you change your mind? Will's brow furrowed in thought for a moment before he said, Would you visit me again? When? Next week? He sounded hesitant, and then added, We begin performing at the Beacon on Monday, and I'm not sure when Teddy will be out. Leave me another note, and I'll come. Wilhelm rewarded me with a smile that had me buzzing like I had 1,000,000 volts running through me. But maybe don't leave it with George this time, I added. Before I left, I told him about the hiding spot where Ruth and I stored the booze we sneaked in. Ruth might murder me for revealing our secret, but it was worth it. One other thing, Will said. Anything? Could you bring more of those pastries?
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington. Beacon Theater. Monday, June 28th, 1909. Jessamy eyed me appraisingly before using her fingers to gently blend the makeup she'd applied across my temple. She had gotten ready earlier and was wearing the new costume Teddy had bought for her. The iridescent chiffon shimmered in the light, and the bejeweled wings made her look more like an angel than a butterfly. I couldn't imagine anyone emerging from the cocoon other than her. You have got to be more careful, Wilhelm, she said. Teddy had told her that I'd hurt myself while attempting to rehearse a dangerous illusion on my own. He had given a masterful performance, carrying on about how scared he'd been and how he didn't know what he would do if anything happened to me. It was so good that I nearly believed it myself. Jessamy leaned back to inspect her work. I don't think anyone will notice it from the audience. I grimaced. Thank you. Is something else wrong? She asked. Is it your stomach again? Should I fetch your medicine? No, thank you. I'm tired is all. Thinking about the evening I'd spent with Jack had kept sleep from finding me. Most of the time, I lay in bed replaying our conversation, grinning like a fool in the dark. But sometimes it was worry that kept me awake. Worry that Teddy would find out about Jack and that he would do something terrible to him. Those nights, I wished I'd been able to convince Jack to forget me. Jessamy eyed me as if assessing my statement for its veracity. Seemingly satisfied, she stood and twirled, letting her wings float about her as she spun. Isn't this grand? We're going to be on a real stage. When I'm too old to remember much else, I'll always remember my name and that I performed at the Beacon Theater at the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Her enthusiasm and optimism drew a smile from me. Teddy had worked us hard over the past week. Most of the illusions didn't include either of us, and the majority of my participation required my talent rather than my presence. But we'd still rehearsed until we could run through the entire show flawlessly. "This will be something to tell your children about," I said. "Or even your grandchildren." A rosy blush bloomed in Jessamy's cheeks that not even her makeup could conceal. "I doubt there are children in my future." "But you love them," I said. "I've seen the way you stand at the incubators and watch the little babies." One of the few joys I'd had over the past few days was exploring the wonders of the exposition with Jessamy. She had asked Teddy to let me accompany her, and he hadn't been able to come up with a credible reason to deny her request. Besides, Teddy was confident I wouldn't attempt to escape. I knew what he would do to Jessamy if I fled while in her care. As much as I wanted my freedom, I wouldn't risk another's life for it. Not again. Together, Jessamy and I had made a valiant attempt to visit as much of the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition as we could, though we had barely managed to see even a small fraction of its offerings. We had spent hours talking. I was fascinated with her life. She had grown up in Seattle, born between the fire that had destroyed much of the city and the financial panic of 1893. Her father had set out to seek his family's fortune in Alaska, but had died before completing the journey there. Her mother had taken to her bed the day she'd learned of her husband's death, forcing Jessamy to leave school and find work anywhere she could. Mrs. Valentine believed the solution to their problems was for her daughter to find a husband, and while Jessamy didn't seem opposed to marriage, she didn't seem thrilled by the prospect of it either. Still, her eyes lit up every time we passed the babies in their miraculous incubators. "Some people just aren't meant for that kind of happiness," Jessamy said. "But surely you are. You've got so much to offer that I can't imagine why you haven't stolen someone's heart already." A wistful smile passed her lips. "Oh, there have been hearts stolen. I fear love may be for others, but not for me." I could hardly believe what I was hearing. "Didn't I see you talking to a beautiful young woman the other day? I might not be as worldly as some, but the way she was looking at you—" Jessamy hushed me sharply. "Quietly," she said, and looked around as if expecting a spy to peel away from the shadows. "Ruth Jackson is only a friend, but Mr. Barnes wouldn't like even that. I can't afford to lose this job." I despised that Jessamy was right. Teddy would not approve of her spending time with a black girl, and it might well cost Jessamy her position if he found out. "Your secret is safe with me." Jessamy relaxed, and she even managed to smile. "And I know how good you are at keeping secrets." "I have no idea what you mean." Teddy might have believed that Jessamy remained fooled by his explanation of mesmerism, but I saw through her. I knew that she knew there was more to our tricks than we let on. Jessamy knew that I was aware that she wasn't deceived, and we both continued to feign ignorance of what the other might or might not know. It was a tangled web of Shakespearean proportions, but one that ensured Jessamy's safety, and I was quick to change the subject. "Well, if someone as charming and brilliant as you can't find love, then what hope have the rest of us got?" My melodramatic speech earned from her a touch of laughter, for which I was grateful. "Being alone isn't always bad, Wilhelm. My mother's dearest sister has never married. She's happiest in her own company and has experienced more joy in one life than most could know in 10. "That might be so," I said. "But is that the life you want?" "The universe rarely gives us what we want. Sometimes we must content ourselves with what we're given. I'd had no idea Jessamy felt so spurned by Cupid, and it broke my heart that she believed she would never fall in love. I could think of no one who deserved happiness more than her. "What about you, Wilhelm?" she asked, interrupting my thoughts. "What role does love play in your future?" I saw her attempt to change the subject for what it was, and since she had graciously allowed me to do so earlier, I offered her the same courtesy. "I hope it finds me one day," I said, "though I'm not certain it will since Teddy and I move so often." I intended it as a joke, but it ended up sounding rather pathetic. Jessamy touched my cheek. "I know that there's someone out there for you, Wilhelm, and I believe with all my heart that if you don't find them, they'll surely find you." I thought of Jack Nevin barging through my door and felt my ears catch fire. "What's this?" Jessamy asked. "Is there someone already who's caught the affections of my handsome magician's assistant?" I shook my head, but even as I did, I knew my denial would only convince her otherwise. "Who is it?" Jessamy dropped her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "No one. There isn't anyone." "You can tell me, Wilhelm." I made sure to catch her eye, to impress upon her the seriousness of my statement. If there were someone, Teddy would do anything to prevent me from seeing them. Therefore, there is not anyone and there never can be. Even as I spoke, I couldn't help thinking of Jack, thinking of the letter I would leave for him when fortune allowed us to see each other again. It was dangerous to let Jack in, knowing that nothing could ever come of it, but I rationalized that it was more dangerous to push him away, where he might do something foolish like speak to the police. The door to the dressing room flung inward, and Teddy leaned in. "Enough dilly-dallying. We've a show to put on and an audience to beguile." He was gone again before Jessamy or I could reply. "We should go." I stood and offered Jessamy my hand. Before she took it, she said, "This won't always be your life, Wilhelm." I knew she was right. Eventually, the exposition would end, and Teddy would turn his sights to some new scheme. But I wished this could be my life. Because, despite my captivity, this was the freest I had ever felt.
Jack. Seattle, Washington. Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Monday, June 28th, 1909. My knee throbbed as Ruth cut through the grassy space between the forestry and New York buildings. I struggled to keep up, and the additional weight of the case of whiskey I was carrying didn't help. "What are you so glum about today?" Ruth asked. "I'm fine." She threw me a skeptical frown. "No one who's fine ever says they're fine." "It's nothing." Ruth gave me the chance to catch up and then walked alongside me. "Still haven't heard from him?" "It's been almost a week." Every day, even when I didn't have to, I'd gone to the theater to check the hiding place for a note from Will, but all I'd found were the crates Ruth and I had put there and a couple of spiders. What if he doesn't want to see me again? "It's possible," Ruth said. "The only reason I spend time with you is so you'll carry the heavy stuff for me." "Ruth!" "I'm kidding. Maybe he's busy. He is the assistant to a magician who recently went from staging surprise shows at the Exposition to performing at the Beacon, and who also happens to spend his free time chained to a bed because said magician kidnapped him when he was barely old enough to walk." Ruth wasn't happy that I hadn't gone to the police about Wilhelm, and she made it known every time I brought him up. "But what if it's something else?" Ruth snorted. "Like that he doesn't want to see you again? Or that Laszlo found out I was there and punished him? My knee wobbled painfully when I shifted the weight of the case to keep the edge from digging into my arm. Thankfully, we were almost at the hoo-hoo house, where we were dropping them off for the lumbermen's fraternity. The 2-story wood building was one of my favorites on the grounds of the Exposition. It reminded me of something out of Hansel and Gretel. Though, because of the 2 ornamental black cats that guarded the entrance with spooky electric lights for eyes that shone green at night, I wasn't sure if it looked like the woodcutter's house or the witch's. Unlike the other buildings, which were mostly knockoffs of classical styles, Hoo-Hoo seemed inspired by the past, but maintained a steady eye on the future. It felt uniquely American, which was quite a feat, seeing as we'd borrowed, annexed, or outright stolen every part of our culture from someone else. "I'm sure your boy is just fine." "He's not my anything," I said, more defensively than I meant to. Ruth sighed. It was a sound I'd gotten used to hearing from her, especially when I talked about Wilhelm, which I'd done almost nonstop since seeing him the other night. "I have an idea." "Stop right there, you two." I caught sight of a man moving decisively toward us in my peripheral vision. Every instinct screamed at me to drop the booze and run, but I did as I was told instead. I couldn't leave Ruth, and I doubted I would have made it far with my injured knee anyway. Ruth immediately flashed a broad smile I'd seen her giving the folks who watched her dance at the Bohemia. It might have looked genuine, but she was gnashing her teeth behind her lips. "Why, Chief Wappenstein, it's always a pleasure to see you." She was laying it on thick and leaning hard into her Mississippi accent. Chief Wappenstein was a paunchy, short man who couldn't have been 5 feet tall and had hound dog eyes, a wart on his left cheek, and a serious mustache. Despite the recent rain, his shoes gleamed and his pinstripe suit was immaculately clean. Wappenstein had been Seattle's chief of police before heading up security for the AYP, and he had quite a reputation. Not necessarily a good one. "That's a real nice derby you've got there," Ruth said. "I was just saying to Jack that he'd look so dashing in a hat like that." "What are you doing out here?" Wappenstein was soft-spoken but firm. "I work for the Enchantress," I said. "Have you seen her perform yet? I'm sure I could get you tickets. Heck, I could get you a private audience." Wappenstein's expression didn't change. He probably did well at poker. "I don't have much use for magic." He motioned at the case with his chin. "What's inside?" Ruth tensed up beside me, but I didn't know what she had in mind to do. "Oh, this?" Ruth said. "Just some—" "Didn't ask you," Wappenstein said, cutting Ruth off. "Nice manners," I said. Ruth glanced my way. "I don't need you speaking for me, Jack. I was only— Well, don't." Wappenstein hadn't taken his eyes off me the whole time, and he squinted and tilted his head like a dog listening for a sound no one else could hear. "You look familiar." Sweat rolled down my back and puddled under my arms. Had the officers who'd chased me given him my description? I'd heard from a few of the stagehands at the Beacon that Wappenstein's style of policing was pretty simple. Minor crimes got you booted from the fair. Major crimes were handed off to the Seattle police. I didn't know which Wappenstein would consider pickpocketing, and I didn't want to find out. Evangeline would have been displeased if she had to rescue me from police custody. "I'm on stage most nights at the Beacon." I wished my hands were free. Doing a couple of tricks was usually a good distraction. "I told you I don't have any use for magic," Wappenstein said. His mustache waggled when he talked and made him look like a very serious walrus, which I might have found funny if he weren't about to catch me and Ruth with booze on the fairgrounds. "I never forget a face." "Neither do I," Ruth said. "And I'm certain I saw yours admiring Alvina at the Bohemia. I could arrange an introduction if— Wappy! A pair of well-dressed men spilled out of hoo-hoo and down the steps, smiling broadly as they moved toward us. Reluctantly, Wappenstein turned part of his attention to the two men. Mr. Charles, Mr. Fitzhugh. Fitzhugh was the taller of the pair and the more ostentatiously styled. What's brought you out here? Wappenstein glanced at me again before answering, and he seemed annoyed that we'd been interrupted. Tracking down where people are sneaking into the fair from. Ran into these two. Ah, yes, said Mr. Charles in a deep voice. They're ours. Yours? Wappenstein asked. They work for the fraternity, Fitzhugh said. Wappenstein turned to me. I thought you worked for the magician. I do, but only in the evenings. Charles clapped me on the back so hard that my knee almost gave out. Enterprising lad, and there's nothing hoo-hoo love more than a boy trying to make something of himself. Yes, Wappenstein said. Well, I'd still like to know what he's carrying. Official hoo-hoo business, Fitzhugh said. Very hush-hush. I see. Wappenstein didn't look convinced. Then again, I was beginning to suspect that the man never smiled. Mr. Charles motioned toward the house. Why don't you come in, Wappy? I've got those cigars you like. Finally, something that Wappenstein seemed more interested in than me and Ruth. I really shouldn't. Oh, Fitzhugh said. But you absolutely should. He led the way to the house. I followed along, trying not to limp, though the stairs gave me a particular bit of trouble. While Fitzhugh distracted Wappenstein, a young man popped up to relieve me of the case at the front door, and Mr. Charles handed me an envelope. Be more careful next time, he said, and shut the door in my face. Ruth was waiting for me back in the trees. That was close, I said. Yeah. I wonder what he would have done if he'd opened the crate. Ruth rounded on me and said, Next time something like that happens, keep quiet and let me handle it. Her tone was sharp, and I didn't know what I'd done to earn her anger. Maybe I missed something, but he didn't seem interested in talking to you at all. You think I don't know that? She took a deep breath and let it out, and some of her anger went with it. Wappenstein had a reputation when he was a detective, Ruth said, as we began walking again. He took a real personal interest in raiding Chinatown, mostly because he's got it out for anyone who doesn't look like him, but also because they refused to pay up when he came calling. That man's never met a problem a little cash can't smooth over. Color me shocked to learn that a cop was on the take. From my own experience, I'd figured out that the police were as lawless as the criminals they claimed to protect the public from. So you were going to bribe him? If you hadn't kept butting in. I didn't know. That's because you don't listen. You jump in to save the day before you know what's wrong. You think you can fix everything with quick fingers and a smile, but you can't. And I don't need you to. Ruth walked faster, making it tough for me to keep up. My knee was throbbing, and I had to focus on not falling. I should have trusted her. And the truth was that she had far more to lose than I did. I didn't need the money we made bootlegging booze into the fair. I was doing it because it was fun. But this wasn't a game to Ruth, and I could have cost her more than just a couple of bucks and her access to the fair. Ruth finally slowed down near the back of the aquarium, giving me the chance to catch up. She offered me her shoulder to lean on, and I gratefully accepted. I'm sorry, I said. I just thought, well, that was your first mistake. Ruth winked at me, and I knew all was forgiven. I should probably get back to the shop, I said. Lucia goes a bit feral if I leave her alone with her work for too long. That's one option, Ruth said. But I've got another for you. Do you think you can walk a little more? I guess. Why? Ruth gave me a smile that warmed my soul. You said you wanted to make sure Wilhelm is okay. Well, Laszlo's first show starts in 20 minutes. We can make it if we hurry. I didn't know what I'd done to deserve a friend like Ruth. The truth was that I didn't think I deserved her at all. But I was glad she'd saved me that first day, and I hoped, one day, I'd have the opportunity to repay her.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Beacon Theater. Monday, June 28, 1909. I had been timid as a child, and while I couldn't recall much of my life before Teddy, I remembered that I had always been shy. I think my parents would have been surprised to see me standing on stage, performing alongside a magician to a full house at the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. I hope they would have been proud. The inside of the Beacon Theater was warmer than I expected. The lights illuminating the stage gave off considerable heat, and I was sweating profusely in the green plaid suit Teddy had commissioned from a local haberdasher especially for the occasion. For a time, while I sat in a chair that Teddy levitated a foot off the ground, while we volleyed a cooing dove from one cage to another as if playing a game of tennis, I managed to forget that I was Teddy's prisoner. I forgot that I was one of his possessions. I forgot that I hadn't seen my mother or father in 12 years, so long ago that I was in danger of losing what little I remembered of them. For a time, I was simply a magician's assistant, basking in the warmth and adoration of the audience. Of all the ways Teddy could have chosen to use me and my talent, this was one of the better. I told myself that I had no choice when Teddy used me to commit some audacious crime, but the guilt of my actions remained. I could have stopped Teddy if I had been willing to give my life, but I didn't want to die. Therefore, I was still responsible for every heinous act we committed, whether I wanted to commit them or not. Performing magic, however, harmed no one. And I found, for the first time in years, I was able to enjoy myself. "I suppose that's the end of our show," Teddy said as I wheeled a cart off the stage. The audience booed and cried out. I do believe that if Teddy had closed the curtain at that moment, they might have rioted. But Teddy was no fool. He cupped his hand to his ear. "What's that? I'm not sure I've heard of the butterfly. I have, however, heard of the new butterfly." The audience erupted in applause, and I returned to the stage. Teddy clapped me on the back and introduced me as his humble but ugly caterpillar. Teddy had spent as much time writing the introduction as we had rehearsing the actual illusion. Because the stage was so much larger and the audience farther away, Teddy made certain that everything we did was also bigger and more dramatic. The iridescent silk sheet he swathed me in was enormous. We stood on opposite sides of the stage, each of us holding one end. I wrapped myself in the cloth, making certain it was tight enough that the audience could see the outline of me, but not so tight that I couldn't move. It was a good thing neither Jessamy nor I suffered from a fear of enclosed spaces. My heart beat like the wings of a hummingbird as I imagined the audience watching what came next. When a caterpillar is preparing to metamorphose into the next stage of its life, it doesn't spin its cocoon on the ground, but rather it finds safety among the high branches or the underside of leaves. And I think our caterpillar should do the same. My stomach dropped as my feet left the ground. No matter how many times we rehearsed this part, I never got over the sick exhilaration in the initial moment of flight. I held myself in the between and could see the audience's gasps rising from them like steam from a locomotive. Their nervousness smelled of sulfur, salty and acrid. "Ah, yes," Teddy said. "That's more like it." I was the great northern star as I hung in the air, and though they couldn't see my face, every person in the audience was looking at me, anticipating the moment when, eventually, every caterpillar must emerge as a butterfly. For less time than it took to draw breath into my lungs, Jessamy and I existed in the same place, high above the stage. We shared the same space. The fundamental pieces of who we were mingled together as I drew her to me. I often wondered what she felt when I used my talent to travel her into the cocoon. I wondered if she saw the world the way I did, if she saw the between. I'd never ask and risk shattering the illusion of her ignorance, yet I still wondered. Finally, I let go and drew myself together in the dark area underneath the stage. Teddy thought it safer for me to appear here, where none of the stagehands were allowed and where it was expected I would emerge from. The moment I appeared, thunderous applause from the audience began. Teddy might be standing on the stage, beaming with pride, and Jessamy might be slowly drifting through the air to join him, her glorious wings spread wide. But the audience was truly applauding for me, though they would never know it. I took a bow in the dark as my eyes adjusted, and when I straightened, I found myself looking right into the handsome face of Jack Nevin. He was not smiling.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Beacon Theater. Monday, June 28th, 1909. "So this is what it looks like from the audience," I said, as Ruth and I settled into our seats. The stage seemed smaller, but it might have been because we'd arrived so late we nearly hadn't been able to buy tickets. Thankfully, it wasn't raining, or that would have driven folks indoors, and we definitely wouldn't have gotten to see the performance. Ruth just grunted. My mind kept turning back to Wilhelm's situation. There was more he wasn't telling me. For example, if Laszlo was some kind of compulsive criminal, then what was he doing at the Exposition? Sure, there were definitely things worth stealing. The daily haul from ticket sales alone could be lucrative, and the bank vaults in the city were swollen with cash because of all the visitors to Seattle spending their money. But then, why the pretense of being a magician? It didn't make sense. Wilhelm's fear of the man was easier to understand, and I wasn't going to be able to do anything to help Wilhelm until I convinced him that Laszlo couldn't threaten him any longer, which would be no easy feat. Not if Laszlo had been beating that fear into Wilhelm since he was 4. It was impossible to know what kind of damage Laszlo had done to Will over the course of 12 years. The audience's applause shook me out of my thoughts as the curtain rose. Wilhelm walked onto the stage carrying a table. He was dressed in a handsome green plaid suit. A whisper of a smile played across his lips, and he looked out at the audience and seemed surprised to find us there. With a meep, he scurried off stage again, only to return with an empty cage that he set atop the table before running off the other side. Laszlo walked onto the stage wearing a crisp black and white suit. He smiled when he saw the cage. "Did that boy forget the bird again?" Laszlo shrugged with embarrassment and pulled out an oversized handkerchief that he used to dab at his forehead. As he began looking around the otherwise empty stage for either his assistant or the bird, he tossed the handkerchief so that it landed atop the cage, mostly concealing it. The theater was silent. The majority of the spectators were either breathless in anticipation or confused. Hardly a moment after throwing the handkerchief over the cage, a soft cooing sounded from within. Laszlo stood and turned his ear this way and that. A child in one of the front rows cried out, "It's in the cage!" Laszlo cocked his head and marched to the table. With a look of disbelief, he lifted the handkerchief to reveal a plump white dove. The audience roared their approval. "He's good," Ruth said. The illusion itself was pretty standard, but the performance was what made it special. Laszlo seemed to be playing the dual roles of magician and circus clown, and he displayed a natural talent for both. But it was one thing to perform a few tricks on the pay streak, and another to play a sold-out theater. This was their first performance at the Beacon, so it remained to be seen if Laszlo could rise to the challenge. Ruth and I watched Laszlo perform a number of standard illusions, sometimes using Wilhelm, sometimes Wilhelm and his other assistant, Jessamy Valentine, the young woman who would later become the butterfly, and, I suspected, the real reason Ruth had wanted to see the show. Each trick was carried off with charm and humor that kept the audience enraptured and laughing. I assumed Laszlo would end the show with the butterfly, and I thought it might provide me an opportunity to speak to Wilhelm. I was glad to see him on stage looking well, but I couldn't resist the chance to hear his voice and see him up close. "I'll meet you out back after the show," I whispered to Ruth. She gave me a funny look at first, but then pursed her lips and nodded. I sneaked out and around to the side door. One of the stagehands, thankfully not George McElroy, spotted me and rolled her eyes as I crept to the back of the stage. Though I still didn't know how Laszlo carried off the butterfly, I had a feeling they'd take advantage of the trap room under the stage. More than one of our illusions exploited that space. It was, of course, possible that I was wrong and that I wouldn't see Will, but it was a chance worth taking. I found it unsettling how easily I was able to move about backstage without being challenged. I was known, of course, but that should have made Laszlo even warier, since I worked for his competition. Yet I couldn't see that Laszlo had taken any measures to prevent trespassers. He was either inexperienced or dangerously overconfident. Either way, it worked in my favor. I knew my way around the theater and could have navigated the trap room blindfolded, but enough light leaked in from overhead that I was able to see. Laszlo's voice was muffled, and I could barely make out the words. I didn't know at what point Wilhelm would come through the trap door, if he did at all, and I was very much hoping he did, but he wasn't there when I reached the spot nearly underneath it. I leaned against a wooden support to wait. Overhead, Laszlo's voice rose and fell rhythmically. It grew louder, and I was able to hear him clearly when he said, "A butterfly." Wilhelm appeared. One moment, the space in front of me was empty. The next moment, it contained Will. The smell of summer rain filled the air. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, because what I'd seen just wasn't possible. The trap door hadn't opened. Wilhelm had just appeared. He stood straight for a moment and then bowed to the audience applauding above. "Impossible," I spoke without thinking as my brain tried to make sense of Wilhelm's arrival. It was absurd. There had to be an explanation. I had seen the most incredible magic tricks ever conceived of. Heck, I'd performed some of them, and they always had a logical explanation. But in that moment, my mind was blank. The world tilted. It was as if I'd ridden to the top of the Ferris wheel and it had vanished, leaving me suspended in the air. Wilhelm looked up and realized he wasn't alone. I was worried," I said, struggling to speak. I shouldn't be here. I should go. I should leave. But you weren't there, and now you're here, and the trap door didn't open." "Jack." Wilhelm reached out for me, but I recoiled. "What are you?" I regretted the question the instant I said it. Wilhelm flinched, unable to hide his pain, but he recovered quickly. His jaw tightened and his eyes hardened. He stood up straight. "I'm dangerous, and you should stay away from me." "Wait, I didn't mean—" Before I could finish, Wilhelm vanished as suddenly as he had appeared.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Monday, June 28, 1909. Jack knows. There was a feast laid out on the dining table. Roast beef and carrots and potatoes and freshly baked biscuits with butter and honey, lemonade to drink, and a strawberry shortcake for dessert. Teddy sat at one end of the table, stuffing his smiling face. Jessamy sat at the other, looking slightly uncomfortable as she tried to enjoy the meal with us that she had prepared. And I sat between them, forcing myself to eat. "You've outdone yourself, Miss Valentine," Teddy said. His spirits were high that evening, due in part to the success of our opening show, partly to the bottle of wine he'd nearly consumed in its entirety. Jessamy blushed. I couldn't tell whether she was content to dine with us or if she was simply being polite until she could make her excuses and leave. It was likely she had better places to spend her evening. "It really is delicious," I said. Under different circumstances, I would have eaten enough for 2 or 3 people, but I felt as though my stomach were full of hot lead. Jack had looked at me as if I were a monster, as if he had seen straight to my soul and had found only evil within. "The biscuits are my mother's recipe," Jessamy said, "passed down to her from her mother." Teddy raised his wine glass. "The Valentine women are surely a blessing to dinner tables everywhere." Jack knows. When I shut my eyes, I saw his face, his disbelief. I should have stayed and tried to convince him that what he'd seen was an elaborate illusion. I doubted he would have believed me, but I still should have tried. "Today was the start of something," Teddy said. I wasn't sure how long he'd been speaking, but I'd tried to give him my attention so that I didn't earn his wrath. "Today was the start of our future." Jessamy raised her own wine glass, which Teddy had insisted on pouring for her, though she'd hardly taken more than a sip. "To the future." Yes, but there's more," Teddy said. "Wilhelm and I have wandered this country searching for something, searching for meaning to our lives, searching for a place where we could make our names. And I think here, at the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition, we've finally found it." Jack knows. I wanted to trust that Jack would keep my secret, but it was possible he might attempt to exploit me the way Teddy had. He might demand that I help him in exchange for his silence. I didn't want to believe it of him. He'd seemed genuinely concerned when he'd discovered me a prisoner, but greed can infect even the most temperate of hearts. "Wilhelm?" Teddy was looking at me expectantly. "Sir?" "Well, are you up to the task?" I must have missed something, and now Teddy was waiting for me to respond. The wrong reply could ruin Teddy's ebullient mood. "I hope I'm not speaking out of turn," Jessamy said. "But I believe in Wilhelm, and I think he's up to the challenge of assisting you to become a greater magician than the Enchantress, even if he's too modest to say so." "Hear, hear, Miss Valentine," Teddy said. "Our young Wilhelm is too modest when it comes to extolling his own virtues." He raised his glass to me. "But I think today, of all days, you've earned the right to a bit of gasconade." I forced on a smile for Teddy and said, "You're the magician, sir. I am merely your humble assistant." "That you are, my boy, and a better assistant I couldn't have found." "I don't know about either of you," Jessamy said, "but the only thing I want to make disappear right now is a slice of that cake." I should have been delighted by Teddy's cheerful disposition. If Teddy found that he preferred being Laszlo, then maybe we could leave our crimes behind us. Perhaps Teddy could convince Jessamy to travel with us after the exposition ended, and the three of us could tour the country performing the butterfly. I still worried that Teddy had an ulterior motive, but the longer we stayed, the more he enjoyed being Laszlo, the better the chance that this could be my new life. And I wanted that. I wanted it so badly. But that chance, however small, could be ruined if people learned about my talent. If it became public knowledge that the majority of Laszlo's illusions weren't illusions at all, not even Madame Zelda could predict what might happen. And Jack Nevin knew. I paced the perimeter of my room, dragging the chain behind me, the sound of Teddy's snores penetrating the walls. They sounded like a lumber mill and kept me awake whenever we were forced to share a room, but they were a fair indicator that he wouldn't be bothering me again until morning. Jack could ruin everything if he told someone about what he'd seen under the stage at the Beacon. Worse was what Teddy would do if he discovered Jack knew about my talent. This was exactly what I had hoped to prevent. I should have never sent Jack that note. I should have done whatever was necessary to send him away, but I had been weak. It was better that he thought me a monster. Better if he stayed as far from me as possible. I could only hope that he kept what he knew to himself. A tapping sound gave me pause. I pressed my ear to the door, but heard only Teddy's snores, and when I peeked through the keyhole, Teddy's door was shut and no light spilled from underneath. The tapping sounded again, more persistent this time. I turned to the window, and Jack's face pressed to the glass nearly made me scream in fright. He was perched like a woodpecker, motioning at me to let him in. I raised the window. "What are you doing here?" "Well, since your hair's not long enough for me to climb, I figured I'd scale the tower wall." Jack managed a half-hearted grin, but I hardly thought this was the appropriate time for jokes. "Teddy's in the other room." I kept my voice low but emphatic. "We'll have to be quiet then, won't we?" Jack sat still, like he was waiting for something, and I supposed he was. I didn't dare let him in. If Teddy caught him, he would see Jack out through the window head first, and there was no telling what Teddy would do to me. But this was also my chance to explain, to beg Jack to keep my secret, hope he understood the danger his newfound knowledge put us both in, and implore him to never return. "Well," Jack said, "I can't cling to the wall all night." I stood aside. As Jack climbed in, I moved a stack of books in front of the door to give me at least a little warning if Teddy decided to check on me. He'd done that often during my first years of captivity, but rarely since. Still, Teddy could be dangerously unpredictable. When I turned around again, Jack was sitting on my bed with his hands folded angelically in his lap. He'd brought no delicious desserts I could use as a distraction. Jack meant for me to get straight to the point, and I could think up no reason to evade the truth. Teddy calls it my talent. I can instantaneously travel to places that I can visualize and are nearby. I can carry people with me, though the more I carry, the more difficult it is, and I can cause people or objects to travel as well. However, with people, I'm limited to swapping places with them. I couldn't, for instance, dunk you in Green Lake, but if not for the chain binding me, I could reverse our current positions, depositing me on the bed and you in the middle of the room. My stomach was a maelstrom, and I trembled like an autumn leaf on the verge of falling. "So, you moved the coin in Teddy's hand?" Jack asked, though it was less of a question than a confirmation of what he had already deduced. I nodded, avoiding his eyes. And the butterfly isn't an illusion. It's real. You go into that cocoon and then trade places with Jessamy Valentine. Yes. Jack's face was inscrutable. I couldn't tell if he was terrified or thrilled or thinking up a way to use my talent to enrich himself. How? He asked finally. How was it possible? God? I said. God's a con. I held out my hand palm up, and a book from the stack guarding the door appeared there. I can't explain how such a miracle is possible, but I can't deny that it is, and neither can you. Jack leaned forward and plucked the book from my hand. But I can watch you do what you do. I can't see God. He looked at the book's title and smiled. On the Origin of Species. Interesting choice. I sent the book back to where I'd gotten it from. We haven't the time to debate theology. I don't know from where my talent originates, nor have I met another who can do what I can. Jack raked his hands through his hair. I hadn't noticed when I let him in, but he had dark circles under his eyes, and his face was drawn. Perhaps what he'd seen under the stage had been weighing on him far more heavily than he was letting on. Answer me this. If you can go anywhere, why are you still here? Jack glanced at the chain leading from me to the bed frame, and I suspected he already knew. This explains why Laszlo kidnapped you, but if you can appear and disappear whenever you want, why don't you just leave? I can't pass through iron. So Laszlo chains you up to keep you from running away? Yes. Okay, he said. But what about when you're not chained to the bed? Why not run away while you're performing? This was not a conversation I had prepared for, and I wasn't certain I could make Jack understand. What I told you before was true. Teddy is dangerous. If I leave him now, it's Jessamy who will suffer. If he discovered you knew the truth, he would certainly ensure you never saw another sunrise. I can take care of myself, Jack said. And from everything Ruth's told me about Jessamy Valentine, so can she. He cocked his head to the side. Wait, does she know? I shook my head, paused, and then shrugged. Teddy told her she doesn't remember how she gets into the cocoon because he mesmerized her. That's absurd. I believe she knows that as well and merely plays along. She's very intuitive. Jack's eyebrows were angled toward his nose, and he bunched his lips as he considered whatever thoughts were running through his mind. I understand you're afraid of Laszlo, but I can help you. He was so sincere that I nearly accepted his offer, but the futility of my situation quickly reasserted itself. Where would I go, Jack? I asked. I don't know where home is. I don't know where to begin to look for my family. And after all that I've done, I'm not sure I deserve to see them again. Of course you do. Whatever you've done, Laszlo made you do it. You can't blame yourself for... Jack, quiet, Wilhelm? Teddy's voice outside of my door made me freeze. I hadn't been paying attention, but his snoring had stopped. The knob turned and the books began to tumble. I flung myself at the door, slamming it shut before Teddy could open it. When I turned around to tell Jack to hide, he was gone.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Monday, June 28th, 1909. Wilhelm rushed toward the door, and I made a dash for the window, practically throwing myself out of it feet first, not even sure if I was going to find anything to hold on to. My fingers grasped the windowsill, and I dangled over the ground. I wasn't just scared of falling. Anyone with keen eyes passing by might see me from the street, and then I'd be sunk. "What the devil do you think you're doing?" Laszlo's voice thundered through the room. He sounded nothing like the gregarious magician I'd watched earlier that day. He reminded me of a few of the men who'd courted Evangeline, haughty and cruel, men who thought everything in the world was theirs to take. Wilhelm's voice trembled when he said, "Looking for a particular book." "Why was the door barricaded?" "It wasn't," Wilhelm said. "I mean, it was, but not on purpose. I only moved the stack there to get it out of the way." Anger burned in my chest, listening to the back and forth between them. Evangeline was harsh, and she didn't tolerate failure, but she wasn't cruel for the sake of cruelty. The chain rattled, probably Laszlo checking it to make sure his prize hadn't found some way to escape. "Maybe I've been too lenient," Laszlo said. "These foolish books are filling your head with nonsense." "I'm sorry," Wilhelm said. "I'll go to bed now. I didn't mean to wake you." Laszlo was quiet for a moment, making me wonder if he'd left. My fingers ached, and I didn't know how much longer I could hold on. I was lucky it wasn't raining. "We'll finish this discussion in the morning." The room went dark. "And you can leave this open." My shoulders burned from the effort, and I was either going to have to climb back into Wilhelm's room or release my grip. But I couldn't bear the thought of leaving Wilhelm with that man. No, he wasn't even a man. He was a festering boil masquerading as a man. He was a gangrenous, rotting wound on the... "Jack." Will's voice was so low that it sounded like the wind. "You have to go." As much as I didn't want to, I had no plan to free him. For now, the best I could do was retreat and regroup. "When can I see you again?" The shadow of Will's head poked out the window. "You shouldn't. When, Will?" "We perform Friday afternoon." "I'll be there," I said, "waiting for you under the stage." I walked back to the Hotel Sorrento to clear my head. Even a few minutes around Wilhelm had me questioning everything I said and did. I couldn't remember anyone who'd flustered me as much as him. I was used to doing that to others, not having it done to me. But it wasn't the giddy feeling of meeting someone new and intriguing. I also seethed with rage at Laszlo for what he'd done to Will. No one deserved to be kept like a pet. Wilhelm was an extraordinary person, not a cocker spaniel, and Laszlo had turned him into a criminal. The irony hadn't escaped me, but the difference between my situation and Will's was that Evangeline hadn't kidnapped me. She'd rescued me. And she hadn't forced me to pick locks and pockets. I'd discovered my talent for that all on my own. Wilhelm had a good heart, and Laszlo had poisoned it. A light rain began to fall a few blocks from the hotel, and I hurried to get inside before it soaked through my suit and I caught cold. Summer in Seattle, it seemed, was little more than a suggestion, especially once the sun went down. I burst through my door, shaking the water off, and didn't notice Evangeline sitting in the room's only chair, an emerald velvet wingback. "Welcome home, Jack," she said. "Did you have a nice evening?" Evangeline's question caught me off guard. She rarely kept track of my comings and goings. I'd been given the freedom to explore every city and town we'd stopped in. I'd grown up with few rules, so finding Evangeline waiting up for me was unexpected. It was all right." "I'm so happy to hear it." There was a tightness to her voice, a menacing undercurrent that put me on guard. "Do you want to know how my evening was?" I nodded, too unsure of myself to speak. "As you might recall, tonight was the night I was to have dinner with Herbert Kellerman again, during which I was planning to tell him about the amazing investment opportunity I was about to buy into. You, my trusty assistant, were to interrupt us to tell me that my hotel room had been broken into and my money stolen. My heart dropped. I'd forgotten. Evangeline had been working on Kellerman for a couple of weeks, and this was supposed to be the night she got him to invest in the business opportunity, after which Jacqueline Anastas would vanish. That vile man has slugs for fingers, and he couldn't keep them to himself. A shiver ran through Evangeline. So, please tell me what was so important that you abandoned me. For your sake, I hope it was worth it. I considered telling her about Wilhelm. She would immediately see how valuable he could be, and she wouldn't chain him to a bed. Wilhelm's life with us would be better than his confinement with Laszlo. But I couldn't. Will's secret wasn't mine to tell, and I couldn't risk that Laszlo would hurt Jessamy Valentine. Neither Ruth nor Wilhelm would ever forgive me. I was with Ruth, I said. It was the first excuse that popped into my mind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget. It won't happen again. Evangeline sighed heavily as she stared at me. I couldn't read her expression, but she didn't look pleased. After a moment, she rose and patted my cheek with her gloved hand. Don't worry, Jack. I'm not angry with you. I'm just disappointed. That was even worse than anger. She might as well have stabbed me in the guts and twisted the knife. We can salvage it, I said. If you go out with him again. Evangeline suppressed a shudder. No, she said. No amount of money is worth allowing that disgusting man near me for another evening. Besides, I've found a better opportunity. His name is Fyodor Bashirov. Russian? Evangeline looked down at me as if it was a ludicrous question. His fortune is immense, and I plan to relieve him of a large portion of it. But I must be able to trust you to do your part, Jack. Can I rely on you, or are you going to disappoint me again? You can depend on me for anything. Except to keep your promises, she said. Lucky for you, I keep mine. Like when I promised to always take care of you. Haven't I done exactly that? She just kept on twisting that knife. You have. I swear I won't let you down again. Evangeline pulled me forward to kiss the top of my head. Relief flooded through me. Now, Jack, she said, collect your things and take them to the workshop. What? My confusion was plain on my face and in my voice. I was too flustered to try to hide it. All is forgiven, but I need you to stay focused on your work. Her smile, still present, had grown cold. And I believe the best way to ensure that is for you to sleep in the workshop. But, Evangeline, you could find yourself sleeping in the streets again, she said in an offhand manner, as if she hadn't just banished me from the hotel. All I could say in reply was, thank you.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Beacon Theater. Friday, July 2, 1909. I knocked on the door to Teddy's dressing room and waited for him to open it. He was only half dressed, and I quickly slipped in and shut the door behind me to preserve his privacy. You asked to see me, sir? I had been on my best behavior since the other night when he had nearly caught Jack in my room. Teddy hadn't mentioned the incident, and I thought it possible he didn't remember, but I wasn't foolish enough to press my luck. Teddy glanced up from the sheaf of papers he was reading like he was surprised to see me, even though he'd let me in. Yes, Wilhelm, I've asked Miss Valentine to walk you home after the show this afternoon. He seemed distracted. I have an important engagement this evening, and I may not return until tomorrow. It wasn't unusual for Teddy to spend the night elsewhere. He occasionally enjoyed visiting a tavern, and he sometimes sought the company of women who wouldn't ask his name or require he court them. The vague way he spoke about his commitment, however, piqued my curiosity, though I didn't dare press him for details. "I understand, sir." Teddy finally gave me his full attention. "Obviously, I can't ask Miss Valentine to place you in your restraints, as that would raise too many questions. Can I rely on you to stay in the house, take your medicine, and not attempt anything foolish?" Hope swelled in my chest. "Of course you can." Teddy eyed me warily. "You know, I actually believe you." He patted my head. "You're a good boy, Wilhelm." "I try to be, sir." My mind was racing. It took every ounce of self-control to keep the excitement from my face. The thought that I was going to have the opportunity to see Jack pushed all other considerations from my mind. "Is that all? I should get ready." Teddy nodded. As I turned to leave, he grabbed my arm, squeezing tightly. "If I suspect, even for a second, that you've disobeyed me, your grief will know no end." Despite Teddy's warning, I was so excited that I grinned through the entire show, frequently at the most inappropriate times. During one of the few illusions that didn't use my talent, Teddy ran me through with multiple shashka, a type of guardless backsword, while I lay atop a table. When he finished, I stood so that the audience could see me impaled by the swords. It was a macabre illusion that, during our first performance, had elicited a few shrieks from the audience. Grinning while standing with swords sticking from my body added a different and unexpected horror to the presentation. When it was time for the butterfly, I nearly traveled to the space under the stage before it was time. It would have ruined the illusion if the cocoon had suddenly deflated, and Teddy would have flailed me alive. But I was so excited to see Jack that I couldn't think clearly. As promised, Jack was waiting for me. I told him of Teddy's intention to be gone for the evening. I was hoping he would agree to come to the house so that we could continue our conversation, but he suggested a better plan. One that I hadn't expected, one that was far more dangerous, and one that I agreed to without hesitation. Teddy hardly waited for the applause to finish before leaving. Whatever his appointment, it was clearly important. Again, I wondered what he could be up to. As much as I held on to my hope that performing at the Beacon had been Teddy's ultimate goal, I still suspected it was merely one part of a more complex and nefarious plan. But since I couldn't do anything about it at the moment, I put it out of my mind. I washed my face and changed into more suitable clothes, a plaid sack suit and a flat cap, before rushing out to find Jessamy. I checked her dressing room first, but she wasn't there. Instead, I located her by one of the side doors talking to the beautiful young woman I'd seen Jack with when he'd first attended our performances outside. Whatever she was saying had Jessamy laughing and holding her side. I couldn't recall seeing her smile so freely. "Your butterfly and my Ruth sure seem to be getting on." I hadn't noticed George McElroy sneak up beside me, and I suddenly felt guilty for spying on Jessamy. "We should give them their privacy," I said, and gently moved George aside so that I could pass. He followed me around the corner, where I found a chair to sit in while I waited. "I gave Jack your message," George said, "just like you asked." "Thank you." Jack had told me that George wasn't his friend, which made me wary of the stagehand. George leaned against the wall. We couldn't see Ruth and Jessamy anymore, but George was still looking in their direction, as if he could peer through any obstacles separating them. "Hey, since I've done you a favor," he said, "maybe you could do me one." "I suppose it depends on what it is." "Nothing really. Just put in a good word about me to Ruth." "She and I haven't actually met," I said. George nodded. "But you're Jack's friend, and she's his, so I'm sure you'll run into her eventually. When you do, maybe mention how I helped you and what a good guy I am." He might have been trying to act like he didn't care, but he still sounded desperate for me to agree. I didn't understand what was going on, and I wasn't certain getting involved was a smart idea. I was trying to think of a way to decline without offending George when Jessamy interrupted. "There you are, Wilhelm." She was still smiling. She was practically aglow. "Are you ready to leave?" I nodded and stood, offering her my arm. "Think about what I said," George told me as Jessamy and I walked away. "What was that about?" Jessamy asked when we stepped into the gray light of the overcast day. "Nothing important." More forward than I would have been under different circumstances, I said, "You and that beautiful young woman appear to be having a nice conversation." The moment I mentioned Ruth, a sunny blush rose on Jessamy's cheeks, and she glanced away. "Miss Jackson is a friend. She invited me to see her dance at the Bohemia." "You should accept." Jessamy shook her head. "Mr. Barnes's instructions were to take you home." "I know the way home, and I've made the journey alone before." Then I added, "I'm 16, Jessamy, not that much younger than you." "But what if you fall ill?" "I won't." I stood tall, held my shoulders high. "I took my medicine this morning, and I feel better than I have all week." Jessamy bit her lower lip. "Will you go straight home?" I couldn't lie to her. If I had sworn that I would leave the exposition and ride the streetcar home, Jessamy would have taken me at my word, which was why I couldn't make that promise. She had offered me nothing but kindness. I couldn't repay her with dishonesty. "I only want to see some of the exposition," I said. "The Smithsonian has some exhibits that I would love the opportunity to visit." "Wilhelm." "Please, Jessamy. I won't get into any trouble, and I'll make certain Teddy never finds out." It was a risk telling her the truth, but I couldn't do it any other way. If she had insisted, I would have returned home with her and left Jack to wonder why I had failed to keep our meeting. But Jessamy finally said, "Please, do be careful, Wilhelm." As she released me to go, she added, "Try to have a little fun, though." "You too," I said. "Thank you." And I took off at a run before she could change her mind.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Friday, July 2nd, 1909. I was antsy as I stood in front of the entrance to the streets of Cairo waiting for Will. He had sounded pretty sure he could get away, and I'd slipped the idea to Ruth that she could use the opportunity to help us both by offering Jessamy Valentine something better to do than accompany Wilhelm home. Still, as the minutes passed, I wondered if Laszlo had changed his mind, or if Jessamy had decided that she couldn't risk her job by letting Wilhelm run free. Unfortunately, I couldn't do anything about it but wait. I'd been trying to devise a way to get back into Evangeline's good graces. I didn't enjoy sleeping in the shop, especially seeing as Lucia worked all hours of the day and night. But I understood why she'd punished me. A failure like that on stage could cost someone their life. Just because no one had died as a result of my negligence didn't absolve me of guilt. At the same time, I felt a twinge of resentment at being treated like a child. I had been with Evangeline for the majority of my life. I contributed as much, if not more, than she did. I deserved to be treated like an equal. I couldn't spend the rest of my life subordinate to her. At some point, she was going to have to recognize that I wasn't a child anymore. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to see Wilhelm dashing toward me, wearing a handsome suit and a charming grin. "I made it," he said. "What did you tell Jessamy?" Will looked at me like I'd asked him a foolish question. "The truth, obviously." "Obviously?" "Of course," he said. "I couldn't lie to her. It wouldn't be fair." Wilhelm was either the most naive person I'd ever met or the most honest. "But she doesn't know the whole truth, does she?" He shook his head, nearly sending his cap flying. "I told Jessamy that Teddy was a family friend who took me in after my parents' deaths. And Teddy told her he uses mesmerism to conceal the secret of his illusion." "So you can lie to her?" "To protect her?" he said. "Absolutely." The more I learned about Laszlo, the more I wanted to strangle him. But I refused to let him ruin this day. When Wilhelm had appeared under the stage and told me that Laszlo had plans that would keep him occupied, I'd leaped at the chance to spend time with Will. Now I just had to think up something for us to do, which shouldn't have been too difficult. We were at the grandest fair in the world, after all. "Sorry for being a little rumpled," I said, trying to brush the wrinkles out of my suit. I was grateful to my derby for covering my messy hair. Washing up in the water barrel full of freezing water outside of the workshop had turned out to be a painful experience, almost as painful as sleeping on the floor. "You're not rumpled," Wilhelm said. "You look nice." I gave him a half grin. "I thought you couldn't lie." "I prefer not to. Not that I don't ever." Laughter busted out of me, but Will was looking as confused as ever. "That was a joke, right?" I said. "You made a joke." Wilhelm shook his head. He frequently looked like he was expecting someone, probably Laszlo, to jump out of the bushes and drag him back to their house. I wished I could convince him that he was safe with me, but trust was one of the few things I couldn't steal. If I wanted it to mean something, I had to earn it the old-fashioned way. "Come on," I said. "Have you eaten?" Without waiting for an answer, I dragged Will to buy hot dogs, picking up the money I needed to pay for them on the way. The Exposition was busy for a Friday afternoon, and Wilhelm shrank from the people as they crowded around him. He held fast to my hand like he was scared of being swept away. It was a good thing I'd liberated a little more money than I thought I'd need, because Wilhelm's other talent seemed to be his bottomless stomach. "Do you always eat so much?" I asked, as I led the way to the Smithsonian exhibits that Wilhelm had expressed interest in. I would have chosen something more exciting, probably along the pay streak, but I was willing to suffer a little if it made Will happy. "Traveling makes me hungry," he said. "What about—" Will stopped me as we reached the entrance to the government building. "I know that I've promised to tell you everything, and I will. But do you think it can wait until after?" If I'd insisted, I had no doubt that Wilhelm would have answered every question I posed, and even with everything he'd already told me, I was still bursting with questions. But I couldn't say no. Instead, I gave him a wink and a bow, and followed him inside. We strolled through the building looking at portraits of explorers and U.S. presidents and the royal family of Hawaii. Most of those bored me. The paintings were nice, don't get me wrong, but I didn't see why the people in the paintings were more important than others. I'm not sure what he's got to look so smug about. I stood in front of a portrait of a man lounging in an expensive chair who wore a self-satisfied expression, like he was better than me, and would have said so if he weren't long dead and rotting in the ground. Wilhelm shuffled up beside me. "That's Count Rumford." "Ah, a count. That explains the air of unearned superiority.
Actually, Wilhelm said, Count Rumford was a physicist who made significant improvements to fireplaces and chimneys and made indoor heating more efficient. He cleared his throat and looked down, among other things.
And this suspicious-looking gentleman in the fancy fur coat?
Washington Irving, Wilhelm said. He wrote The Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
I nudged Wilhelm playfully. I'm not entirely uneducated.
That's not... I didn't mean to insinuate that you were.
Wilhelm hugged his arms about him and began to move away, but I tugged on his sleeve. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. We're joking around, right? I'm not going to get angry with you for making a joke, even if it's at my expense. Wilhelm nodded, but he didn't seem convinced. Now that's an impressive beard, I said, stopping in front of a portrait of a gentleman with a bushy face nest.
He looks like a man who's quite down to earth.
Sure, I said. Okay. Wilhelm looked at me, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
Down to earth, get it?
When I just looked at him blankly, he said,
That's John W. Powell, the noted geologist?
The laughter started as a couple of giggles, but the serious look on Will's face sent me over the edge. That might possibly be the worst joke I've ever heard in my entire life. But I couldn't stop laughing. My sides and cheeks hurt. Wilhelm turned and marched away. Wait! I called after him, still laughing. The paintings of historic scenes and landmarks were even more boring than the portraits. I would have fallen asleep on my feet if Wilhelm hadn't served as my learned and thorough guide through the exhibits. He knew something about everything. The lives of the painters, the history of the scenes they'd painted. His encyclopedic knowledge was impressive, and he brought every story to life. I could have listened to him all day.
After Mrs. Gallagher, Teddy never risked hiring me another tutor, Wilhelm said when I asked him how he knew so much. But he brought me books, stolen, obviously. I didn't have friends. I didn't have anyone to talk to other than Teddy, and he often left me alone. Books were my companions, my only source of comfort.
Sounds awful lonely. The anger inside of me bubbled up again.
It was.
Wilhelm wandered toward the exhibit of historic vessels, which were far more interesting than the paintings. There were models of Viking ships, English caravels, and the first steamboats. There was even a model of old Ironsides. What do you think about what the Wright brothers are doing? I asked, as we moved from looking at ships to locomotives. There's a squirrely guy here who flies an airship.
I think it's amazing,
Will said, his voice bursting with wonder.
And just think, if we can do this now, what will we be able to do in 50 years? Maybe we'll have our own personal flying machines.
I sure hope not. The thought of it made me a little sick.
We could even fly to outer space.
Now that was an interesting idea. Do you think it's possible?
I think anything is possible, Will said. I'm living proof of that.
As we approached the exhibit for Joseph Henry's electrical apparatus, which featured his work in the area of electrical science, Wilhelm moved toward the walls. What's wrong? I asked. Wilhelm motioned at the displays.
Professor Henry experimented with powerful magnets, and magnets give me headaches.
Because of what you can do?
I don't know, he said. Maybe.
I quickly led us away, careful to keep my body between the magnets and Will. I wasn't especially sure how magnets worked. Lucia could have given me a lesson if she'd been there, but I wasn't taking any chances. We made our way through an exhibit for telegraph machines. Isn't it amazing how we can send messages all over the world? I stopped and looked at Will. How far can you travel? Will glanced around to see if anyone was listening, but we were alone. Usually about 50 feet, sometimes as far as 100, though it depends on how I'm feeling. What do you mean? I got sick about a year after Teddy kidnapped me. He hung his head, no longer interested in the machines. Stomach cramps mostly. Sometimes I'm so exhausted that even walking requires too much effort. The worse I feel, the harder it is to travel. Talking about it obviously caused Will pain, and I hated that. But I also wanted to help him, and to do so I needed to know more. What's wrong with you? Will shook his head. I don't know. I have medicine, and it helps most of the time. But if I wasn't sick, if I wasn't so weak, Teddy could never hold me. He could never hurt me or anyone ever again. I reached out to lay my hand on Wilhelm's shoulder, to tell him he wasn't weak. But before I could say a single word, Wilhelm disappeared. It took my brain a moment to process what had happened. Knowing Will could do what he did didn't make seeing it any less surprising. And then I looked around to see if anyone had noticed. Thankfully, there were only a couple of other people nearby in other rooms, and none of them had been paying attention to us. I didn't know where Wilhelm had gone, but he couldn't have traveled too far, so I rushed back the way we'd come. When I reached the exit and stepped outside, I found Wilhelm sitting on the ground with his knees pulled to his chest and his head buried in his hands. A few of the folks who passed by eyed him reproachfully. The rest were indifferent. I offered Wilhelm my hand. I thought about chiding him for popping out like that, but I got the feeling he wasn't in the mood for jokes. Come on, I said. I know a quiet place we can talk.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Friday, July 2, 1909. I was a fool and had nearly exposed my talent to the entire exposition. I'd been enjoying myself immensely. Jack approached life with a lack of seriousness that I found charming. He laughed at things most people wouldn't find funny, and he didn't let that bother him. For a moment, I had felt normal. This was what life might have been if Teddy had never discovered me. But I could only hide from reality for so long. This would never be my life. I would never be normal. The room had grown too small, and I'd needed to escape. I panicked. I said, "I'm sorry." "Nothing to be sorry about." Jack led me to a bench overlooking the most beautiful garden that I had ever seen. Beyond that, Mount Rainier stood guard over us, recording our history in its bones. "I was 6 when my mother died," Jack said, and I never forgot the smell. Gone from his voice was the joviality, the cocksure swagger. I watched her die slowly, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. She wouldn't let me come near her because she was afraid I'd get sick too, so I sat alone in our tiny apartment while she died in her bed. I tried to picture a younger Jack forced to endure his mother's death. We hadn't known each other long, but he struck me as the type of person who would try to fight mortality itself. After she died, I had nowhere to live, nothing to eat. I slept on the streets for almost a year. "It must have been terrible," I said. Jack nodded absently. "I did things I'm not proud of, but I survived. And then Evangeline found me." He laughed. "Actually, I found her, and then she found me with my hand in her pocket. She offered me a bath, clean clothes, a hot meal, and a soft bed to sleep in. I'd planned to leave in the morning, but during breakfast she showed me how to palm a coin. A silver dollar appeared in Jack's hand and then disappeared again just as quickly. He didn't even seem to realize that he'd done it. Every night, I went to bed figuring I'd run off in the morning, but each day she showed me a new trick. Eventually, I stopped thinking about leaving. I wasn't certain what, if anything, Jack expected me to say. It was possible he had told me the story to fill the silence, but it felt too personal a memory to share with a stranger without good reason. Evangeline isn't very maternal. Jack chuckled. She never wanted to be a mother, and she definitely isn't a role model. She taught me how to be a better thief, and she put my skills to good use. She's a magician and a con artist, and I'm her assistant in both. But she helped me when she didn't have to. She saved me. If it weren't for her, I'd be dead. Jack caught my eye. He reached out like he was going to try to take my hand, but changed his mind at the last moment. I'm not a good person, Will, but I want to help you if you'll let me. Jack seemed achingly sincere, and I wanted to trust him, but my situation wasn't that simple. I meant to try to explain that to him. I meant to warn him off. But instead, I simply asked, why? Out of the millions of folks whose pockets I could have tried picking, I chose Evangeline's. A wry smile split his face. I didn't meet Evangeline by chance, and I don't think it's chance that you and I are at this grand World's Fair at the same time either. I thought you didn't believe in God, I said. Jack shook his finger at me and laughed. Still don't, but something brought us together. Maybe it was magic. It wasn't magic, I said. Teddy and I arrived by train. Jack snickered and covered his mouth as if attempting to hold back laughter. That was terrible, Will. When he'd regained his composure, he said, I know you believe Laszlo is dangerous and you're worried he'll hurt Jessamy and you if he learns of our friendship. A smile touched Jack's lips. And me. But I've dealt with dangerous men before. I can handle Laszlo. Even after I'd told Jack that Teddy had murdered Mrs. Gallagher, he still didn't consider Teddy a threat. I had to convince him. There was a boy named Philip. You mentioned him once before. I nodded absently. Teddy had chosen a farm in Georgia for us to work at while we hid for a time. The farmer, Mr. Lavelle, had a son near my age, and we became fast friends. Teddy thought we had become too friendly. But after Mrs. Gallagher, I didn't dare tell Philip anything. One day, we had gone swimming in a lake. I was on the shore while Philip had swum out to the center. He'd gone too far, and I tried to tell him, but he didn't listen. Philip was headstrong and reckless. Mr. Lavelle always joked that Philip was only suitable for a life as a circus performer. I had enjoyed those weeks with the Lavelles, even though I'd known they couldn't last. I didn't see Philip go under. One moment he was just gone. Without thinking, I traveled to the center of the lake and dived beneath the water. I found Philip and traveled both of us back to the shore. I begged Philip not to tell what I had done, but he didn't understand. He let it slip during dinner how I had saved him, how it had been a miracle. No one believed him, of course. But that night, Teddy confronted me, and I had no choice but to tell him the truth. I didn't want to finish the story. I didn't want to relive the moment, but Jack needed to know how dangerous Teddy was. The night before we were to leave the farm, there was a fire in the barn. Philip was trapped inside. The moon had been full and the sky clear. The barn lit up the night. I could hear Philip screaming. I could see his parents calling for help. I could have traveled into the fire and retrieved Philip, but Teddy handcuffed my wrist to his so that I couldn't. He forced me to stand helplessly by while Philip burned. His father pulled him out, but Philip was badly hurt. I wasn't sure whether to hope for his survival or if death would be a mercy. Jack sat with his hands folded in front of him, looking down. I'm sorry you had to go through that. But you have to know it wasn't your fault. Yes, it was, I said. You didn't murder Mrs. Gallagher, and you didn't set fire to that barn. But they happened because I was careless, I said. Just like I'm being careless now, with you. Jack let out a soft sigh. I want to help you, Will. Why? I asked. After everything I've told you, only a fool would want to get involved. Then I'm a fool. My instincts told me to leave. It would have been better for both of us if I'd walked away, but Jack's sincerity kept me from doing so. There's more you don't know. Tell me, he said. Tell me everything and let me help you. So I did. I told him about our many thefts, about Teddy's desire for notoriety, and the way he left folded paper animals behind in an attempt to allow investigators to link together his many crimes. I told Jack every horrible thing Teddy and I had done together. I told him that I suspected Teddy had come to the Exposition to commit another theft, and that he was likely using Laszlo as a cover for the crime. Jack never flinched. He never judged. He simply listened. When I finally finished, Jack said, "We'll figure out why Laszlo's here. We'll stop him, and then we'll make sure he can't hurt you or anyone else ever again." I wanted to believe Jack, but deep down, I feared I had doomed us both.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Evangeline's Workshop. Sunday, July 4th, 1909. I was grateful that it wasn't winter. The workshop was drafty and mostly dry. If I'd had to sleep there during the colder months, I might have frozen into a solid block of ice. As it was, the temperamental Seattle weather made my nights interesting. Some nights it was steamy and warm. Other nights, a chill breeze blew in with the rain and left me shivering. I was indebted to Lucia for finding me a cot so that I didn't have to bed down on the floor. I was sitting at the table nibbling on a hard roll from the day before when Lucia arrived. Normally, she attended Mass on Sunday mornings, so I hadn't expected to see her so soon. "Oh," Lucia said, wrinkling her nose. "You're here." I was sure I looked frightful. Ruth and I had spent the entire day making deliveries for the upcoming Independence Day celebrations. Since the 4th of July fell on a Sunday, the AYPE would celebrate with parades and fireworks on the 5th, but that didn't mean that some weren't planning their own private celebrations, and Ruth and I had made sure they had the libations they needed. I hadn't even changed out of my clothes before collapsing onto my cot the night before, so I probably smelled as awful as I looked. "Not sure where else you think I'd be." "At the hotel? Enjoying the comforts of a soft bed and fluffy pillows?" She snapped her fingers. "That's right. Evangeline evicted you." Her cane thumped on the wood floor as she walked to her drafting table. "It's my own fault," I said. "Because of me, we lost out on hundreds of dollars." "And for that, she punished you like a child. I guess you're lucky she didn't send you to bed without supper." Lucia shucked off her coat to reveal trousers and a shirt underneath. "You know Evangeline hates it when you wear men's clothes." Lucia shrugged. "If she hates it so much, then she can build her own illusions." She eased herself onto her swiveling stool and turned around to face me. "You don't get it, do you, Jack? She needs us more than we need her." "Why are you so angry at her lately?" I asked. "Ever since we left Paris, you've been withdrawn. You hardly do anything but work." I gave up on the roll and dragged my chair closer to Lucia. "I liked Paris," she said. "I felt more at home there than I'd felt anywhere else since leaving my actual home." "Do you regret Evangeline rescuing you?" "Rescuing me? Lucia raised an eyebrow. "Is that what you think happened?" "Isn't it?" Much like the injury that caused her to need a cane, Lucia never spoke about her life before she joined our family. "Evangeline didn't rescue me. She won me in a game of poker." "Are you serious?" I had assumed that Evangeline had plucked Lucia from a life of poverty and sorrow and pain similar to my own. "Don't misunderstand me," Lucia went on. "My life with Evangeline is superior to the life I had with Signor Skiru, but I've never been fool enough to believe that Evangeline loves me." It was hard to miss the implication that I had been such a fool. "She cares," I said, "in her own way." "How can you say that when you've been exiled here for the crime of not being useful enough?" Lucia seemed to be getting pretty worked up as she spoke. "You don't need her any more than I do. Don't you have plans of your own? Don't you want to go out into the world and see what you can accomplish without her leaning over your shoulder and reminding you of every mistake you've ever made? Don't you want to try something new without having to hear her tell you that you're not good enough?" I wasn't sure where this was coming from. I'd gotten the feeling Lucia wasn't happy, but I'd assumed disgruntled was her default mood. Some people were simply born a little more sour than others. It seemed I was wrong. Dissatisfaction with her life had been stewing within her for a long time, and it was finally beginning to bubble over. In a way, I understood. There were times I wondered what else life might hold for me. I wondered what I might become if I attended a university and devoted my life to something other than magic and thievery. But the truth was that I enjoyed traveling the world. I enjoyed sampling the pockets of everyone I met. I enjoyed standing on a stage and soaking up an audience's adoration. The idea of abandoning Evangeline filled me with dread. But this wasn't the life for everyone. "Are you going to leave?" I asked, unsure whether I wanted to hear her answer. Lucia didn't respond straight away. After a moment, she heaved a sigh and said, "Not today, but when I do go, there won't be any teary goodbyes. I won't give her a chance to trick me into staying. One day, I'll just be gone." "I'm glad that day isn't today." I cracked a smile, hoping to earn one back. "Because you need something from me?" "What? Of course not. Can't I just appreciate my beloved sister, whose genius is only rivaled by her kindness?" Lucia wasn't buying it. She tapped her thigh and stared at me with a look I knew well, a look that said I was as transparent as H.G. Wells's Invisible Man. "Fine," I said. "I do need your help." "Of course you do." "But it's not really for me. It's for someone else." Since escorting Wilhelm home after the Exposition Friday night, I devoted every possible second to working out a way to help him. If Laszlo really was the thief who had terrorized countless wealthy Americans east of the Mississippi, and he was planning to steal something in Seattle, possibly something from the Exposition itself, then I needed to discover what it was. Laszlo couldn't harm Jessamy Valentine, Will, or anyone if he was locked in a jail cell. "Would that be a certain rival magician's assistant?" My mouth fell open, and Lucia clapped her hands in delight. "How?" "I don't spend all of my time in this workshop, Jack," she said. "I have friends, and those friends have eyes and ears. You haven't exactly been discreet." What else had they heard? I hadn't planned to tell Lucia about Will's magic, but if she'd already guessed, it would make this a lot easier. "What is it you think you know?" Lucia shrugged, feigning innocence. "Just that you've twice now been seen sneaking into the trap room around the time Laszlo's assistant would be dropping in." She pursed her lips. "You haven't gotten him to tell you how they performed that butterfly trick, have you? I have my suspicions, but it's such a clean switchover that I'm not sure." So Lucia's knowledge extended only to my rendezvous with Wilhelm at the Beacon. I was a little disappointed, but also relieved. I was sure I could trust Lucia to keep his secret, but I wasn't sure I could trust her not to look for a way to exploit his power. There was more of Evangeline in Lucia than she wanted to admit. "Wilhelm's a prisoner," I said. "Laszlo kidnapped him when he was 4 and has been holding him captive for the past 12 years. I quickly told Lucia the rest, only leaving out the parts pertaining to his unique ability. "Do you believe Laszlo's really committed all those thefts?" Lucia asked. I nodded. "What about him being a killer? Do you think he would actually murder his own assistant?" "Jessamy Valentine?" I asked. "I don't know. Will certainly believes." Lucia's face softened. In 12 years, Laszlo could have convinced him of anything. "Then you think the threat is hollow?" "Maybe," she said. "There's no real way to test it without putting someone's life in danger, which is what makes it such an effective threat." Lucia was hardly talking to me anymore. When she began pulling at the threads of a problem, it was like the rest of the world ceased to exist. "True. And you say he doesn't remember where he came from?" "He's got vague memories of home," I said, "but nothing specific enough to narrow down the exact location." Lucia stood and paced circles around the room. It was what she usually did when she was trying to work her way through a problem. "If you could help him remember, he could find a way to contact his parents and ask them for help." "How?" I asked. "Isn't there a mesmerizer on the pay streak?" "Dr. Otto, so?" Lucia stopped and frowned at me like a disappointed schoolteacher. "Maybe he could help Wilhelm remember where he came from." "But that's an act," I said. "It's no more real than what we do." "Some of it may be, but it's rooted in sound scientific theory. I've read Bernheim's work with hypnosis, and—" Lucia must have seen my eyes beginning to glaze over. "Anyway, what could it hurt?" "It couldn't, I guess. I was just hoping for a way to help him now. I can't stand knowing he goes to sleep each night chained to a bed." "I'm not sure what else I can do. If you bring me Laszlo's journal, I might be able to work out the cipher." "Maybe if I knew what he was planning to steal." Lucia said, "Oh, well, that's easy. It's the gold." I must have been looking at her as if she'd lost her mind, because she added, "The exhibit in the Alaska building? Gold bars worth well over $1 million? "I know what it is." Ruth had shown me the exhibit. "But why do you think Laszlo's going to steal it? Will isn't even 100% sure Laszlo's going to steal anything at all." "It's simple, really. You've said that every theft he's committed has been bold and daring, which suggests he likes a challenge, and that he likes people to know what he's done. If he's planning something similar here, then the gold in that exhibit is exactly the kind of prize he would go after." "But how? That gold's got to weigh 1,000 pounds. "I could think of a few ways off the top of my head," Lucia said. "Give me a week to study the vault, and I could give you a complete plan." If Lucia was right about the gold being Laszlo's target, then it was likely that he would use Wilhelm to steal it. There were more ifs than I liked, and even more questions. Like, why hadn't Laszlo stolen the gold already? Why was he playing at being a magician? I'd gotten lost in thought, and when I looked up, Lucia was staring at me. "What?" "You," she said. "I'm used to you falling fast for every pretty boy you meet. I'm also used to you giving up on them the moment things get complicated. This one's different, though, isn't he?" "No," I said, more defensively than I meant to, which practically ensured Lucia would know I was lying. "I don't know. He needs my help is all." I expected Lucia to laugh at me or make a joke. Instead, she nodded slowly and said, "Be careful, Jack. I'm not saying love's a con, but we've used it to con an awful lot of people." "Wilhelm's not like that." I bet that's what every man said about Evangeline right before she took them for everything.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Monday, July 5, 1909. Teddy was beaming as I walked down the stairs, and that made me nervous. He was dressed in a shabby suit and had a smear of yellow paint on his sleeve. He'd left me unshackled that morning, saying he had errands to run, and he'd been so giddy I thought it must have been about the mystery woman he'd met. Teddy's moods were fickle, and while I'd learned not to take the good ones for granted, I'd also learned to be wary of them. The reason for my own excitement, however, was easy to decode. Teddy had made plans to be gone that evening, and Jack had promised he would visit so that we could watch the fireworks together. My stomach hurt more than normal, but I wasn't going to let anything spoil the day. I'm proud of you, Wilhelm. Beside Teddy sat something cube-shaped that was about half his height and was hidden under a white sheet. I tried to think of what it might be, but I was at a loss. You are? Of course. He slung his arm around my shoulder as I hit the ground floor and ushered me toward the covered cube. Miss Valentine told me how good you were when she brought you home the other night. She said you were respectful and followed her directions without issue. Jessamy and I hadn't discussed what, if anything, she was going to tell Teddy, but I was grateful to her for allowing me to spend that afternoon with Jack. It was the best time I'd had in ages, even though I had spent a significant portion of it in tears. I'm trying to do everything you ask of me, sir. Teddy patted the top of my head. Of course you are, and that's why I have a special surprise for you. You do? Oh, yes. Teddy seemed ready to burst with excitement. The last time I'd seen him in such a state was when he'd become acquainted with a young woman whose family owned a number of paintings that Teddy coveted. It turned out that the young woman had greatly exaggerated her family's wealth in order to attract Teddy's interest and possibly a marriage proposal. Our position here at the fair is cemented. Patrons can't get enough of us, and there's even talk of President Taft attending a performance when he visits the Exposition. But none of it would be possible without you. As a reward for your obedience and hard work, I propose to make you a greater part of our show. I didn't know what to say. I was already a large part of the act, even if no one knew it aside from Teddy and myself. But Teddy clearly believed he was offering me a generous gift, and I didn't want to irritate him by not being suitably appreciative. Thank you, sir. I'll work even harder to make you proud. Ah, Teddy said. But you've yet to see the best part. I've devised a new illusion, one that will eclipse the new butterfly, one that will put the Enchantress's show to shame. He grabbed a corner of the white sheet and whipped it away. Under the sheet stood a cage. Bars as thick as my arm were spaced evenly around the cage. I didn't even need to touch them to know they were iron. I could feel it. The top and bottom of the cage were also iron, 1/4 of an inch thick, with a door in the top held shut with a bolt and lock. For our most impressive illusion, you'll escape from that cage in front of the entire audience and replace yourself with Miss Valentine, or possibly a dog. People do love dogs for some reason. I touched the nearest iron bar and recoiled. The metal felt corrosive to me. It felt like death. I don't understand, sir. I can't possibly travel through that. Snake handlers have been known to allow themselves to be tattooed with the venom of deadly snakes so that they may build up a resilience to the venom, and certain poisons may be ingested in small amounts over a period of time in order to confer immunity. Teddy's smile curled at the edges, turning cruel. With enough practice, I believe you can train yourself to pass through these iron bars. In fact, this is where you'll sleep from now on, until you can escape it. The first time Teddy put the manacle around my ankle, I had cried. I'd felt like a bird whose wings had been clipped. But that was nothing compared to the dread that tummified within me at the thought of being imprisoned within the iron cage. "I'm sorry," I cried. "Whatever I did to displease you, I'm sorry. Please don't make me go in there." Teddy gripped my chin. "This isn't a punishment, Wilhelm. This is a reward." He nudged me toward the cage, smiling. I slid the padlock off, pulled back the bolt, and lifted the hatch. The opening was barely large enough for me to fit through. I glanced at Teddy, at his still smiling face, and begged with my eyes that he not force me to go through with this. "Hop on in," he said. I climbed up and entered the cage feet first. I couldn't stand. I couldn't even sit up without banging my head. The moment I was inside, Teddy slammed the door shut, shoved the bolt home, and locked it. "Now," Teddy said as he backed away to get a better view, "escape." Tears were streaming down my cheeks, and even though I knew how much Teddy hated when I cried, I couldn't stop. "I can't." "Not if you refuse to try," he said. "I believe in you, Wilhelm." Maybe if I tried to escape, he would realize this illusion was folly and would let me out. I knew it wasn't likely, but it was my only hope. I shut my eyes and let myself shift into the between. The bars were clawed hands that grasped at me, trying to rend my skin. Teddy's voice tasted of rotting, maggot-covered meat, and I choked on it. Each tear that tracked down my face was acid. While I was locked in the cage, everything in the between hurt. My entire existence was made of pain, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I envisioned being on the other side of the cage. I told myself that nothing, not even iron, could stop me. And then I tried to travel. As my body touched the iron, I screamed like a wild animal. My ribs tried to fit through the spaces between the bars and broke into a million jagged pieces. It was the feeling of falling from the highest cliff and crashing against the rocks below, but without the blessed relief of death. And all that pain was compressed into a mere fraction of a second. I disappeared and reappeared in the blink of an eye and slammed into the bars, but I could not pass through them. I curled into a ball, drooling, begging Teddy to set me free. I would do anything he wanted if he would only open the cage door. I don't know how long I lay there, but a while later, Teddy set a plate of cold chicken and beans on the floor in front of the cage. Beside that, he placed a single pink pill. "You have to keep your strength up, Wilhelm. I expect you to have made some progress with this by the time I return." "When?" I asked, barely able to form a complete sentence. "Tomorrow morning," he said. "Work hard, and remember that I believe in you."
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Monday, July 5th, 1909. The basket of food that swung from my arm smelled so good that it was all I could do not to tear into it right there on the side of the street. Seattle was in a fine mood that afternoon. She was a peculiar city, and the longer I stayed there, the more I came to appreciate her blend of well-earned pride, fierce independence, and cool reserve. It was the kind of city that kept newcomers at arm's length until it embraced them wholeheartedly. I found myself actually able to imagine living there after the AYPE had ended. Not without Evangeline, of course, but maybe she would decide to stay. I could convince Lucia not to leave us. The three of us could build a real life. Or not. It was a nice dream, but I doubted Evangeline would ever agree to stay in one place. Not unless she had a good reason to stay. Evangeline was out with her newest mark, Fyodor Basharov. His family was obscenely wealthy, having made a vast fortune in oil, and now they were expanding to the United States in an attempt to give Mr. Rockefeller's company a bit of competition. Evangeline had already hinted after her first evening out with him that her simple investment scheme might evolve into something more long-term. Marriage to Basharov could yield greater dividends than she could dream of. Of course, Basharov knew the woman he was besotted with as Rachel Rose, and the success of the ruse would depend on how he reacted when he discovered that the wealthy heiress he was courting was actually destitute, her family having squandered her inheritance. It was a delicate bit of work, but it kept Evangeline occupied and left me more time for Ruth and Wilhelm. According to Will, Laszlo was meant to be out this evening, but I still approached the house with caution. Jessamy Valentine was a wild card I couldn't predict. She and Ruth had been spending quite a fair amount of time together, but Ruth was tight-lipped about their relationship, so I didn't know if Jessamy was with Ruth that night. It was best to assume Will wasn't alone inside. The sun shone brightly, not a cloud in the sky, and it was warm enough that it was finally beginning to feel like summer had arrived. If the weather held, it would be a perfect night for fireworks. Any night would have been perfect for watching fireworks with Will. I walked by the house once, looking for signs of Laszlo, and saw none. I dared not loiter in front of the house too long. There were too many people passing by who might see me. When I felt confident Laszlo wasn't home, I approached the door and knocked. "Jack?" Wilhelm's voice sounded strangled and shaky. I let myself in and could hardly believe what I saw. A cage 3 feet high and just as wide sat in the middle of the room, with Wilhelm locked inside. He clutched the bars, his head and back bowed, and his face splotchy red and stained with tears. "What the hell has he done to you?" My voice vibrated with rage at seeing Wilhelm held like an animal. "Jack." I dropped my basket and made for the latch on the top of the cage. In my haste, I stepped on a plate that had nothing but bones on it, and it shattered under my shoe. "Leave me, Jack," Wilhelm said. "If he returns and I'm not inside—" I ignored him, pulled the bolt, opened the hatch, and reached inside to help Wilhelm out. Despite his earlier protests, he grabbed my hand and climbed from the cage. When he was free, he collapsed against me, gasping for breath. I wanted to hunt Laszlo down and stuff him into a cage. I wanted to carry Wilhelm away from there and promise him that no one would ever imprison him again. Doing either would have meant moving, and I felt like the only thing Wilhelm truly needed from me right then was to be there. I'm not sure how much time passed before Wilhelm calmed down enough to let go of me, but he seemed embarrassed when he finally did. If anyone should have been sheepish, it was me. I genuinely cared what happened to Wilhelm, but I'd been unprepared for the rage that had filled me when I'd seen him behind those iron bars. Wilhelm sat at the table, in the chair farthest from the cage, and knuckled his eyes. "Did Laszlo find out about the other night?" I asked. Will shook his head. "Then why? What could he possibly think you did to deserve being kept in a cage?" Wilhelm barked out a laugh. "This wasn't a punishment. It was a reward. So clearly he's gone mad. I've done so well performing that Teddy wants to introduce a new illusion to the show, one in which I escape from that cage in full view of the audience." A shiver coursed through Will, threatening to overwhelm him. "I'm meant to stay in that cage, trying to escape until I succeed." "But I thought you couldn't move through iron." My heart wept for Will, for all that he had endured. No one should be forced to live as he had. "I can't," Will said. "But Laszlo is convinced that if I try hard enough, I'll be able to overcome my limitation." He looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and wild. "Trying to pass through iron feels like I'm being torn apart, and Teddy has demanded I do it over and over." Dry sobs racked his body, and I felt helpless to do anything. Wilhelm's eyes kept darting to the cage, so I scooted my chair back and stood. "Come on," I said. "Let's get you out of here." I led Wilhelm upstairs, out the window in Laszlo's bedroom, and onto the roof, where we could look across Elliott Bay from one side, or toward the Exposition, where the fireworks would fill the sky on the other. Revelers already crowded the streets, their wobbly walks evidence that they'd started celebrating early. I unloaded the basket after spreading a blanket that Ruth had lent me on the flat roof. "We've got roast beef sandwiches," I said, laying out the food. "Pork pies, a green bean salad, and lemonade." The food had cost a pretty penny, but luckily none of those pennies had belonged to me. Wilhelm picked up a pork pie and bit into it. Juice from the meat spilled out and ran down his chin, but he didn't notice. He devoured the pie, along with the sandwich, before finally seeming to relax. I nibbled on a pork pie and watched Wilhelm, still too angry with Laszlo to be properly hungry. Wilhelm clapped his hand across his mouth as a belch tried to escape. "I'll take that as a compliment," I said. "Thank you." Will wiped his mouth with a napkin and leaned back on his hands, his eyes darting nervously from me to the sky. "About earlier. I'm sorry." "Stop," I said. "We don't have to talk about that. Not right now, anyway." Wilhelm nodded, seeming relieved. I wasn't sure what else to discuss. Usually, the time I spent with handsome young men rarely involved much talking. But Wilhelm was different. Yes, of course, I obviously thought about what it would be like to kiss him. I couldn't look at the soft curve of his lips and not consider it. But I wanted more. I wanted to help him. I wanted to protect him. I wanted to know everything about him. But that was such a novel feeling for me that I had no idea where to begin. "I talked to Lucia about you." Wilhelm's head shot up, and his eyes grew wide as the moon. "Not about your ability," I said. "Just about your situation." "You still shouldn't have. It's dangerous for anyone who knows. If Laszlo discovers—" "Lucia's the smartest person I know, and she won't tell a soul." I waited a couple of seconds before going on. "She did have an idea. I'm not convinced it's a great one, but it's better than nothing. Want to hear it?" Wilhelm nodded. "You heard of Dr. Otto?" "No." "He's a mesmerizer on the pay streak. Supposedly he can cure folks of addiction to drink and gambling." A gentle laugh escaped Wilhelm. "I hardly think alcohol is my biggest concern. He also helps people remember things." That caught Will's attention. "What kind of things?" "Don't know," I said. "I was planning to talk to him. But what if he could help you remember where you lived before Laszlo snatched you?" "Do you think he could?" The hope in Wilhelm's voice was so fragile, and I didn't want to do anything to break it. "It might be worth a try." I'd considered telling Will Lucia's theory about the gold, but knowing that wouldn't do much to help him in his current state. What he needed more than anything was hope. Knowing where his home was might give him that. It might give him a reason to believe he could have a life after his captivity with Laszlo. Wilhelm fell silent. He lay back with his arms under his head and stared at the clear blue sky. Sunset came late to Seattle, and it was still a couple of hours off. I remember the song my mother sang to me when I was sick, but not her name. She was always just Mama. I remember the tree I used to sit under in the afternoons when I was waiting for Father to come home in the evenings, but I can't remember his face. I remember being happy. I remember feeling safe. Wilhelm spoke of his life with such reverence that it made me hate Laszlo more. "What's the last thing you remember about them?" I asked. "We were at church. Mama promised we would have blueberry pie after dinner if I was good, but I always tried to be good anyway, even though the sermons were dull. I tried to be quiet and polite and to not fidget. Mama was talking to someone and Father was inside the church, and a man approached me. He said he had seen me the other day and that I'd vanished. Mama and Father had told me I shouldn't do that where people could see because they wouldn't understand. But I didn't know anyone had been around. I wasn't supposed to tell lies either. I didn't know what to do, so I started to cry. Mama heard me and found me standing alone. I didn't tell her about the man because I was afraid if she and Father found out someone had seen me disappear that I wouldn't get any pie." "It was Laszlo, wasn't it?" I asked. Will nodded. "He took me that night while I slept." "Oh, Will, it really was good pie." He began to cry again. I laid my hand over his. It was warm from the sun, and his skin was soft. I expected him to pull away, but he didn't. Will turned his hand over and laced his fingers through mine.
Wilhelm. Seattle, Washington, Laszlo's residence. Monday, July 5, 1909. To say I was embarrassed would have been a monumental understatement. After the state I was in when Jack discovered me in the cage, followed by the admission that my situation was entirely my fault, I wanted to climb down to the street, run to the bay, dive in, and sink to the bottom. But if Jack was disgusted by my behavior, he offered no sign. In fact, the opposite seemed to be true. He held my hand while the sun tracked across the sky and daylight dimmed. We spoke of inconsequential things. I told him of some of the thefts that Teddy and I had carried out, and he regaled me with stories of his travels that made me laugh so hard it brought tears to my eyes. For a time, Teddy didn't exist. The cage didn't exist. My entire world was the roof. "What will you do when you're free of Laszlo?" Jack asked. "I know you want to help, but just pretend you believe that everything is going to work out, okay?" Jack seemed to believe so strongly that he was going to be the one who freed me from captivity that I couldn't tell him that I feared I would never escape Teddy. For the moment, I played along. I would try to find my parents. Where would you start? My earliest memories of Teddy are a blur. We moved around frequently, and I was sick much of the time. But I remember a summer we spent in a cottage near the ocean. There were no elaborate thefts, no being forced to travel at Teddy's whim. Just me and the ocean and the sun. I could still feel the warmth on my face and taste the salt of the sea spray. I suppose I would begin there and try to trace my memories backward until I found where I came from. You might not have to, Jack said, if my plan with Dr. Otto works. Jack's optimism was boundless, and I didn't want to ruin it. I didn't believe anyone could help me recover what I had lost, and even if they could, I didn't think it would matter. Teddy was never going to let me go. I thought it best to change the subject. What about you? I asked. Where will you go when the exposition ends? The final day of the fair was still over 3 months away, but time either moved so glacially that a month felt like a year, or so quickly that a year seemed like a day. Every moment with Jack felt like the latter when I wished it could be the former. "Don't know," he said. "Evangeline's had offers from all over to perform. I think she dreams of returning to New York City, but she rarely does the expected, you know? She likes to keep people guessing, including me." "And you'll follow her?" Jack shrugged. "Where else would I go?" "Where would you like to go?" "Lucia asked me the same thing," he said. "I get the impression that she's ready to take off on her own. Evangeline won't be happy about that." Jack had told me that he'd been banished to sleep in the workshop where his adopted sister designed the fantastical contraptions that made their illusions possible, and where he and Evangeline rehearsed, though he didn't tell me what he'd done to deserve such a punishment. "You didn't expect Lucia would remain an assistant to Evangeline forever, did you?" I asked. "Why not? It's good enough for me." "Is it?" "Sure." I frowned, unsure if I was overstepping. Jack and I had grown close in a short time, but I still hardly knew him. And I was certainly in no position to judge. Yet I felt free around him to speak my feelings without fear of repercussions. Teddy took me to see the Enchantress perform so that I could understand our competition. Evangeline is talented and graceful and beautiful. But the stage belonged to you. You think she's holding me back? Maybe. Jack let go of my hand and stood, walking to the edge of the roof that looked in the direction of the Exposition. I should have kept my opinions to myself. I had no right to interfere in Jack's life. Yet it seemed so obvious to me that Jack was meant for something greater than playing second fiddle to Evangeline for the rest of his life. I wondered how he didn't see his potential every time he looked in a mirror. Instead of immediately following Jack, I gave him a few minutes to himself. Eventually, I rose and walked over to stand beside him. Being with Laszlo hasn't given me a lot of experience with people. What I know of them, I know from books, I said. You should do what makes you happiest. If that's staying with Evangeline, there's just so much future out there, so many choices, and I haven't got a clue about any of it. Everyone else seems to know where they're going, but all I've done my whole life is follow. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe not, Jack said, but he seemed unsure. In a way, I kind of envy you, Will. I tried not to sound too shocked, but I couldn't see any reason to covet my life. Even my talent was more curse than gift. Without it, Teddy might never have taken an interest in me. How so? This'll sound silly, and I get that, so don't. Whatever it is, you can say it. Jack bowed his head. When we sort this out and help you remember where you came from and you finally escape Laszlo, you'll have a home to go back to. I never will. Our lives had been so different. I'd had few reasons to smile since Laszlo had abducted me, so I understood that Jack wasn't suggesting his situation was worse than mine. But one of the few sources of hope in my life was my belief that I might one day find my parents. For Jack, however, only in death could he hope to see his mother again. Unsure of myself, I took Jack's hand this time. When he tightened his fingers around mine, I said, Home doesn't have to be a place, Jack. Oh yeah? What else can it be? Anything you want. The first of the fireworks exploded across the sky in a burst of dazzling color and light like nothing I had ever seen. They were stars unto themselves, exploding for our delight. They're beautiful, Jack said. Aren't they? Would you like to see them another way? What way? Before I lost my nerve, I moved us to the between. The effort I'd expended earlier attempting to escape the cage had left me sore and exhausted, and the nausea from my illness tried to drag me back into the physical world, but I held us in the between as long as I could. The fireworks exploded in a percussive symphony that caused the sky to ripple like the surface of a lake, each wave washing over us like the first breath of a new day. Together, we listened to the music of the fireworks and let them write their song on our skin. But when I couldn't hold us in the between any longer and finally let go, Jack wasn't looking at the sky or the fireworks. He was looking at me.
Jack. Seattle, Washington, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. Friday, July 16th, 1909. Helping Wilhelm was turning out to be more difficult than I'd expected. "You look awful, Jack." Ruth had been frowning at me when I'd gotten off the streetcar in front of the Exposition, and now I knew why. "Thanks. Someone had to tell you, and I can't keep being seen with someone as haggard-looking as you. I've got a reputation." I rubbed my eyes and tugged my hat lower on my head. "I'm not getting much sleep." Ruth mm-hmmed, though I wasn't sure whether her response was a full-throated remonstration or milder disapproval. "It's not what you think," I said. Ruth took my arm and led me through the gates, ignoring the looks from the folks, probably noticing that we hadn't paid. "So you're not spending your nights with a certain handsome magician's assistant?" I couldn't have stopped the smile that spread across my face even if I'd wanted to. "I mean, I am, but only because we're trying to come up with a plan to free him." That wasn't all we'd done. We'd also spent a large portion of our time together talking about whatever crossed our minds. Will could discuss Jane Austen's fiction as easily as Friedrich Nietzsche's philosophy. He only had to read a book once to absorb and understand it, and he could defend his beliefs with a razor-sharp wit. At the same time, he was almost excruciatingly naive. Despite his circumstances, he still believed the best about people. If I'd experienced what he had, I doubted I would have been able to look at the world through the same rosy lenses. It was a wonder he trusted anyone at all. "The hardest part is locking him up back in that cage every night." Ruth shook her head. "That's not right. If people knew Laszlo was keeping him like that..." I hung my head, hardly noticing the crowd swarming around me. The wonders of the Exposition had become commonplace, and I struggled to feel the excitement I'd experienced the first time I'd run down the pay streak and seen a real live camel, for instance. Besides that, it was tough to enjoy anything while Will was suffering. I felt like a failure for every day I couldn't free him. "You'll work it out," Ruth said. "Nothing good happens in a day. He's been prisoner for how many years now?" 12. A few more days or weeks is better than the rest of his life." Ruth was right, and it wasn't like Wilhelm was my only problem. Evangeline was pushing me hard during rehearsals, and she had far less patience for mistakes than normal. Laszlo's star continued to rise, and since Evangeline would never consider that Laszlo's show might simply be better than hers, she assumed that I was somehow causing our decline in popularity, which meant I was still sleeping poorly on a cot in the workshop. My only respite was that Evangeline, disguised as Rachel Rose, had been spending most of her evenings with Fyodor. If I hadn't known better, I might have thought she actually enjoyed his company. "There's just so much to do," I said. "I have to help Will remember where Laszlo kidnapped him from, make sure it's the gold that Laszlo's actually after, figure out how he's going to steal it, then devise a plan to prevent the theft and free Will while ensuring no one gets hurt." "Well, we're working on one part of that plan this morning." Ruth tugged my sleeve as we turned toward the government building. I'd been so lost in my own head that I'd nearly missed the enormous Alaska monument rising into the sky. What about the mesmerizer? I rolled my eyes. I haven't seen him yet. Maybe you should. It seems like a waste of time, I said. You might be right about the mesmerism, Ruth said. But you could also be wrong. Seems to me if you really want to help him, you'd be willing to try anything. I stopped, pulling Ruth to a halt with me and blocking traffic. Of course I want to help him. Ruth cocked an eyebrow at me. You sure? I think it must be comforting knowing Wilhelm's not going to run off on you, and that he'll always be where you left him. She tapped my chest with the end of her finger. Oh, wait, but aren't you the one who usually does the running? That's not... I spluttered, trying to argue with Ruth, but the idea that I was avoiding Dr. Otto because I wanted to keep Will caged was absolutely bananas. Ruth's knowing smile was infuriating, but before I could tell her exactly what I thought about her silly theory, she said, "Come on." She led the way into the Alaska building, which was dedicated to exhibits about mining and agriculture, but there was only one exhibit we were interested in. In the center of the room stood a temple-like structure. Thick columns held up a lighted entablature, and the frieze was decorated with designs that looked